This young man is a powerful mage who has reached level 8, a man who holds a source of power, capable of bringing down an entire dynasty at any moment. Yet because of fear toward Ian's ability, the monarch standing beside him secretly devoted his efforts to poisoning him. Willing to die such an unjust death, Ian desperately cast time magic, with the hope of turning everything back to its original course. In that instant, an entire lifetime seemed to drift slowly by, then reversed right before his eyes. Ian watched every major milestone of his life pass by. Everything seemed like nothing more than a long nightmare. When that stream of memories rewound to its end, he opened his eyes in a younger body, and his hair had become noticeably shorter. Ian was so shocked that his whole body trembled uncontrollably. He frantically checked his body but found no stab wounds, nor did he feel any pain. It made him fear that his magic had gone wrong. "Ian, what is wrong with you? Did something happen? Your face looks pale." A worried voice sounded behind him. That beautiful blonde woman was his mother, even though she should have died long ago. Seeing his deceased mother again here filled Ian with doubt. Had he truly succeeded in returning, or was he only meeting his mother in hell? He reached out and held his mother's hand. The warmth felt unbelievably real. Ian suddenly turned around, his eyes observing the scene behind him. Before him was a long line of children waiting for their turn to be tested. Surrounding them were regional knights maintaining order. On the top of the distant ivory tower, a white flag fluttered in the wind. There was no mistake. This was not hell but the past 30 years ago. Ian's magic had truly succeeded. What Ian was seeing was the magic reflex examination used to select outstanding mages as the foundation of strength for the Green River Kingdom. Every child upon reaching 12 years old had to undergo 2 parts including a brain examination to reveal their ability, and a magic core examination where energy is formed, circulated, and stored. Anyone who passed both rounds would immediately be sent to the Magic Academy, and after graduation could hold a portion of national authority. Ian felt slightly confused because going back 30 years far exceeded his original expectation. Fortunately, the time spell he had painstakingly researched to atone for his mistakes activated just before his death. Originally, Ian only wanted to return to avoid repeating his mistakes, but Ragna forced him to use it. Many people had sacrificed everything for him, and quite a few had died out of blind loyalty. He once worshipped the oath and friendship with Ragna, devoted his entire life, accepted being used, and in the end was still betrayed and murdered by him. Just thinking of that made Ian seethe, and this time after returning, he would never allow that tragedy to repeat. In this new life, everything must change, and first he needed to find something important. After calming himself in this situation, Ian regained his composed demeanor, then temporarily bid farewell to his mother because his name had been called. "I will come back later." The gentle smile reassured her without her knowing that the soul within the child's body was a man over 40, and he understood that in this life he must surpass level 8 to protect himself and those he loved. He stepped forward before the group of knights to register. Ian Fa from Moglian village. As soon as Moglian was mentioned, the knight recognized it. "Ah, the son of Vanessa Wright. Hurry in, stop asking nonsense questions, and do not disturb the mage." The young mage in charge of the examination was sitting in the tent sighing in boredom. "How many more children are there? You will probably stay here for more than half a day." Knight Aaron replied, which made him exhale tiredly. Yet when Ian stepped in and greeted him, he immediately adjusted his posture and gave a polite smile. "Hello, boy, come here. Lower your head, I will use magic to stimulate your brain. It may feel a little dizzy, but only temporarily. Do not worry." Ian clearly understood what was about to happen. Therefore, he obediently cooperated with the request. The man quickly sensed the source of magic power within Ian's brain, then continued with the magic core examination. However, for Ian, merely entering the academy was still not enough. He proactively spoke up. "Sir Mage, I have something I want to show you." Ian clearly saw the surprise appear on the other man's face. Without waiting for a response, he immediately revealed a portion of his strength. Ian took a deep breath, then raised his left hand. A fireball ignited in his palm, before the other man had recovered from his shock. In his other hand, another shimmering water sphere appeared. That was dual elemental magic, an extremely rare phenomenon. Clearly, Ian intentionally displayed his ability. Yet right after that, he pretended to be innocent, saying that he did not understand how he suddenly could do such things. That sight astonished not only the young mage, but also the knights behind him. Verify it, he asked Ian whether anyone had ever taught him. "No, sir," Ian shook his head. Of course, this was power from his previous life, but he could not reveal that he had once been a level 8 mage who returned through time. Wanting further verification, he cast a detection spell on Ian. That was lie detection magic that observed every small change in the target's body. Carefully before answering, If you lie, you may be treated as a criminal. Not only you, but your family and even close neighbors may be executed. He warned coldly. But that spell was useless before Ian. The experienced man inside a 12-year-old body calmly replied that he would never dare lie in this place. In the end, the man had to accept defeat before that child, because the detection spell did not discover any lies. That meant the child before him was a precious gem that must be protected. Before he could say anything more, Ian suddenly heard a terrified scream, and the one who made that sound was his mother. Outside, she was being tightly grabbed by the wrist by a knight, even though she struggled in discomfort. "Keep order," he shouted. "Do you not know who important people are inside there? Widow for 7 years must be very lonely, right? At this age, no one would buy you, so stop pretending. Someone taking interest in you is already fortunate, yet you still do not know gratitude." The knight who recognized Ian earlier spoke filthy words with a sly grin. So that man truly harbored evil intentions toward his mother. Hearing the commotion, Aaron and the others in the tent stepped out asking what happened. Seeing them, he hurriedly released Vanessa's hand, then argued that he was only disciplining the lowly kitchen widow who did not know her place. The moment he finished speaking, Ian had already rushed forward. "Lowly, you say?" Intended to strike and teach that man a lesson, but the young mage stopped him. He announced that Ian had just been recognized as a mage who satisfied both conditions, so his parents held status equal to nobility. Anyone insulting a noble or a mage was no different from challenging the emperor's authority. That crime was enough for execution. The moment he finished, Aaron and the knights all drew their swords. The lecherous knight immediately turned pale with fear, collapsed to his knees, and kowtowed, begging Ian for mercy. "Why apologize to me? The one who deserves an apology is over there." Ian replied coldly with a bearing completely unlike a child. The authority in his voice made everyone who heard it shiver. He hurriedly turned and knelt before Vanessa. "Please spare my life one more time." Vanessa was confused by the sudden turn of events. She looked to her son for help. Ian sighed softly, then slowly approached the knight. He crouched down at eye level with him and lowered his voice so only the two of them could hear. "Terms like you who specialize in slandering my mother. I know all of them clearly, worthless trash like you. You should pass today's lesson to those who are like you." "Yes, I understand. Thank you, Lord Mage," he replied through clenched teeth in humiliation. After finishing the matter, Ian turned back to thank the young mage for his help. "Protecting mages is the responsibility of the Ivory Tower," he said kindly. After that, he told Aaron to pay attention to protecting Ian and his mother from now on. The remaining details would be transmitted through the crystal sphere. Then Aaron escorted Ian back to the inn where the knights were stationed. Ian did not object and tightly held his mother's hand. He said farewell to the young mage. The man watched his back for a long time, then softly sighed in admiration. So young, yet already so outstanding and sharp. It seems the royal palace and the Ivory Tower will soon face a great upheaval. At night, when the entire inn had sunk into deep sleep, the lecherous knight staggered out of his room drunk, carrying his belongings while muttering curses nonstop. The humiliation he suffered before Ian that morning filled him with extreme hatred, and he still fantasized that one day he would disgrace Vanessa right before Ian's eyes. He even imagined Ian kneeling and begging forgiveness for his mother and himself, a vision that delighted him. Unfortunately, it would never become reality, because that night he encountered a true predator. In the morning, there were too many people, so Ian had no chance to act. But now he quietly approached, silent as a cat as he closed in from behind. First, he cast a paralysis spell that made the man stiff and unable to move. Only then did Ian speak. "What exactly did you say about my mother?" "I said I would watch you, remember?" His voice was calm yet chilling. The sudden appearance and the paralysis spell turned the knight pale. He panicked so much that he could not utter a word. Ian continued, "Today you were humiliated by the son of a kitchen helper, so you drank and wandered through the empty streets. You slipped from this bridge and fell into the rushing water below, dying miserably." As soon as he finished speaking, the scene became reality. The man's body plunged into the river while Ian stood on the bridge with an icy face, briefly wondering whether what he did was right. He had reversed time to correct mistakes and wash away the blood of the past, hoping to choose a different path. But the existence of people like that man made him understand that not every sin could be erased. Ian only wished to protect his loved ones and was willing to do anything to achieve that, even though he once wished his hands would never be stained with blood again. But some people deserved punishment, such as that obscene knight, and also Ragna, the one who poisoned him in his previous life. Thinking of him made Ian's heart sink as if he were beginning to understand the reason behind those betrayals. After dealing with the man who insulted his mother, Ian returned to the inn exhausted, his head aching as if it would explode. He did not expect that just one use of the paralysis spell would drain all his magic power. This 12-year-old body was truly too weak. Ian could only hope his body would mature sooner. Vanessa was still sleeping deeply. completely unaware that her son had just left. Gazing at his mother's gentle face, Ian remembered that in his previous life he ranked first in the academy after only 1 year of study, while she and Muglian died from severe illness. He never lived to see her son become a true mage or enjoy a prosperous life. But in this lifetime, everything would change. Ian firmly believed that. He swore he would protect his mother so she could live fully and happily. His previous life, he could not save his friends and could not care for his family. That helplessness became the driving force that pushed Ian to devote all his strength to changing the future. Next morning in the capital Green River Diem of the Green River Kingdom, Proprietary Green River was seriously discussing matters with the Ivory Tower Master Herbert Leon, a level 5 mage. Tower Master, what do you think? Terry asked in a low voice. At present, no possibility can be ruled out, but magic power is the part of the soul that flows within the bloodline. When someone can control that part of the soul, they become a mage. Stimulating the brain through a technique is simply the easiest way to reveal magic. Normally, the Academy teaches this method, as we once learned, but some people awaken by themselves and use superior magic like the Great Archmage. Herbert explained smoothly. The Great Archmage mentioned was a legendary existence. Thanks to him, humanity understood magical adaptability, and he himself discovered a method to reveal power without being taught. Among mages, he was like a dragon or a living myth. The difference was that dragons were merely legends, while the Great Archmage was real. They mentioned him because Ian had displayed dual elemental magic without stimulation, something beyond Herbert's logic, so he wanted to verify it personally, and believed the mage sent to Moglian was not lying. Even if it was exaggeration, that boy's potential would still be extremely dangerous. That is everything I can report. Terry thought for a few seconds, then glanced toward the door. Prince, are you outside? Yes, father, I am here. A youthful voice replied. Come in, Terry ordered. The door slowly opened. A handsome face appeared. It was the Crown Prince of the realm, Hayden Green River. Terry summoned Hayden for an important mission. Last time the Crown Prince left the palace was 5 years ago, when he inspected the famine, and this time the king wanted his son to depart once again. A cavalry unit of 300 royal soldiers and 3 level 3 mages as escort. Hayden was assigned to go to Moglian to bring the boy Ian Fa back to the royal palace. Ian Fa, just a child, yet I must personally lead troops there, Hayden said in surprise. You not heard of him? Terry asked with disappointment, then sighed, saying if that was the case he would assign the task to another prince. Hearing that, Hayden hurriedly accepted the mission and promised to complete it without error. After consideration, Terry still entrusted the task to the Crown Prince and ordered him to prepare immediately because the journey would be long. When Hayden left, Herbert also asked permission to leave to prepare at the Ivory Tower. Terry asked what preparation he needed. You know, we mages do not like leaving the tower. If I do not persuade them first, I may not be able to mobilize 3 people to accompany the Crown Prince tomorrow. Terry found it reasonable, so he nodded and allowed him to depart. After stepping out of the study, Herbert's face became serious, completely unlike before. The mage beside him thought he would return to the tower immediately. Herbert said there were several matters that must be stopped first. Meanwhile, in Moglian village, Ian was still staying at the Knight's Inn, but he clearly understood that sooner or later the Ivory Tower and the royal family would take action. Remembering how the young mage yesterday acknowledged him immediately after the test, Ian guessed the man had reported to his superiors, and that was exactly what he wanted. The king was eager to find talent to accompany Crown Prince Hayden, while Herbert leaned toward the 5th Prince Ragna. This promised conflict between the royal family and the Ivory Tower. No matter which side he chose, or if he walked his own path, with that talent Ian still had limitless potential. The difference was that he was no longer someone easily manipulated. While Ian was still calculating, outside the inner crowd had already gathered, and the young mage's voice rang loudly, pulling him from his thoughts. Mage Ian Fa, hear the royal decree of His Majesty. Ian was startled. A royal decree from the king. It seemed Terry acted faster than he expected. As soon as he stepped outside, Ian saw a polite smile. And the young mage, you are awake. His Majesty has just issued a decree. I will guide you through the royal etiquette first, so follow along. Ian nodded obediently, even though he had memorized those ceremonies since his previous life. He knelt on his right knee and placed his left hand before his chest respectfully. The movement was so precise that the other man wondered whether this was truly his first time performing it. Ignoring the doubt, he held the crystal sphere he had prepared, then solemnly proclaimed, Mage Ian Fa, hear the royal command. I acknowledge your talent and officially confer upon you the title of Mage of the Kingdom. Your name is permitted to be recorded in the Ivory Tower. At the same time, I invite you to the royal palace. My eldest son will escort you along the journey. May your path be smooth. When the decree ended, Ian calmly rose. Another knight squad, led by Captain Anon of Molgen, was ready to escort Ian to the Viscount's residence before entering the palace. To them, escorting the Crown Prince and Ian was a great honor. so their attitude toward him was extremely respectful. Not only Anon, but even the Viscount of Muglin, Markov was already waiting at the residence before Ian arrived. He repeatedly instructed his two children, Ravi and Margaret, to be careful with their words, and to receive the young mage with the highest respect. Carriage stopped at the gate. Ian and his mother stepped down with a completely different status from yesterday. He was now a mage recognized by the king. That talent even drew the king's special attention. Therefore, Margaret clearly understood that she must welcome him with great care. When Ian entered the Viscount's residence, he immediately became the center of discussion. And the maids could not hide their curiosity. Everyone talked about how Ian could create flames with his bare hands during the test. He truly was an extraordinary child, and even after entering the castle, Ian did not indulge in comfort. 15 consecutive days, he appeared at the training ground. Ian trained with absolute seriousness. What he displayed far surpassed the ability of children of the same age. Even so, Ian still felt unsatisfied. For him, it was still far too little. In his previous life, when he unleashed Frozen Nova, he was strong enough to freeze the entire Moglian palace. But now in this 12-year-old body, he could only freeze a small training field. This immature body full of limits forced Ian to find a way to compensate for the lack of magic power. For Mage, an urgent voice rang out, interrupting Ian's thoughts. The Viscount's steward rushed over in panic, asking for help because Marcus had gone missing. According to him, Marcus had not returned after the goblin hunt yesterday. Ravi and the knights who followed him were also missing. People only found traces of a battle but no bodies. After hearing that, Ian pondered for a few seconds, because at this time, Marcus should not have died yet. In his previous life, the man would be assassinated right before the First War of Unification. As for Ravi, he fled when the war began and was executed after the war ended for cowardice. Ian asked why they did not seek Mage Marco. If Marco was still hunting as usual, then this matter might not be related to the return in time, so he needed to avoid trouble. The steward awkwardly replied that Marco had left Muglian for another mission. That made Ian suspicious because a territorial mage rarely left. Perhaps the butterfly effect caused by him had already shifted the course of the past. If news about him had been reported to the Ivory Tower, then these changes might push him into danger. At present, Ian's greatest advantage was his knowledge of the future. If Marcus died early and the future changed, that advantage would disappear. Therefore, Ian could not stand by. Seeing him think for so long, the steward became even more anxious. We were helpless, so we came to ask for your help. Wherever it is, I will go with you. Ian decisively agreed. After deciding, he returned to his room to prepare supplies. Vanessa became worried after hearing the story and did not feel at ease when her son wanted to enter the forest. Even though Ian was a mage in her eyes, he was still just a child. I will be fine, mother. I am a mage now, Ian reassured seriously. Vanessa was still uneasy. Ian held her hand and promised he would return safely. Suddenly, a girl rushed into the room with reddened eyes. It was Margaret, Marcus's daughter. The usually cold young lady now knelt down, begging Ian to save her father and brother. If you find them, I will repay you with money, land, or servants. Please help. The rushed words made Ian dizzy. He only wanted to leave quickly, but accidentally glanced at her. His gaze stopped on the golden ring on Margaret's hand, because it emitted a special magical fluctuation. I'll find them, Ian declared firmly, making Margaret smile in relief. He asked to borrow the ring, because he sensed the energy from it could help track Marcus. Hearing that, Margaret immediately removed the ring and handed it to him. When Ian put it on, familiar sensation spread through his body. It was exactly like the experience in his previous life. So clearly, it was not an ordinary object. It was the Muglian ring, a low-grade artifact that helped enhance the user's magic power. Marcus had given this family heirloom to his daughter instead of the heir. Margaret nervously reminded Ian that he could only borrow it. Ian replied that he understood, so she could rest assured. He had no intention of taking it. He only needed it to compensate for his current magic limitation. With the ring, Ian felt much more confident. He set out with the knights, heading into the forest where Marcus disappeared. At the location of the disappearance, bloodstains remained on the ground. Ian asked whether any bodies had been found. They shook their heads, saying none had been discovered. Many people guessed the victims had been eaten by monsters. Ian observed carefully and saw that besides the blood, there were dozens of goblin corpses, so he concluded Marcus might have been attacked by an entire group. If that was the case, he had to find him before he collapsed from exhaustion. Thinking that, Ian snapped his fingers, casting the Soul Wolf summoning spell. The word soul made the knights tense. They thought he would summon a gigantic beast. From the magic circle appeared only a tiny wolf cub wagging its tail repeatedly. It looked no different from a pet dog. Ian was also slightly disappointed, because in his previous life, he could summon an adult wolf. but with his current magic power, he could only summon a cub. Even so, he still gave it the task of tracking Marcus's scent. After sniffing around the scene, the cub let out a soft howl, then ran off. Ian immediately followed, while the knights remained doubtful. "Just follow the soul wolf," Ian said firmly, making the entire group suppress their doubts and follow. Fortunately, Marcus was still alive, but he was lost deep in the forest and surrounded by a goblin pack. Goblins were everywhere. Despite fighting desperately, the Viscount was gradually losing hope. He swung his sword by instinct with no plan left. If it continued like that, Marcus would collapse from exhaustion. Thinking of his daughter, he felt unwilling to die. "Ravi," he shouted, telling his son to find a way back to report the news while they held the goblins here. "Tell them that Muglian Mountain is under threat." But Ravi was cowardly, and at that moment trembled uncontrollably. Seeing his father about to be attacked from behind, he was so frightened that he could not warn him in time. Only when the goblin leaped forward to finish Marcus did he realize. In that situation, he could hardly avoid it. At the critical moment, Ian appeared in time. He had to ensure the flow of the future would not deviate. One strike of frozen Nova killed the monster. All the surrounding goblins were frozen as well. That sight stunned everyone, because the one who acted was only a 12-year-old boy. Marcus, exhausted, only managed to see Ian's face before fainting. Even so, the Viscount of Muglian had been saved. In his haze, he heard his daughter's sobbing voice calling father. When he woke, he saw Margaret beside the bed and was astonished to still be alive. "Is that you?" Marcus sat up, rubbing his temples, asking what had happened. Margaret recounted how Ian saved them. She burst into tears, saying that her father and brother had been unconscious for 2 days, which had made her extremely worried. Hearing that he woke, the steward Hoga hurried over to congratulate him. Marcus asked about the situation, and Hoga hesitated. He reported that 12 soldiers and Lord Rot had died in battle, making Marcus fall silent. Afterward, he asked where the mage was, because he wanted to personally thank him. At that moment, Ian was training when he heard someone call Sir Mage. Hoga came by order of the Viscount to report that he had awakened and to express gratitude for the help. After a few greetings, Hoga respectfully invited Ian to the reception room under the Lord's command. "I think the Lord has an important matter to discuss with you," Hoga said, yet Ian still could not guess the true purpose of this meeting. A moment later, Marcus walked into the reception room neatly dressed. When he saw his benefactor, he greeted him with a bright smile. Ravi followed behind. Ian immediately asked about the Viscount's condition. In the spacious room, Marcus spoke with a steady voice. "Thanks to everyone, I have recovered much more. I sincerely thank you for saving me. Because of you, the present and future of the Muglian family has been preserved." Ravi behind him also smiled in gratitude. Marcus placed his hand on his chest to show his appreciation, then said, "Because you wiped out the goblins and protected the territory, I must grant a worthy reward. After consideration, I chose this item." He gently invited Ian to open the gift box in front of him. The moment he saw what was inside, Ian could not help being surprised. "This is." In his hand was a Muglian ring. Marcus repeated what Margaret had told him. "That you sensed mana from the ring? I thought it was only an old family heirloom. What ability does it have, and how does it help you, Mage?" Ian explained that this ring could amplify the mana of its wearer, and had helped greatly in the battle with the goblins. Hearing that, Marcus happily said, "I wish to give it to you as a token of gratitude." Ian raised his head when he heard the words token, and asked what he meant. Marcus confirmed that from now on, Mage Ian Fa would be the eternal honored guest of the Muglian family, and the ring was proof of that promise. "You accept this token?" Ian lightly touched the ring. He hesitated, thinking that the promise of an eternal honored guest was equivalent to a 1,000-year pact among nobles. Seeing that, Marcus lowered his head, sincerely saying, "Our family will always support you when you need it. We pledge to stand by your side." Ian remained silent while calculating. Father and son placed their hands on their chests, swearing before the northern flow of the 6 rivers to keep their word through generations. The next morning, the scene shifted to a forest road near the Viscount's residence. Captain of the Muglian Knights led several soldiers escorting Ian to a destination. After traveling for a long time, Ian impatiently asked how far it was to Loy Town. Arnold replied that once they crossed the hill ahead, they would see it. Ian nodded, looking in that direction. In his mind, he recalled an earlier conversation with Marcus about an alchemist. Marcus once said in Loy Town to the north, there was an alchemist named Ridio. He explained that Ridio came from the capital searching for a special herb. Ian murmured the name. He felt uneasy because he had never heard this name in his previous life and hoped to find pills that could replenish mana. Soldiers suddenly shouted that Loy Town was ahead, but before them was a sea of flames engulfing the town. Ian froze at the chaotic scene. Arnold and the soldiers immediately drew their swords in alert. Below, houses burned to ashes. The people were slaughtered by bandits, and axes were still stained with blood. The leader, with an axe on his shoulder, ordered everyone to gather and retreat. laughed with satisfaction, saying they should hurry and move to the next place. The bandits grabbed a young boy, making him scream in despair. The boy's father was Ridio, who rushed forward, calling Douglas. Ridio had not reached him before he was struck down. The bandit kicked him repeatedly while cursing without stopping. Blood covered the ground, yet he still refused to stop. Douglas struggled and cried for help, while the leader turned and shouted. He coldly threatened that if the father died, would the boy finally stay silent. Douglas bit his lip, holding back tears, fearing his father would be hurt first. The bandit still raised his blade, intending to finish Ridio. He cruelly declared that he would sell the man's son elsewhere. His eyes were filled with madness as he spoke his farewell. Douglas screamed in despair. At that moment, an ice spike pierced through the bandit's body. Blood splashed onto Douglas's face, leaving him stunned. The leader collapsed dead instantly. The subordinates panicked, shouting when they realized their leader had been pierced by ice. As they pointed toward the soldiers, Ian had already silently unleashed ice magic repeatedly. Ice spikes like rain pierced the bandits, causing them to scream and flee. But none escaped the attack, and the town echoed with screams of agony. When everything settled, Ian stood on the cliff looking down. He focused on sensing the changes in magic power. His gaze stopped on the Muglian ring, and he thought to himself, it was truly effective. Thanks to this ring, his mana limit likely reached the level of a third-tier mage. Although the bandits were destroyed, Loy Town was devastated, with many houses burned down. The townspeople knelt, crying for the relatives they had lost. Ian silently watched the scene when Arnold called out Mage. Ian asked whether any soldiers were injured, and Arnold replied that all were safe. Ian let out a breath, saying that was good. In his heart, he worried about the alchemist whose fate remained unknown. Just then someone called Ridio's name, making Ian turn. Martin was supporting the barely breathing Ridio, while Douglas anxiously called for his father. Ian stepped forward, placing his hand on Douglas's shoulder, saying, "Let me see." He widened his eyes as he observed. Ridio was pale with white hair and in terrible condition. Ian thought of the possibility of mana poisoning. This illness occurs when mana enters the body of someone without a mana heart, causing endless pain. The victim never finds a moment of peace. Ian suspected that a mage had deliberately infused mana into him, and the condition was quite severe. He said, "Wait a moment," then placed his hand on Ridio's forehead, channeling pure mana to temporarily release the accumulated energy. A few minutes later, Ridio's expression relaxed and the pain eased. Ian told Barton to continue tending the wounds, and the man thanked him repeatedly. When Ian turned away, a small hand tugged his sleeve. Douglas choked up, asking whether his father would be all right. Ian answered briefly, although he knew he could only reduce the pain temporarily, not cure it. Douglas asked whether the pain would return, and Ian remained silent because the mana inside would accumulate again. Ian looked at the boy, knowing the only choices were to keep transferring mana or wait for death, even though the ending was obvious. He only said, perhaps, causing Douglas to turn pale. Douglas trembled and cried, then resolved to find the Lendil flower to make an antidote. After saying that, he turned and ran away. Barton hurriedly called, "Douglas, where are you going?" Hearing the name Douglas, Ian froze, remembering the legendary alchemist of the future. The image of the stern young man, Douglas Hammond, in the future was completely different from the desperate child before him. In his previous life, the man stood beside Emperor Ragna and always showed hostility toward mages. Ian connected the events of Ridio being poisoned by mana and the northern herbs. Douglas's words about the Lendil flower echoed in his mind. Ian deduced that it was the herb capable of neutralizing mana within the body. Memory flashed that it was the poison that eradicated mana in the blood, and Ian suddenly realized. Immediately, he sped forward, chasing Douglas. In an instant, Ian blocked the boy's path. He held Douglas's shoulders, stopping him because the forest was still dangerous, and bandits might remain. Douglas cried, saying he could not wait, because if he did not find the flower, soon his father would. Before he could finish, Ian whispered a spell, causing the boy to fall asleep. Douglas murmured, "I must," then collapsed into Ian's arms. On his shoulder, the boy still whispered the word flower. Ian gently supported Douglas, who had fallen asleep in his arms. After a while, sunlight filtered through the forest canopy, scattering a gentle blue light across the ground. Douglas slept soundly on the soft grass, his youthful face peaceful, unlike the grim memory Ian once knew. Ian sat quietly beside the boy, thinking that if he had not arrived at Loy village in time, the boy's father would have died, and the boy himself would likely have been sold into slavery. The image of Douglas's cold expression in the previous life reminded Ian of the poison he once drank. Perhaps that man had created it under Ragna's orders. Thought flashed through his mind, making Ian glance at Douglas, wondering whether he should strike first. Yet he immediately dismissed it, because acting rashly would lead to unpredictable consequences. Only Ian knew that Douglas would become a great alchemist in the future. Instead of killing him, it would be better to bring him to his own side. Even so, Ian still felt uneasy, because no one could guarantee the future would not repeat its betrayal. The hand wearing the Muglian ring paused. Then Ian seemed to make a decision. At that moment, a voice called out, "Mage." Captain Aaron ran over, breathing heavily, explaining that he chased after Ian when he saw him leave suddenly. After calming down, he looked at Douglas and asked who that child was. Ian simply said he feared the boy might do something reckless, so he made him sleep. After speaking, Ian stood up and asked Aaron to bring Douglas back to the village. Aaron asked whether Ian would not return together, and he replied vaguely that he still had somewhere to go. As soon as he finished speaking, Ian vanished, leaving only the sound of wind sweeping through the forest. That night at the small house of Ridio and his son, although it was late, a lamp still glowed through the wind. Ridio sat beside his son's bed, softly calling Douglas, "Are you asleep?" Douglas opened his eyes, answering that he was not sleeping. Ridio said Barton had told him about the mage, who saved the entire village. He also scolded his son for trying to do something dangerous again. Douglas admitted he only wanted to find a flower. Ridio understood his son's intention, but reminded him that bandits still lurked around the village, so he must not be reckless. Douglas sat up anxiously, because the mage said his father would suffer pain. Ridio could only reassure him that he would be fine. He said if they found the Lendier flower, everything would be fine, but Douglas choked, because for a year they had never seen it. Suddenly, a firm voice declared that the flower truly existed. Father and son startled and looked toward the door. Ridio raised his voice asking who was there. The person outside answered directly that he heard they were searching for the Lendier flower. The room fell silent for a moment. Ridio hesitated, then opened it. The one who removed his hood was Ian. He stepped inside, politely apologizing for the intrusion. Douglas widened his eyes, recognizing the mage from before. Ridio was also shocked when he realized Ian was the one who saved him. Ian introduced himself, then placed a small block of ice on the table. Ridio stared carefully, asking what that object was. When he saw clearly inside the ice, he froze in astonishment. Inside was exactly the Lendier flower he had searched for so long. Ian said he would give the flower, but first he wished to ask a few questions. He asked why Ridio knew about this herb, when its effects had never been confirmed. Ridio hesitated, then replied that he read about it in a diary. He reaffirmed that the information came from that diary. Ridio took out the herbal notebook passed down from his father. He flipped through the pages, then stopped at the page describing the flower. The page clearly recorded that the Lendier flower could neutralize mana, and grew only in the northern part of the continent. It described the flower with 12 petals, its stem containing poison. Once picked, it would wither immediately and could not be cultivated. Ian examined it carefully, then asked whether his father was also an alchemist. Ridio answered that it was the family's profession. Ian understood that the book was a family treasure, and Ridio confirmed it was nearly so. Ian looked directly at Ridio, saying that for a mage with a mana heart and mana brain, the Lendier flower was deadly poison. Ridio froze, then explained that his family had never used medicine to harm others. Even declared that he could stake the honor of his family, while Ian shifted his gaze toward Douglas. That scrutinizing look made Douglas stiffen. A few seconds later, Ian's gaze softened, and he said, "I understand." He lifted the block of ice containing the flower, thanking him for the answer. And Ian added there was one more thing, and began casting magic. Blue flames burst from his hand, accompanied by an apology. The ice melted, and the Lendier flower withered instantly. Ian looked at the fallen petals, saying he only preserved its shape with ice, but did not truly possess it. Ridio asked in shock whether Ian deceived him. Ian replied that he only wished to prove Ridio could find it himself. Ian proposed an exchange, leaving Ridio hesitant. Ian explained that he would periodically transfer mana, so Ridio would not die from poisoning. At the same time, he promised to find a way for Ridio to use the Lendier flower correctly, although he believed he would uncover its secret. Ian invited Ridio to travel with him to the capital. Ridio asked why he must go. Ian set his condition: create mana-replenishing pills for me and learn how to treat my mother's illness. Ridio was surprised, thinking Ian could request help from more famous alchemists. Ian replied that he needed someone constantly beside him to supply medicine. He looked at Douglas, reminding him that the boy almost rushed into a forest full of bandits just to save his father. Choose the correct decision, at least for your son's sake. Douglas listened in confusion. Ridio suddenly realized Ian was not an ordinary child, and asked for time to think. Ian calmly said he could take as long as he needed. Looked at the father and son, thinking that in this life, Douglas would not lose his father or become a slave. Ian silently waited for their answer. Looked at Douglas's innocent face, and silently vowed that talent would never fall into Ragna's hands. Next morning, Ian still stood before the house waiting. Arnold called from behind, saying they were ready to return to the castle. He reported that the team had prepared to depart. Ian hesitated because he was still waiting for their decision. The door remained silent. Finally, Ian told Arnold to depart. Felt a slight disappointment, thinking they had not decided. Suddenly, the door opened. Ridio and Douglas stepped out carrying luggage, and Douglas called Mage. Ian looked at them with surprise. He asked whether they had decided. Rio answered that he had no other choice. I must survive first, he said, stepping down the stairs. Rio smiled, asking Ian to keep his promise. Ian replied happily, of course. Noticed Douglas seemed to want to say something. Douglas asked whether he truly could cure his father. Ian took a deep breath, then smiled, promising that he could. Douglas asked again whether it was true. Ian patiently confirmed it was true. The boy happily asked whether he could call Ian leader. Ian felt awkward but nodded. Douglas responded seriously, yes, leader. Looking at the carefree boy, Ian remembered the cold Douglas of his previous life and felt astonished that he was once like this. Suddenly, the sound of galloping horses thundered closer. Ian turned around while Douglas looked confused. Soldier dismounted and ran over, saying they must return to the castle immediately. Ian asked what happened. The soldier said the prince had crossed the Gamut River. Ian was slightly surprised, and the soldier confirmed the news arrived that morning. Ian did not answer the question and only thought to himself, why did they only report this now? He seemed to understand what he had to do next. Ian then said, lend me your horse for a moment. The other man asked with suspicion, you know how to ride a horse? Ian walked closer to the horse and gently stroked its mane a few times. He said he was not very good, but it would probably get used to him soon. Turned out the way Ian befriended the horse was by using a taming spell to make it accept him. Only a few seconds passed, and the horse's gaze had completely changed. It immediately became obedient before Ian. He said, we need to go to the castle. Can you carry me there? Suddenly, the horse stepped back a few steps, as if thinking about something. It slowly lowered its body to the ground, clearly making it easier for Ian to climb onto its back. While the people around still did not understand what had happened, Ian had already spoken, Lord Anon, please take Mr. Video along. That moment, Ian had already climbed onto the horse's back. He hurriedly added that he would go ahead first. In another place, the escort convoy of Crown Prince Hayden continued moving. In the middle of the long line of cavalry was a magnificent royal carriage. Inside the carriage, Hayden sat silently looking outside through the window. He recalled a previous conversation. Father Emperor summoned me. Emperor Terry spoke in a serious voice. I have something to tell you before you leave. I heard that Herbert often interacts with the fifth prince. Hearing that, Hayden was slightly startled, quietly continued listening, because he clearly understood that many nobles acted according to the ivory tower. Therefore, which side the master of the tower supported was extremely important. Terry then realized that the master of the tower seemed to be leaning toward the fifth prince. He understood his son very well and said Ragna was very intelligent. He would certainly use Herbert to draw powerful figures to his side. Terry paused briefly, then looked toward Hayden. At that moment, he said, Ianfa, you must find a way to make that boy become your person before the ivory tower reaches him. Although Hayden remained silent while listening, his father's words kept echoing in his mind. Make that boy stand on your side and build the foundation of power. Looking back to that oppressive memory, Hayden could only sigh tiredly. He lightly ruffled his hair in helplessness. Even if he was a mage, what could a child do? The ivory tower had so many mages, yet none stood on his side. Hayden's eyes suddenly became cold. Why did he abandon me to choose the fifth prince? Dark thoughts surged through his mind. When I ascend the throne, I will purge all of them. At that moment, the captain of the second night squad, Oliver Jehud, approached the carriage and called, Your Highness. He went straight to the point. I think it would be best to send a notice to the Moglian family in advance. Hayden did not even bother looking outside and replied, I remember we already decided that. Oliver still patiently persuaded him. They need time to prepare before your arrival. Please consider them. Hayden rested his chin on his hand and spoke with boredom. Now that you mention it, your family also belongs to the Moglian clan in the north. Oliver replied, yes, that is correct. Hayden's voice came from inside the carriage. How long until we arrive? Oliver calculated briefly and replied about 2 more days. Only then did Hayden's expression change. He smiled lightly and ordered, good, 2 days is enough. Send them the message. His mood mixed anticipation and contempt. Let us see how the Empire's shields in the north will prepare within 2 days. Oliver did not dare say anything more after hearing that. He bowed his head and replied, yes, your highness. Scene shifted to the estate of Lord Marcus. He was busy directing servants to prepare accommodations for the crown prince. Marcus waved his hand and ordered, remember to clean everything thoroughly. Do not leave even a single grain of dust. In his heart, he was extremely worried. I thought they would not come because there had been no notice. Yet suddenly they, as the manager of the Moglian territory, he had to hide all his worries. Marcus turned to ask the steward Hoga whether the other families had arrived. Hoga replied almost all had arrived, except Markfaden and Zeus, who were still on the way. Marcus showed a tired expression, then asked again, what about the mages? Still no news. Hoga answered somewhat awkwardly, still none. Marcus became even more tense at the situation. For now let us step outside. Not long after the guards at the gate loudly announced the Crown Prince had arrived. Immediately the Crown Prince's convoy entered Lord Marcus's estate. The carriage carrying Hayden finally stopped. He slowly stepped down with a majestic presence, difficult for anyone to rival. Marcus and the other families had already stood waiting to welcome him. Someone quietly asked Marcus where the mage was. Before Marcus could answer, a loud shout suddenly rang out, "Stop!" From that direction, a horse approached, then stopped at the command just given. The one riding on the horse was Ian. He clung tightly to the saddle as if afraid of falling at any moment. A few seconds later, Ian raised his head. His hair was messy, and he said sorry for arriving late. Marcus replied awkwardly that it was good he had arrived. "Please come this way." The people around whispered that boy is the mage. He cannot even ride a horse properly. Marcus placed his hand on Ian's shoulder and said, "You have been summoned by the royal family. According to imperial law, you must stand at the highest position." After explaining, the two walked forward to meet the Crown Prince. For a moment, they simply stood looking at each other in silence. Hayden spoke first. "You are Ian Fa." Ian did not answer immediately and carefully observed the Crown Prince's face. In his mind appeared the image of a face he had not seen for a long time. He looked toward the ivory tower mages standing nearby. Ian's gaze stopped on a black-haired girl. Seeming to notice someone looking at her, she turned and smiled at Ian. Her name was Cecilia, and also smiled slightly because he clearly knew she was a spy of the Kailu Empire. Time passed and the scene shifted to the banquet inside Marcus's estate. Oliver patiently reminded the Crown Prince, "Your Highness, please do not drink too much." But Hayden ignored him and said, "Besides this wine, what else is worth drinking?" He continued complaining, "I cannot believe I must socialize with these nobles after such a long journey. This banquet is truly boring. I also do not like that brat. I want to return and rest early." Oliver could only remain silent while listening to those complaints. In another corner, Cecilia held a glass of wine while leaning against the wall away from the noise. She thought this was truly a strange coincidence. The Kailu Empire was also paying attention to that brat. She recalled the previous order to personally observe Ian Fa and verify the rumors, thinking that her eyes became determined. If the rumor was true, she must capture both the brat mage and his mother and bring them back to the Empire. Cecilia looked around the crowd but did not see Ian anywhere. What kind of person was he to cause so much trouble? Perhaps she should go look for him. She walked alone toward the nearby training yard. When she saw a familiar figure, she immediately recognized him. It was him. Cecilia stood behind him, quietly gathering mana to prepare a sneak attack. Perhaps she should test the strength people rumored about. Start with something light. A strike similar to a surprise attack. As soon as the thought ended, magical arrows shot toward Ian. Magical arrows struck exactly where Ian had just stood and smoked, and dust rose everywhere. Cecilia watched closely, then suddenly widened her eyes in shock, because every attack she launched had been blocked by the mage she had looked down on. Only then did she realize it was a magic shield. Ian looked at the girl in front of him and directly asked who she was. Cecilia calmly replied, "You do not recognize my spell. I am a senior from the Ivory Tower. I only wanted to greet you." Ian asked again, "So greeting others means attacking them?" Cecilia sneered with a contemptuous gaze. "Oh, this little boy speaks quite amusingly. A senior is only joking with a junior." Ian had not even finished listening when he called her name accurately, Cecilia. That made her freeze because she did not understand why he knew her name. When Ian continued with Cecilia Walker, she truly panicked. She realized the plan might have been exposed and quickly asked who he was, how he knew that name. Ian calmly replied that he knew her very well. Memories from a previous life made it impossible for him not to know. Ian revealed a mysterious smile and said if he wished he could list many more names. Cecilia panicked and interrupted, "Stop talking nonsense." But Ian continued mentioning the young master of the mutant family. Ian stepped forward slowly and continued listing names. Royal Secretary Robin Irio, member of Guard Squad 9, assistant to the palace head maid. After saying that, Ian tilted his head and asked whether she knew the common point among those people. He thought he knew. Cecilia almost lost control and shouted, "Brat." He looked at Ian with full vigilance. "I do not understand how you know those names." Magical flames began gathering in Cecilia's hand. She continued coldly, "But it would be best if you pretended not to know." Immediately, she hurled a gigantic fireball toward Ian. Blazing flames illuminated the night sky. Cecilia clenched her fist while staring at the sea of fire before her, thinking she had defeated him. But in an instant, a figure burst out from the flames as fast as the wind. Cecilia was shocked when she saw Ian step out completely unharmed. Ian slowly approached with a magical sphere in his hand. "I already knew you belonged to the Walker family." Cecilia tried to remain calm and asked, "If you already knew, then why did you come here alone?" Inside, she was still shocked that he had avoided the previous attack. Ian spoke while raising the sphere of light. I knew you would come looking for me at the training yard. Cecilia unconsciously followed the movement of that sphere with her eyes. In the next moment, she once again widened her eyes in terror, because before her now stood countless sharp ice spikes pointing straight at her. Under the dim moonlight, the ice spikes reflected shimmering light, looking both mysterious and brilliant like a divine spectacle. Ian calmly said, as if he had already known everything, I already guessed it. Ian coldly raised his hand and pointed straight at Cecilia, then gave the command, ice spears. Following that order, countless sharp ice spikes shot straight toward the target. Cecilia panicked and immediately stepped back several paces. Fortunately, she managed to raise a mana shield just before the storm of ice descended. However, the barrier did not last long. After only a few seconds, cracks began to appear. Cecilia cursed in shock, damn it. Meanwhile, Ian continued forming a massive fireball, its power far stronger than the fireball Cecilia had just cast. Ian's gaze was as cold as ice piercing through her. He chanted briefly, fire burst. Immediately afterward, the gigantic fireball was hurled straight towards Cecilia. Fear surged through her mind. If I keep the mana shield, I cannot move, I will die. In that life and death moment, Cecilia was forced to cancel the mana barrier so she could escape. When the shield vanished, she immediately turned and ran at full speed. Even so, the ice spears continued piercing through her body. Bloody cuts appeared all over her body, but at least it was better than being burned to death. To that desperate decision, Cecilia barely escaped the terrifying explosion of the fireball. Her body full of injuries, she turned back to look behind with horror. After the shock, Cecilia still could not believe it. I am still alive. Having narrowly escaped death, she collapsed to the ground from exhaustion and thought Ian must have run out of mana after using fire burst. Spy quickly calculated, sooner or later the others will arrive. There is no proof that I am a spy and they will not believe the words of a child. The Ivory Tower mages may not even suspect me. I only need to recover, then deal with the brat. Meanwhile, Ian slowly walked toward her. He calmly said, I am planning to build a reputation for myself. Exposing you. Ian said that with a completely calm expression. Cecilia still looked smug. You think you can do that? Ian slightly curled his lips into a mysterious smile, of course. I have evidence you people have never even known about. Cecilia began to feel uneasy. What are you talking about? Just then the Royal Knights and the Ivory Tower mages rushed to the scene. Oliver quickly asked what had happened. Seeing Cecilia lying on the ground, the mages immediately helped her up and asked how she got those wounds. Ian answered frankly, I did it. Hearing that, all eyes immediately turned toward him. Oliver spoke sternly, explained clearly what happened. Ian immediately began acting without hesitation. I happened to see her talking with a masked man. Cecilia's eyes widened. What? Ian pretended to be aggrieved and continued. Then she suddenly attacked and tried to kill me. Oliver roughly understood the situation and asked, so that is why you fought back? Ian immediately said, I only did it to survive. Oliver asked again, do you have evidence? Ian replied, when I arrived they were checking something, a mark on their bodies. Oliver heard that and began thinking. Then he immediately ordered Cecilia's body to be searched. Two mages with her quickly stepped forward to protect her. Finn said, Captain, that is excessive. We are mages of the Ivory Tower. But Oliver, as the captain of the Royal Knights, immediately drew his sword. The sword tip pointed directly at them, making both step back in fear. Oliver said seriously, the person with the highest authority is here, and this matter must be investigated. Whether the mages are involved or not, we must find the truth. Finn immediately lowered his tone. At least let me heal her first. Oliver coldly replied, do it after the inspection. He signaled two female knights to search Cecilia. After a while the inspection was finished. Cecilia quickly asked, did you find anything suspicious? Two female knights bowed their heads and replied, we found nothing. Finn immediately shouted, I told you already. How dare you suspect her? Hurry and treat her wounds. At that moment Oliver began to doubt Ian. Did you lie? Ian shook his head, of course not. He stepped closer to Cecilia, making her instinctively afraid. Ian walked behind her and said sorry in advance. Cecilia turned back cautiously. What are you trying to do? But Ian simply placed his hand on the back of her neck and cast magic. Suddenly everyone present was shocked. Clear mana seal appeared on Cecilia's neck. Cecilia herself panicked. What did you do? Ian smiled. I was wondering what you two were checking earlier. Perhaps it was this. Memories from his previous life flashed through Ian's mind. Cole Walker had once been sent to the training academy with this mark. Only the overseer knew about it. In his previous life, it took him nearly a year to discover it. Oliver did not know the Goldwalker secret, so he turned to ask the two mages whether they recognized this mark. Finn awkwardly replied, this is the first time I have seen it. Oliver asked Ian again, and you? Ian pretended to be innocent and said, this is also my first time seeing it. Inside, he thought evidence alone was enough. After thinking for a moment, Oliver ordered her to be treated and then interrogated. Turned to the two Ivory Tower mages. Prepare the mana prison. They reluctantly agreed. After arranging everything, Oliver looked toward Ian. He said, if everything is true, the Emperor will surely reward you. Ian pretended to be surprised even though everything had been part of his plan. Oliver then reported the entire matter to the Crown Prince. Hayden asked in surprise that child defeated a third-tier mage. Oliver replied yes. Hayden laughed. I did not expect he could actually do it. The Crown Prince asked again, what do you think, Captain Oliver? What kind of child is he? Oliver answered seriously, it seems the mages were not wrong. The way he speaks and behaves is not like a child. Hayden crossed his arms and thought. Said I should meet him personally before making a conclusion. Bring him. A while later, Ian entered the room and respectfully bowed. You summoned me. Crown Prince spoke directly. I heard a mage of the Ivory Tower was actually a spy of the Kailu Empire. I heard she was quite strong. Hayden continued. Therefore, your achievement in capturing her is quite commendable. Ian humbly replied, I was only lucky. Hayden smiled with satisfaction. Therefore, I want to reward you. Tell me what you want. Ian clearly understood the Crown Prince's intention. He wanted to know his true desire. Ian thought for a moment, then hesitantly said, if possible, I would like to visit the old Ivory Tower site on the way to the castle. Hayden was surprised. The old Ivory Tower site, there is nothing there. Ian pretended to be embarrassed. I have only heard stories about it and always wanted to see it once with my own eyes. Hearing such an innocent answer, Hayden lowered his guard. Perhaps he is only a child. Hayden agreed, very well, I will take you there. Ian lowered his head to hide his smile. Perhaps I will obtain it sooner than expected. He secretly felt pleased when thinking about the old Ivory Tower site and the secret item lying deep beneath it, the Dragon Language Scroll. The Dragon Language is an important key in the study of magical creatures. Ian excitedly thought in his previous life, he only understood a part before dying. This time he will go first. A few days later, the royal escort brought Ian and his family to the capital. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere was cheerful. Ian's mother excitedly looked out the window. It was the first time she had traveled so far. She turned and smiled at her son, right, Ian? And smiled and replied, yes, mother. Radio sitting beside them happily said, when we reach the capital, I will be your guide, Mrs. Fa. I worked there for a while. Vanessa smiled brightly. Thank you very much. Ian looked at him and thought to himself, it really is this man. Just then the sound of horse hooves outside drew Ian's attention to the window. Royal Knight Vice approached and reported, Ian, we have arrived. This place was the old Ivory Tower site Ian wanted to visit. Vice said the plan was to stay here for 2 days. He smiled and added, under the Emperor's order, the boy is free to explore this place during that time. Vice Neem smiled and said to everyone, please follow me. I will lead the way for all of you. After that, he led the entire group to a small village near the ruins of the old Ivory Tower to rest for the night. The village was immersed in a peaceful atmosphere under the silent night. Hearing that members of the royal family and mages had arrived, the village chief hurried out to welcome them. I never expected everyone would visit this place. This is truly a great honor for our village. Hayden smiled and replied warmly, there is no need to be so formal. Ian was slightly surprised to see the Crown Prince treating the villagers so kindly. He quietly thought perhaps that man always behaved kindly toward common people. Memories from his previous life suddenly surfaced in Ian's mind. At that time, Hayden's face was always gloomy and filled with hatred, partly because Ragna had always stood beside Ian back then. Looking at the smile before him, Ian suddenly understood. Perhaps the Crown Prince only showed displeasure toward nobles or the royal family. Ian reflected, perhaps that is why the current emperor favors the eldest son more. Suddenly, Douglas ran over and asked the leader, when do you plan to go to the old Ivory Tower? Ian asked back, why are you asking that? Douglas answered awkwardly that he also wanted to go along. Ian sighed softly, then thought he needed to go down to the underground area at dawn. He replied to Douglas, tomorrow, if we have free time, we will go. Douglas's eyes lit up like a small puppy really together. Ian felt slightly embarrassed by that adorable reaction, so he only nodded. Douglas smiled brightly, thank you. While the two boys were chatting happily, Rio, standing behind, said to Vanessa that Douglas seemed to like Ian very much. Then he turned and quietly asked Mrs. Fa, I have something I want to ask. Rio curiously spoke his thoughts. Is Ian always so mature? I truly cannot see him as a 12-year-old child. Vanessa looked at her son with gentle eyes, then replied, Ian matured quite early. The boy is very kind and always knows how to care for others. He is exactly like his father. She sighed and added, I know he never says it, but he must be trying to fill the space left by his father. Thinking about that makes me feel very guilty. Rio thought to himself, so the boy resembles his father. He asked further, was your husband also a mage? Vanessa shook her head no. Fan was just an ordinary man. The image of her husband appeared in Vanessa's mind. She sadly said he disappeared before Ian was born. One day he went to work and never returned. 5 years later, only his belongings were sent back. Her eyes lowered sadly, and now Ian has. Thinking of the husband who had been missing for 12 years, Vanessa could not continue speaking. She sighed and said to Rio, let us forget about that, it is nothing. After that, everyone followed the villagers, arrangements to their resting places. The next morning, as dawn just appeared, Ian was already at the ruins of the old Ivory Tower. He walked slowly, and recalled a similar journey from his previous life. Ian remembered himself from the previous life, a journey with no end after the Unification War when he left the Ivory Tower and the Empire. He wondered whether his joining the Ivory Tower back then had merely been coincidence. Ian denied it again. No, it seemed something had guided him. When he realized it, he was already standing before the tower. Whether in this life or the previous one, this place had not changed. Ian entered the tower and recalled the history. 300 years ago, there had been a war between the mages of the Ivory Tower and the Dragonians, descendants of dragons. At that time, the Gargoyle army and the dark magic of the Dragonians were enough to destroy the Empire, but the Emperor and the Archmage Nyson Green River rose to lead. He and the strongest mages defeated the Dragonians and destroyed the gargoyles to protect the Empire. But after the victory, Nyson Green River refused the throne. Instead, he became the master of the tower and built the capital Green River Diem. For time, this place was ruined and eventually abandoned. Ian walked around the tower as if searching for something. It should be near here. Ian's hand touched a hidden mechanism. Immediately, the ground beneath his feet trembled. A staircase leading down into a tunnel appeared. Here it is. Ian stepped down without hesitation. Below was pitch black, so Ian cast a light spell. A sphere shining like a small sun appeared, illuminating everything. Light spread and drove away the surrounding darkness. Suddenly, the light shone upon a statue of a monster. The statue had a human shape, but with long arms, sharp fangs, and wings behind it. It looked frighteningly lifelike. Ian looked at it and remembered the first time he saw this statue, he had also been surprised. Suddenly, the statue began to tremble. Right after that, it moved and transformed into a real monster and roared violently. In the past, Ian had been surprised because he never expected a gargoyle extinct for 300 years to be hidden here. In a blink, the creature leaped off the stone pedestal and disappeared from sight. Only a second later, the gargoyle appeared right before Ian. It prepared to charge straight at him. Ian remained calm and formed a sphere of water in his hand. The sphere rapidly expanded, then shot straight toward the monster. The gargoyle failed to dodge and was struck directly in the abdomen. The tremendous force of water slammed it into the wall before stopping. Ian quietly observed the situation. He knew that in his previous life, killing it had been easy, but now his strength was weaker. Indeed, the gargoyle was almost completely unharmed. In its eyes, only the image of Ian remained as a target to eliminate. The gargoyle stomped against the wall to gain momentum and lunged again. Ian immediately chanted, "Ice spears." Sharp ice spikes instantly erupted from the ground. The monster was pierced through the abdomen and roared in pain. Ian launched the next move. Electricity began coursing around his body. Ian stared directly at the gargoyle. A powerful bolt of lightning struck straight down upon the monster. After a moment, it became completely motionless. Its body was charred and smoking. Ian thought the gargoyle was finished. He calmly waited. As expected, not long after, a hidden mechanism appeared. A stone door slowly opened, revealing a passage inside. Ian smiled with satisfaction, just like last time. He used feather magic to descend gently. Above, Ian landed safely. He began moving deeper into the underground area. Following memories from his previous life, Ian went straight to the place where the book he sought was kept. Thought happily about encountering it sooner than expected. The dragon language scroll lay right on the stone table. Ian wondered who had hidden it here. Wondered whether it was dragons or the first two mages. Ian lifted the book, Dragon Language, the thing he had not fully understood in his previous life. As he thought that, Ian suddenly froze. Because the scroll was completely empty, there was not a single word. Ian flipped through the pages, but they remained blank. What is happening? Suddenly, a possibility appeared in his mind. Perhaps in his previous life, he had already used it. Realizing that, Ian slowly closed the book. He thought if in his previous life, he had read it one more time. Ian opened his mouth to speak, but suddenly stopped. He realized he could not produce any sound. Ian quickly calmed down. The dragon language is not ordinary sound, but a magical language using mana. That meant if he could not use the dragon language, he also could not use time magic. He could never return to the past again. A trace of regret appeared on Ian's face. Thinking again, discovering it early was also good. If he had not known everything beforehand, things might have been worse. Ian's second life had now become even heavier. The scene shifted to a prosperous city appearing ahead. A soldier reported, "Ian, we are about to reach the capital, Green River Diem." Convoy carrying Ian and his family gradually entered the city gate. Ian sat inside the carriage looking out the window and thought he had finally reached the capital. Behind the carriage, holding the imprisoned Cecilia, Ian silently thought that he needed to be more cautious because trouble could still occur. If Cecilia found a way to escape and contacted another walker, then the Walker Empire would certainly begin paying attention to him. Therefore, sooner or later, she would mention the only person who clearly knew the identity of the Walker bloodline, himself. At that point, everything would surely become troublesome in many different ways. Ian's train of thought was suddenly interrupted by the situation unfolding outside. The convoy led by Oliver suddenly stopped in the middle of the road. Bert and a group of Ivory Tower mages stepped forward and demanded they halt. Oliver paused for a moment, then carefully observed the man before him. Only then did he realize that it was the head of the ivory tower. Oliver dismounted his horse, then coldly asked what authority you have to block our path. But Oliver immediately froze when Herbert said he had received an official order. Herbert calmly pulled out the document and explained that from now on the interrogation of Cecilia and everything related would be handled by the ivory tower. Perhaps the captain had acted somewhat hastily. Oliver did not yield and asked whether he had received the order even before the spy was escorted. Herbert calmly replied that matters like this needed to be handled as quickly as possible. He also added that from now on the ivory tower captain would take responsibility, so Oliver did not need to worry. Those words were no different from an insult to a knight captain like Oliver, but he could only grit his teeth and endure because of the order in Herbert's hand. In the end, Oliver had no choice but to order the soldiers to hand the prisoner over to the ivory tower. Hearing the words criminal, Herbert immediately became displeased and reminded them that she had not yet been convicted. Until the truth was clear, Cecilia was still a mage of the ivory tower, so they should choose their words carefully. Oliver's hand clenched with anger, but he could not defy the emperor's order. Soldiers under Oliver also muttered in frustration that they were the ones who had captured Cecilia, yet the ivory tower seized authority. Even if it was the emperor's order, it was still hard to accept. Sitting inside the carriage, Ian observed the entire scene and clearly understood what they were planning. Ian knew they were not truly protecting Cecilia because she was a mage. They simply did not want knights interrogating an ivory tower mage. Afterward, they would imprison her in the deepest dungeon of the tower and find a quieter way to deal with her. Even if she was a walker spy, she would not escape. Vanessa, sitting beside Ian, did not understand what was happening outside, so she asked why it was so noisy. Ian gently reassured her that there was nothing to worry about. He turned his face aside and sighed softly because there was still another matter troubling him. Just then Ian heard a voice outside saying that the crown prince wanted to stop somewhere before returning to the castle. The scene shifted to a vast and magnificent mansion. When he stepped down from the carriage, Ian realized that this was the villa Ragna had once granted him when he reached the 5th tier in his previous life. Aiden approached from behind and asked, "How do you find this place?" He smiled and added that this was the villa granted to Ian. Ian immediately bowed respectfully to thank His Highness for the grace. Hayden laughed comfortably and said the boy was being too formal. Ian silently compared the two lives. In his previous life, he had received this place at 26, but now it came 14 years earlier. The house was truly beautiful. Hayden did not notice Ian's thoughts and cheerfully said that from now on the boy's family would live here, and the boy should come with him to the castle. He must meet the emperor. After saying that, Ian suddenly looked hesitant as if he wanted to say something. Finally, he requested, "If possible, allow me to tour the villa with my mother for a moment." Hayden immediately agreed. Rare joy appeared on Ian's face, and he quickly thanked the crown prince. The villa was truly magnificent, even from its exterior architecture. Even the decorations inside were astonishingly luxurious. Vanessa looked around and exclaimed in amazement. Ian asked whether she liked it. She awkwardly said the place was wonderful. Ian smiled and said, "From now on this will be our home." Vanessa asked in surprise, "Really?" Ian nodded firmly. Seeing his mother happy warmed Ian's heart. He remembered that in his previous life, when he received the villa, his mother had already passed away. Ian thought that even though he once became a great mage, he still could not bring his mother back. But now everything was different. He wanted to do everything for her while she was still here. Ian stepped closer and asked his mother how she felt about this place, while secretly waiting for her reaction. Ian hoped that this time he could see his mother's happy smile, something he had never seen in his previous life. Vanessa quickly replied that the place was very spacious and beautiful, but she also worried about how they could clean such a large house. Ian immediately froze at his mother's overly practical answer. He stammered and called mother. Vanessa asked what is wrong, Ian. Ian did not say it aloud, and only silently vowed that from now on he would not let his mother do housework anymore. Scene shifted to the royal castle of Green Riverdale. Ian adjusted his sleeve and felt a little nervous. In his previous life, he had never met the emperor privately. Today, he wore formal attire to pay his respects. His previous life, when Ian graduated from the academy, the emperor had already been bedridden waiting for death. In everyone's eyes, he had always been praised as an emperor of wisdom and clarity. Ian followed the guide while curiously observing everything, because he wanted to learn from this king. Through the window, Ian saw another palace. He recognized it as the prince's palace. Memories returned again. He wondered what that man was doing at this moment. The 5th Prince Ragnar resembled the emperor the most, but he was the son of a concubine, so he was not loved. At the same time, he had once been Ian's friend and later became his greatest enemy. Thinking of that, Ian could not help worrying what he would do if he met Ragnar again in this life. The guide stopped before a large door. He said, "Please enter. The emperor is waiting for you." Door opened. Ian took a breath, then stepped inside to face the emperor. Inside the room, only the emperor and the crown prince were waiting. Ian knelt and saluted. Emperor Terry spoke in a deep voice, commanding him to raise his head. He looked at Ian and said the hero of the North, Ian Fa, had achieved many accomplishments in a short time. Ian bowed his head in thanks. Terry said there was no need to be overly strict with etiquette, because the boy had never been taught court manners. Told Ian to stand, and the boy obeyed. Ian suddenly remembered that this sentence felt very familiar. The first time he met Ragna, the prince had said almost the same words. Terry continued asking whether Ian was tired after the long journey. He mentioned the villa he had just granted. Hayden, standing beside, caught Ian's gaze and happily waved. Ian still had to maintain etiquette, so he answered the emperor that the house was larger than he had imagined. But inwardly, he wondered what Hayden was doing waving before the emperor. Terry then asked whether the boy liked that place. Ian sincerely replied that he liked it very much, and his mother was also very happy. Hearing that, Terry smiled with satisfaction. He went straight to the point, asking whether Ian realized why he had the crown prince bring him here and grant him the villa. Ian hesitated for a moment, unsure whether he should answer directly. Looking at the emperor before him, Ian suddenly remembered Ragna. The fifth prince also liked to speak directly like this. Ian quickly restrained himself. No matter what, he was still only a 12-year-old child. Ian decided to answer like an innocent child, that perhaps it was because his magical talent was better than others. Terry immediately interrupted and asked whether the boy thought he was more talented. Continued asking, making the atmosphere in the room tense. Ian did not know how to respond. Hayden saw his awkwardness and felt displeased. He raised his head and called his father. Hayden smiled lightly and said children do not know much. Terry was slightly surprised to see his son speak. He thought this was the first time Hayden had stepped forward to defend someone. Terry suddenly thought that this young mage might become a good support for Hayden. He said that indeed Ian had been summoned because of his talent. Terry also heard that Ian had helped expose a walker spy. In the quiet room, the emperor said that one who had rendered merit deserved a reward. Then he asked Ian what he wanted. Ian secretly rejoiced because the opportunity had finally come, yet he reminded himself to maintain the role of a child. Hayden spoke for Ian, saying the boy had wanted to visit the old ivory tower out of curiosity. Hearing that, Ian revealed a subtle smile. Terry immediately agreed and granted Ian a special seal. With this item, Ian could freely enter and leave that area. A servant brought the golden seal and handed it to Ian, and Terry said the boy could use it to request someone to guide him. The emperor asked, so that is all the boy wishes? Ian softly replied that was already more than enough. Hearing that, the emperor laughed cheerfully and said, if so, then I will add another reward for you. He ordered, bring it in. Immediately the maids entered the room one after another. He carried a large chest filled with shining gold coins. Terry said, this is the reward for you. Then he pointed to the group of maids behind and said, from now on they will clean the villa every day. I will send them to serve so the boy can live more comfortably. Looking at those servants, Ian suddenly remembered his mother's worry and thought that from now on she would not need to worry about cleaning anymore. Ian bowed sincerely and said, thank you, your majesty. A while later the meeting ended and Ian stood alone outside. He thought that the emperor seemed different from others. Instead of being drawn in, he felt the man always observed with suspicious eyes. Ian guessed that perhaps he treated everyone that way, just like Ragna, thinking that he clenched the seal in his hand. Ian remembered Ragna once saying that suspicion is necessary to rule. He told himself to focus on what mattered because time was limited. A while later, Ian walked alone toward the garden in the royal palace. The guard there noticed him immediately. He asked why the young mage had come here. Ian pretended to be naive and asked where the garden was. He took out the seal and said, the emperor told me to show this. The guard immediately changed his attitude and led the way. In his mind, Ian calculated that he would pretend to be sightseeing, then move toward the place he needed. After walking around for a while, Ian finally entered the sacred ground of the empire. His eyes darkened slightly as he remembered the old words that I really like this place, Ian. In the previous life, Ragna once said this place served only the emperor and the empress, so outsiders of the royal family were not allowed to enter. That time, that man had also said he was only a prince, so he could not enter yet. But one day he certainly would. Returning to the present, Ian had stepped inside. Dim oil lamps faintly illuminated the room. He leaned against the corner of the wall, as if secretly doing something. Ian saw the guard nodding off. In truth, guards were usually very vigilant, but today they were drowsy because Ian had secretly cast a sleep spell on them. After making sure no one was paying attention, he began searching. It should be near the emperor's coffin. Ian continued searching around the area. It must be nearby. Suddenly, his gaze stopped at one place. Ian widened his eyes in surprise, found it. He silently exclaimed in his heart, Heartstone mushroom. Ian quickly used an ice spear to skillfully harvest each mushroom. After taking enough, he sighed softly. Good, this will be enough from now on, then carefully stored them in his pouch. Suddenly, a voice sounded from afar saying, it is already late, where are you going? Ian immediately froze. A bad thought flashed through his mind. Could it be? Ian immediately extinguished the light sphere in his hand. Space instantly fell into darkness. Outside, faint conversation could be heard. Ian only caught fragments, like what then another voice replied, I understand. He held his breath and stood still in the dark corner, waiting to see what would happen. At that moment, Kelvin walked in and said, "Princess, Your Highness, even so this place is still quiet." Hearing that, Ian thought to himself, "Princess, Your Highness, currently there are only 3 princesses, and it certainly is not Rangna." Princess Harry Green River gently replied that this place is rarely visited, and sound cannot escape outside. She added that as a princess, she must manage this sacred place, while Kelvin would inspect the magic here. Hearing the voice, Ian immediately recognized that it was Harry Green River, the younger sister of the Crown Prince. Kelvin asked why Your Highness did not report this matter to the Ivory Tower. As soon as the Ivory Tower was mentioned, Harry immediately objected strongly, saying that must not happen. He frowned slightly and said, "Do you not know how dangerous the Ivory Tower is?" But when thinking of her father and elder brother, she smiled and said the ancestors would surely understand because everything is for them. Kelvin understood that he could not persuade the princess, so he could only say he would help her to the end. Then he asked whether she remembered the basic incantations from last time. Harry excitedly said, "Of course." Kelvin praised her, then asked her to try creating light. Harry seriously followed and let mana flow. Soon a small sphere of light appeared in her hand. Ian in the dark corner was astonished to see the princess using magic. Harry looked at her small sphere and complained why his mind so small. Kelvin patiently explained because she had only begun practicing recently. Ian remembered Harry from the previous life. He lived her entire life like a bird in a cage, and when Rangna became emperor after the crown prince was executed, she also ended her own life. Only now did Ian realize she was actually a mage. Then why did she have to hide it? He guessed that in the Empire hiding magical ability was a grave crime, and Kelvin surely knew this as well. Although he did not understand Harry's intention, she suddenly said, "Next time teach me an attack spell like a volcano." Kelvin helplessly replied, "Even I cannot use that spell." Suddenly, Harry seemed to sense something behind her. She immediately turned her head, making Kelvin ask, "What is wrong, Your Highness?" Harry said she thought she heard a sound earlier. Kelvin panicked, fearing they had been discovered. Kelvin anxiously said, "Let us stop for today." Harry reassured him that it was fine, because only the royal family could enter this place. By then, the sky outside had already grown late. At some point, Ian had already left the place. He looked up at the sky and thought today he had discovered too many unexpected things. Never expected Princess Harry to be a mage. Even in the previous life, Ian had never known. Remembering her reaction, Ian guessed she was wary of the Ivory Tower, perhaps because the Ivory Tower supported Rangna. As Ian left the place, he thought he had spent quite a lot of time. When he reached the gate, the guard asked whether the young mage had finished sightseeing. Ian looked at the guard with innocent eyes. He replied that it was enough. A while later at Ian's villa, as soon as he stepped inside, Ridio ran out to welcome him. Ian asked where his mother and the others were. Ridio said Mrs. Fa was talking with the maids from the royal palace, while Douglas was exploring. Ridio said his son was excited like a small puppy while exploring the new house. The boy kept shouting that the place was so big. After hearing that, Ian said, "Ridio, may I speak with you privately?" The two then went into a room together. Ian said, "I want you to make a potion for me." Ridio asked what kind of potion it was. Ian produced the pouch of mushrooms he had picked. He explained that these were heartstone mushrooms and they were poisonous. They could paralyze the body and stop the heart. Ridio hesitated because these mushrooms were extremely dangerous. Making poison was possible, but a potion was. Ian asked whether he had ever heard of interrogation magic. Ridio thought for a moment, then said he had heard of it. Ian explained that he needed the potion to resist that magic. Ian asked if he could do it. Ridio replied he would have to experiment, but asked if it was urgent. Ian said it was very urgent, the sooner the better. While Ridio was thinking, there was a knock at the door. A voice from outside said the Ivory Tower has sent a letter for Lord Ian. A servant entered and handed over the letter. Ian opened the letter and read it. The content said the Ivory Tower also wanted to meet Ian earlier than planned because of his talent. After reading it, Ian said to Ridio, "You have 1 week." Ridio asked in surprise, "Only 1 week?" Ridio sighed and said 1 week means I must even give up sleeping. Ian apologized for the trouble, but said he truly relied on him. That luxurious blue carriage was Ian's carriage, heading toward the Ivory Tower. Ian sat alone inside the carriage, searching for something in his coat. He took out a black vial made by Ridio from heartstone mushrooms. This potion would stabilize the heart for 2 hours. Ian worriedly thought only 2 hours. Ian looked outside through the carriage window. Before him appeared the towering silhouette of the Ivory Tower, standing tall and imposing. This was the very place he had once abandoned everything to leave in his previous life, and now Ian had returned here once again. A moment later, the servant respectfully reported, "My Lord Ian, we have arrived at the Ivory Tower." As soon as Ian stepped out of the carriage, a gentle voice immediately sounded and drew his attention. "My Lord Ian, you have finally arrived." From the direction of the tower, a young woman stepped forward. She introduced herself as Maris and smiled warmly. "Welcome to the Ivory Tower." Maris spoke enthusiastically. "Please follow this way. I will guide you to meet the tower master." After saying that, she gently led Ian into the tower. Maris introduced the place. "This is the first floor of the tower, also the main reception hall for guests." Ian slightly raised his head and slowly observed the entire scene around him. The familiar sight made Ian think that whether it was before, now, or in the future, this place seemed to have never changed. At that moment, Maris pointed forward. "My lord can see that golden disc ahead." Ian replied that he saw it. Maris then explained its function. It was a device used to travel between the floors of the tower. That device was called a mana elevator. According to Maris, the golden discs were reserved only for high-ranking mages, so they could go directly to the top floor. "Please step onto this disc." Ian then slowly walked forward and placed his foot onto the golden disc. Maris continued that the high-ranking mages were waiting for him in the tower master's room on the highest floor. "Then I will take my leave here." Just as Ian steadied himself on the platform, the golden disc beneath his feet immediately shone. A circular matrix engraved with countless clocks clearly appearing. In the blink of an eye, the dazzling radiance flooded the entire hall. Ian remained calm within that circle of light, perhaps because in his previous life he had grown far too familiar with this sight. At this moment, he tightened his grip on the vial of potion in his hand. Right after that, he tilted his head back and drank the liquid inside in a single gulp. Only a moment later, the golden disc had already delivered him to the destination and stopped. Ian had already prepared everything, ready to face whatever was about to happen. He walked toward a massive black door. That heavy door slowly opened. Ian immediately stepped across the threshold and entered inside. The moment he appeared, the master of the Ivory Tower, Herbert, spoke in welcome. He sat proudly on his chair with a superior tone, saying he thanked Ian for accepting the invitation to come to the tower. Ian remained silent without replying. Herbert continued and said he should not keep standing there and should sit down. Inside the room there was not only Ian but also many others. Herbert said he must be feeling surprised, but there was no need to worry, he said while every gaze focused on Ian. According to him, this was merely a small requirement every mage had to go through to join the tower. Ian slowly sat on the chair prepared for him. By observing their reactions, he immediately understood the situation. The atmosphere in the room showed they wanted to ensure Ian would obey them. Herbert spoke while opening an information panel in his hand. "I have heard much about your talent, even without considering that you are still very outstanding. But to be honest, I still have some doubts." Herbert spoke without even bothering to look at Ian. He continued that they were all people bound by mana stronger than blood, so if there were doubts it was best to clarify them immediately. Ian replied calmly that his meaning was that he intended to interrogate him. Herbert folded his arms and denied it, saying how could they do such a thing? Within this tower there was no place for dishonorable actions. But his gaze suddenly turned cold, and he said they only needed to ask a few questions, and Ian only needed to answer. Within that tense atmosphere, Herbert announced, "Then let us begin." Herbert looked at the record board and read clearly, Ian Fa, born in year 488, Sign Hong Duong, Father Fen Fa, a wandering adventurer. Mother Vanessa Fa once served as a maid in the castle. There was nothing incorrect. Ian calmly replied that no, everything was correct. The bald man sitting beside spoke again and asked what relationship he had with the alchemist Ridio. From this moment, Ian began his performance. Thanks to the potion, he maintained a calm expression and replied that my mother is weak in health. I needed an alchemist to supply medicine regularly, and the Lord introduced him. Another person asked why he had come to the old ivory tower. Ian replied that he had seen the place many times in books, so he always wanted to come and see it. The man in the blue robe named Ronan continued and asked if he remembered the mage Cecilia. Ian immediately answered that of course he remembered. Ronan spoke sternly and said he had seen her talking with a masked man. Afterwards, Cecilia was discovered attempting to kill him. He confirmed these events were true because she remained silent. Ian pretended to tremble as he recalled that scene and said, I swear at that time, I truly thought I was about to die. The white-haired woman asked further if truly no one had ever taught him magic. Ian answered firmly that yes, never. She still doubted and pressed further, asking, then, what about the fireball? Summoning spirits or ice crystals as well? How did he know so many rituals? She wanted to hear a reasonable explanation. Did he intend to say that he just did it randomly, and it worked? Ian replied that he only imagined them. He further explained that, for example, he imagined a flame appearing in the palm of his hand. Ian spoke as if it were obvious that he only thought about it, and one day it truly happened. Hearing that, everyone immediately protested fiercely, believing it was completely unreasonable. After a noisy debate about Ian, only Herbert remained calm in thought. He realized even the tower's strongest detection magic showed that the boy was speaking the truth. Herbert stared at Ian without blinking. A thought briefly flashed in his mind that perhaps the boy was the incarnation of the first legendary mage. Immediately afterward, many other hypotheses also appeared in his mind. Or perhaps the boy was actually a high-level mage, hiding his identity. If so, then even advanced detection magic would become useless. But it was hard to believe a child possessed such an enormous amount of mana. Herbert's brows tightened more and more as he wondered what exactly was happening. Just as the atmosphere grew chaotic, Helen, a fourth-level mage, suddenly stood up and shouted in irritation that it was enough. He showed obvious annoyance and said, "Why keep asking such meaningless things? Stop wasting time and ask what truly matters." Ian was also slightly bewildered by this scene. The people around quickly tried to calm Helen because the tower master was still here and everyone had come to question the boy. Helen did not stop. She walked straight toward Ian with arrogance and demanded what he was. With a rude tone, she said, "Use that mouth and tell us what you are. Why do you only answer with nonsense?" Ian, hearing that, thought to himself that this was truly her personality. Looking at the red-haired woman before him, Ian remembered Helen had once been the youngest fourth-level mage before he appeared, exactly like her nickname, the Flame Lady, extremely hot-tempered. Ian had no intention of yielding either. He said, had she not already known. Helen froze when questioned back. She frowned and asked what she knew. Ian pointed at his record board and said it was clearly written there. He read those lines aloud. Ian Fa, born year 488, sign Hong Duong. She not read it. Hearing that, Helen became even more furious and clenched her fist tightly. Her face was filled with anger as she shouted that he dared speak to her like that. While the two were still tense, Herbert suddenly raised his voice and interrupted that it was enough. His gaze seemed to pierce through Ian. Herbert spoke sternly that Ian Fa, he would ask one final question. Before he took the mana reaction test, a small incident happened. A soldier once looked down on him and his mother. He still remembered that man named Jonathan. Ian remained silent while listening as Herbert continued. Herbert spoke with suspicion that the next day that soldier was discovered dead. When the body was found, there were traces of mana on him. He directly asked whether he had anything to do with that soldier death. Ian remained silent. Inside, he thought the tower master truly lived up to his reputation. Looking at Herbert's serious expression, Ian realized the man did not completely trust his magic, but always considered a third possibility. A normal person suspected of murder would certainly panic, yet Ian maintained astonishing calm at this moment. Rapid calculations ran through his mind. If his heartbeat remained stable, they would become even more suspicious. Ian hesitated, thinking Herbert had said this was the last question, so should he cancel the potion effect or not? Ian's gaze became resolute. He had decided to give them the answer they wanted to hear. At that moment, Ian skillfully removed the potion effect. His heartbeat immediately became chaotic as he replied that he knew nothing. Everyone in the room immediately noticed this change. All astonished eyes turned toward him at once, because everyone believed that the boy was lying. Herbert's face finally relaxed slightly. He asked again that he truly had no involvement in that matter. Ian calmly replied that it was correct. Herbert seemed satisfied with that answer. He said, of course, the boy could not have killed that soldier. Thank you for answering that difficult question honestly. After that, he added that the mana trace story had been fabricated. The soldier had actually slipped off a bridge and died. Those words showed he believed he had successfully tested Ian. Ian remained silent because only he knew his performance had succeeded beyond expectation. But the meeting had not ended yet. Herbert said he originally intended to stop here and go eat. Yet there was still one matter to handle. He stated evenly that Ian's talent was something never seen in the tower, a mysterious power difficult to explain. Therefore, they had to be more cautious, Herbert explained. He continued speaking about Ian's current power limit and wanted to see how far he could go. A crystal sphere was placed before Ian's seat following Herbert's instruction. That device was called a mana vessel. It was an important component that helped operate many mechanisms within the tower. Herbert explained that because the mana inside was currently very little, its color was pale. When it contained more mana, it would turn blue. Herbert told Ian to try pouring mana into it. Ian asked whether he should pour everything. Herbert replied yes, because they wanted to see his limit. Ian stepped before the mana vessel and calculated silently. This object could withstand the mana of a third-level mage. Pouring at second level would be a reasonable choice. Thinking that, he placed his hand on the sphere. Ian told himself if he displayed exactly what they expected, their suspicion would lessen, and he would be placed in a safe tier. But then he suddenly paused as another thought surged up. Why should he do that? He was only an 8th-level mage, not a grand mage or legendary figure. His entire life had been spent calculating and reading others. While Ian thought the vessel had already turned blue at some unknown moment, he recalled his previous life when he had once been ready to abandon everything. Power, strength, glory, all could be discarded. Streams of mana continuously flowed from Ian's body into the vessel. He remained immersed in thought that aside from magic, there was nothing he understood more clearly. The amount of mana surged stronger and stronger. If considering only magic, it seemed no one surpassed Ian. The vessel received the enormous energy, so its blue color grew deeper and deeper. Only a second later, it could no longer bear the pressure and began to crack. Next moment, the mana vessel completely exploded, causing the people around to cry out in shock. Streams of mana burst from the vessel, scattering throughout the room. It seemed Ian had truly poured all his magical power into it. His breathing now became heavy. He tried to regulate his breathing again. Even Herbert, seeing this scene, was momentarily speechless. The others stood frozen in place. Only Helen burst out in protest, saying such a thing could not possibly happen. She bent down to pick up a fragment of the shattered vessel and said that this mana container was originally able to withstand the mana of a third-level mage. Thought flashed through her mind that if that were true, then that child, could his power actually surpass a third-level mage? Meanwhile, Ian had already gradually regained his calm. Sometime after Ian left that place, the sky had already been dyed with the colors of dusk. Still inside the same room, someone slammed a hand onto the table and roared that Ian fought. The rumors about that brat were actually true. Ronan could not restrain his emotions and stood up, saying that he was also a fourth-level mage, meaning equal to all of us except the Tower Master. His anger grew stronger when he recalled Ian's reaction when asked about the death of Jonathan. It clearly resembled someone who was lying. Encouraged by that momentum, Ronan continued loudly, saying, "Did everyone understand what that meant? Before Ian Fa became a real threat, we had to restrain him." Everyone attending the meeting fell silent in contemplation after hearing those words. Ronan continued that the academy process and 5 years of service should be abolished. We should tame him immediately. Only then did Herbert speak, saying doing so was not easy, but he had a point. If Ian Fa stayed in the academy, it would only waste time and also threaten the other students. Even senior mages like us felt pressure, so imagine what the young students would feel. After hearing that, the faces of the mages became even heavier. After that, Herbert calmly said whether Ian Fa killed that soldier or not was not the important matter. What worried him was that, although the detection magic found no flaws, we could not be certain whether his lies might influence us. Herbert sternly reminded them that everyone surely knew the highest priority was the value and position of the tower. According to him, the more powerful mages there were, the greater the reputation of the tower would become. Someone suddenly proposed an idea that if so, why not recognize Ian Fa as the 12th senior mage and announce the appearance of a 4th-level mage. Herbert naturally understood that, but because of Ian's age and talent, he believed it would be best for a special senior mage to personally train him. What did everyone think? Mages present all voiced agreement, saying that idea was reasonable. I agree. I think so as well. Hearing that consensus, Herbert nodded with satisfaction, saying very good. Immediately afterward, he prepared to appoint the person responsible for teaching Ian Fa, when suddenly a hand rose, saying, "Let me take that responsibility." A few days later, Ian returned to the ivory tower, but this time his identity had changed. He was still slightly surprised because he had not expected to be recognized as a senior mage so quickly. Ian stood silently before the tower for quite a long time in thought. Although he had predicted it, everything had happened too quickly. At that moment, the familiar figure of Mari's appeared and called out loudly, "Lord Ian." Ian saw her and was slightly surprised, saying, "We meet again." Mari's hesitated and replied that she had heard the news. He had become a 4th-level mage. Ian felt a little embarrassed hearing that, so he only replied that it was indeed so. Mari's eyes shone with admiration as she said it was wonderful to become a senior mage at only 12 years old. That astonishing rumor had truly been correct. Ian only smiled politely and asked what rumors were actually spreading. Mari's cheerfully added that he probably already knew, but she had been assigned to serve as his supporting mage for 1 year. He still maintained a respectful attitude, saying she hoped for his guidance. Ian smiled and replied that she could speak comfortably because she was his senior. The two words senior immediately caused Mari's to freeze. As if encouraged, she enthusiastically said that then as a senior she would guide him around the ivory tower. Ian politely expressed his thanks. The two began walking around the tower. Mari's pointed to the building ahead and said that was the Magic Academy of the Ivory Tower. He explained that originally today he would have enrolled there, but instead he would receive direct training from senior mages. Ian only walked silently beside her because in his mind, he thought they called that special training. In truth, it was only a plan to turn him into a loyal dog, truly Herbert. Suddenly, Ian's gaze halted because he saw the friends he had once studied with in his previous life. Memories returned of when he had once stood in that very place. In his previous life, they had all been assassinated by enemy spies during the First War of Unification, so Ian had never expected to see them again. Slight anticipation rose in Ian's heart. Perhaps it would be difficult to become close friends, but he should greet them early. A moment later, Maurice happily introduced that this was his private laboratory. He also thoughtfully said that she had heard he would use it, so she had used cleaning magic to arrange everything neatly. The laboratory door slowly opened. Ian looked at the room before him in surprise. His eyes widened, because this was the very room he had used in his previous life. Seeing Ian's surprised expression, Maurice explained that since the tower had been built 300 years ago, there had once been 24 senior mages, but now there were fewer than half so many rooms remained empty. She added that the tower master wanted him to use this room for personal purposes. After that, she left Ian alone in the room and said, "Please wait here, I will go call the mage responsible for you." The door closed immediately afterward. The space in the room became silent, with only Ian standing alone. He walked forward, touching each familiar object, then thought it had been a long time since he last returned here. Old memories gradually surfaced. Unlike before in this life, he obtained the room 7 years earlier. With the authority of a senior mage in his hands, he thought there was something he needed to do. That was to build a new force within the ivory tower. Ian calculated silently within the next 6 years. He knew that during that time, Rangna would begin to act under the protection of the tower. Therefore, he had to create a force strong enough before that happened. A power capable of opposing Rangna, the one protected by Herbert. But Ian also understood this was extremely difficult because authority within the tower depended on loyalty to the tower master and fear of the power of senior mages. There was only one possibility that could allow Ian to accomplish that. That was when he reached a level equal to, or even surpassing the tower master. Then he could take control of this place. Thinking that, Ian sighed and told himself it was best to behave like an obedient child until then. With his current body, he had not even surpassed level 5. Suddenly, the door burst open violently, causing Ian to startle. Someone walked straight in without permission and said greetings. Ian turned back, looking with curiosity. He forced a smile, thinking trouble seemed to have come again. Why had they sent her here? The one who entered was Helen. She stood proudly, saying it had been a long time since they met. She showed a provocative smile, calling Ian a rude brat. Ian looked at her and thought to himself it really was Helen. Why did they keep sending her? Ian moved his lips, intending to say something. He asked innocently whether she was the one who cleaned the shattered vessel fragments. Helen did not become angry, and only sighed, saying it seemed he was even more insolent than she had thought. She calmly approached and said he had probably already heard the news. She continued that things like etiquette within the tower and magical theory were taught at the academy, but the tower master wanted to teach him directly within the tower, repeating Herbert's words that if a monster like him studied together with them, the other children would lose confidence. Helen spoke while softly chanting a spell, then continued saying, but the problem was, a book on the shelf immediately fell down because of her magic. She grabbed a book and arrogantly said what use was doing these things. At the same time, several others flew out. Only a second later, all the books fell onto the floor with dull thuds. Helen waved her hand, throwing the book away, and said these boring things were not her strength. Those old women taught them better. Suddenly, Helen leaned close to Ian and asked about Cecilia. He had defeated that girl. She continued, saying she once had great expectations for Cecilia. The girl was also quite skilled in battle magic. If Cecilia had not been discovered by him, she might have continued to progress far and even could have inherited her position. Who would have expected she was a spy? Helen's gaze turned back toward Ian, saying, but you defeated Cecilia. Ian only listened silently as the red-haired woman spoke endlessly. Helen added that since she had become his teacher, she would teach him a few things. She began listing that mages were divided into many different types. There were mages who specialized in combat, and there were also mages who specialized in support. Some others devoted their entire lives to researching alchemy. As for the remaining types, Helen showed disdain, believing they were merely mediocre. Then she turned and asked him what type he thought she belonged to. Ian sighed, then answered the first type. Exactly. Helen looked proud, saying she was certain no one could defeat her in that field. Helen believed she was different from other mages, who only paid attention to the elegance of senior mages. She would teach him in her own way. After saying that, she turned and walked away. Before leaving, she looked at Ian and told him to follow her. Ian remained silent, but she firmly said of course he had no right to refuse. Not long afterward, the two arrived at the training area. Helen sneered, saying he knew what he had to do here. She challenged him to attack her, prove he was worthy for her to teach. Ian looked at the rude woman before him and thought she had not changed at all compared to his previous life. Back then, she had also irritated him with such provocative words, but this time he would not let her provoke him. Ian's gaze gradually became resolute. He would cut off that intention from the beginning. The mages standing around were immediately drawn to the scene between the two. Whispers spread everywhere. What kind of challenge is this? Hey, Ian, letting a boy fight her is far too dangerous. Helen still wore her usual confident expression. She glanced around and said it seemed the audience had gathered. Could they begin? While Ian was warming up his body, she spoke again. He should attack first. She was the teacher, so she would yield. Ian removed his coat and asked again in a serious voice, was she certain? That question irritated Helen. She replied angrily that he should think about who actually needed to worry. Ian immediately took a combat stance and said then he would not hold back. After speaking, he raised his hand forward, preparing to cast magic, gently closed his eyes, and murmured a chant. Clear streams of energy began spreading around his body. Helen stood watching without any defense. She sneered and said it seemed he knew a little. Did he plan to raise a barrier first? Her eyes were filled with disdain. Whatever barrier he raised, she would shatter it instantly. But just as she finished speaking, enormous fireballs appeared behind Helen, ready to attack. At that moment, Ian also cast ice magic. Layers of ice began forming from Ian's feet and gradually spread upward. Only a moment, the cold ice blocks had covered him up to his neck. Then Ian completely sealed himself within the ice. Helen widened her eyes in surprise at that action. She exclaimed, was he joking with her? She tapped the ice block a few times and said the best thing he could think of was hiding inside this ice block. Did he plan to sleep there until his mana was exhausted? Hey, could he hear her speaking? Helen reacted that way because ice sealing was an extremely strong defensive spell. When used, the caster would fall asleep and could not use other magic. She continued grumbling, saying she truly could not understand what he was thinking. She was foolish for expecting that. But her words suddenly stopped when she heard a strange sound behind her. The spectators also heard it. They whispered, what was that sound? Only Helen realized the sound came from Ian's ice block. She immediately turned around. Helen's red eyes suddenly stiffened. An unbelievable thought flashed through her mind. Impossible. She kept denying that thought, but her gaze remained fixed on Ian. At that moment, the eyes that should have been sleeping suddenly opened. Helen could not believe it. He could still move inside the ice. That thought made her unconsciously step back several steps. Suddenly, countless tree roots burst up around Helen, surrounding her. She gritted her teeth in irritation and cursed softly. Those roots continued stretching forward and lunged toward Helen, which moved extremely fast. If she were 1 second slower, she could be pierced through. Helen was forced to dodge while using fire magic to counterattack. She looked at the pursuing roots and said irritably, damn it. No matter how many she burned, they kept growing. If this continued, she would be cornered. Her gaze immediately turned toward Ian. Before that happened, she had to approach the boy inside the ice block. She silently calculated a way to drag him out of there. Helen still could not think of any method. How could he move and cast magic inside the ice? While she was thinking, a root behind her suddenly lunged forward. Helen had no time to react. She could only widen her eyes in horror before a cry rang out. In the end, the red-haired woman was tightly bound by the roots. When everything ended, Ian released the ice and stepped out. Only then did Helen admit that perhaps the rumor saying he had talent like the first mage was true. Helen sighed and said fine, she lost. Now could he remove those filthy vines from her body? But Ian replied no. Ending so quickly would be boring. He stared at her own hand in shock and asked what. A trace of fear flashed across Helen's face. What more did he want? She had already admitted to. But Ian did not stop. He slowly raised his arm, preparing the next strike. Lightning sparks began flickering across Ian's hand. Even the sky above gradually gathered dark clouds. Seeing that, Helen panicked and shouted, wait, Ian. The lightning around Ian's hand grew denser and denser, even while Helen shouted that this was only practice. Helen screamed desperately for Ian to stop, but Ian showed no intention of stopping. Immediately afterward, he cast thunder magic. The sky behind him flashed brightly. Lightning bolts struck down one after another before Helen's terrified eyes. The spectators fell completely silent. All the vines and roots around Helen were burned into ashes. Only then did Helen realize she had not been struck. Ian had precisely targeted the roots binding her. Am I still alive? Even someone as proud as Helen had such a thought when facing the 12-year-old boy. Her fear grew even greater when she saw Ian walking toward her. Even though he had done nothing, yet she hurriedly shouted, do not come closer. Only then did Ian speak gently, Lady Helen. Just hearing her name from him made her tremble, and smiled mysteriously, and asked did she still wish to teach him anything else. Helen dared not speak, and only shook her head repeatedly. Ian smiled with satisfaction, because his goal had been achieved. He said then he would take his leave first. After saying that, Ian turned and left that place. Steps moved away calmly. Looking at the onlookers, Ian apologized. Please make way for him. He was a little tired after those words. Everyone immediately moved aside to let Ian pass. The battle just now made them no longer dare underestimate the young Mage. Quiet afternoon at the Ivory Tower. The footsteps of mages hurried back and forth. Herbert turned and asked a subordinate about Helen's condition. The man lowered his head and replied that she was very shaken and had not eaten for several days. Herbert's face darkened. He had not expected her to provoke a 12-year-old child and lose face like that. He silently thought he had been wrong wanting to use Helen to break Ian's arrogance. He had not expected her to be defeated. Only then did Herbert understand the problem had never been whether they could control him. Ian was not a dog to be chained, but a wild wolf. He reassured himself that perhaps it would take more time than expected to turn him into a useful tool. Herbert quickly walked to a room. The door opened as soon as he arrived. One waiting inside was the fifth Prince Ragna. That man said he had arrived. Herbert bowed respectfully and replied that he apologized for arriving late. Ragna closed the book in his hand and said it did not matter. Then that man asked Herbert to recount the details of the event. Interest was clearly visible on Ragna's face. That man said he wanted to hear about that mage, Ian Fa. Peaceful morning at Ian Villa. Douglas happily skipped outside. He wore a beautifully tailored new uniform completely different from his old clothes. Douglas excitedly said father he was ready. Ridio also wore a new suit and smiled, saying, "All right, let them go." Turned to Ian, who was reading inside the house, and said he would take Douglas to the academy. Douglas chirped that he would return later. Father and son closed the door and left. After they left, the house became quiet with only Ian remaining. Ian thought today was Douglas' first day at the academy. Father and son were so happy because Douglas had been accepted into the Royal Alchemy Academy with the highest ranking immediately after applying. Clearly, his talent was extremely high. Ian also felt quite reassured because he understood the Ivory Tower private tutoring program, well, so studying would not be too difficult. He closed the book and leaned back on the sofa thinking he could rest for a while. But not long after Ian stood up again. Since returning in time, he had always been racing without rest. Ragna still had not made any clear moves, but that did not mean he could relax. Thinking that, Ian began walking. To fully restore his strength, his body had to mature further. Ian looked out the window. His small hand rested on the glass, trembling slightly. Even though he tried to remain calm, he was still worried. Could he truly rest? At that moment, a maid stepped into the room and bowed slightly to Ian. She carried an invitation card and said a letter from the royal palace had just arrived for him. Ian looked at the card and asked in surprise, "A new invitation?" When he picked it up and examined it closely, he still felt confused, thinking there had not been any notable events recently. Ian carefully examined the seal stamped on the cover of the invitation. Only then did he realize this invitation had been sent by the Crown Prince. That evening, Ian arrived at the banquet venue, a magnificent castle brightly illuminated. Even while standing at the gate, Ian could hardly believe he had truly been invited to a place like this, because there had long been an unspoken rule that mages who were not nobles were rarely invited to banquets like this. Ian rested his hand on his waist while muttering thoughtfully what exactly that man was planning. Looking at the vast castle before him, Ian felt even more surprised because the banquet had been organized by the Crown Prince himself. In Ian's memory from his previous life, the prince had always been very reserved and rarely interacted with nobles, so he had never held a grand banquet. That very attitude caused him to miss opportunities to build influence within political circles, and gradually, the nobles distanced themselves from him. In contrast, Hayden in the previous life had been very different. That man built relationships with many major families, and eventually seized almost all the political power of the Crown Prince. Ian let out a quiet sigh, because the Crown Prince had always been famous for his temper, and often ignored the Emperor's advice. Even so, he remained curious about what had made him act so proactively. But after thinking carefully, this situation could also benefit him. Thinking about his previous life, when he had never even stepped into a place as luxurious as this, perhaps Ian would simply stand quietly in a corner. Finally, Ian regained his composure and walked inside, handing the invitation to the servant and being respectfully welcomed. Great doors slowly opened, and Ian wondered what might be waiting for him inside. Inside the castle, everything was decorated magnificently, yet still carried the refined elegance of royal style. The moment Ian stepped inside, numerous gazes immediately turned toward him. Distinguished guests looked at Ian and whispered among themselves. Ian forced a polite smile, while inside he felt extremely uncomfortable. At that moment, a servant loudly announced the arrival of the Crown Prince. All the guests in the hall immediately bowed as the Crown Prince entered. Slow footsteps full of presents moved toward the grand hall. He appeared with neatly styled hair and an elegant blue ceremonial outfit. Then spoke, gently thanking the guests for attending today's banquet. Standing on the high balcony, he said that tonight he would host the banquet on behalf of the Emperor. Hayden continued, saying normally there would be an opening speech, but tonight he wished to introduce someone first. After saying that, Hayden turned to Ian with a smile on his lips. Ian immediately understood his intention. Was that man planning to introduce him? Hayden loudly announced that tonight's special guest was the youngest 4th-level mage in the history of the Ivory Tower. He pointed toward Ian and loudly called the name Ian Fa, causing him to stand frozen for several seconds. The entire hall suddenly fell silent. Hayden immediately broke the silence with a bright smile and welcomed Ian. Continued speaking, saying Ian must have guessed that the banquet had been organized to introduce him. Ian could only thank him, while Hayden cheerfully said there was no need for formality. Only then did Ian realize he had fallen into a trap and thought to himself, this was clearly a plan to make the nobles believe he supported the crown prince. Considering Hayden's personality, Ian guessed the plan must certainly have been directed by the emperor. Hayden continued, saying he had heard about Ian's performance at the ivory tower. He laughed with delight, saying Ian had just arrived and already been promoted to senior mage. He could imagine the expressions of those arrogant old men. The crown prince also mentioned the first time he had met Ian in Morglian. At that time, he had wondered why he needed to travel so far to meet a skinny boy like Ian. Ian replied irritably skinny, but he had not expected Ian to be so outstanding. Hayden said with great excitement. Afterward, he sincerely said that, although the banquet had been arranged according to his father's wishes, he truly felt happy to have met Ian. After saying that, Hayden even winked playfully at Ian. The conversation did not end there, because Hayden said he also wanted to introduce someone to Ian. He gestured toward the other side and told Ian to follow. Ian had not yet recovered from his surprise when another surprise appeared. In the direction Hayden indicated, a girl with radiant blonde hair appeared wearing a ceremonial outfit similar to the crown prince. Hayden introduced her as his younger sister, Harry. She bowed gracefully and said it was a pleasure to meet Lord Ian. I am Harry Green River. Harry said Ian's name had already become quite famous in the palace, so she had heard of him. Her brilliance made Ian slightly awkward as he replied that he was honored. Harry smiled, saying it was unfortunate they could only greet each other today, but she hoped he would accept a lunch invitation in the future to speak about his achievements in Morglian. Ian replied he could only tell stories about magic and monsters, so it might be boring. Yet she smiled and said it was fine because she enjoyed learning both magic and how the world worked, so she truly hoped to speak with him. He said she would soon send a letter and hoped Ian would also enjoy the banquet. Ian replied, thanking her kindness, princess. Afterward, Harry and Hayden left, leaving Ian standing. Ian quietly watched the princess departing, seeing her happily conversing with other nobles. That made Ian realize Princess Harry in reality was very different from her image in the palace. Then looked toward Hayden and saw the crown prince, though slightly tense, still managing the banquet rather well. Thinking that, Ian decided to leave early before trouble could arise. He quickly opened the door and stepped onto the balcony. Ian's gaze immediately stopped on a man standing there. Looking carefully, Ian spoke, saying, was that Oliver? The man turned around and asked in surprise, was that Ian? Ian stepped forward, praising Oliver for looking very dignified in that ceremonial outfit. The knight blushed awkwardly, saying it had been an order from His Highness. After those words, both suddenly fell silent, not knowing what else to say. The atmosphere around them became somewhat awkward. Ian thought perhaps he should not have come to the balcony. Oliver then spoke, saying he had heard several rumors. Ian curiously asked what rumors. Oliver said he had heard Ian defeated Helen, the senior mage of the ivory tower. Ian heard that statement again, because the prince had mentioned his performance earlier. Ian asked had the news already spread outside. He had believed events inside the ivory tower were kept secret. Oliver calmly replied, in this era, without information, what could knights accomplish? Hearing the phrase this era, Ian became thoughtful. Thought that currently the Green River Empire possessed many mages leading the energy spectrum. Therefore, knights gradually became weaker and were treated like decorations. Oliver continued, saying he was very surprised that Ian was not only the youngest 4th-level mage, but had even defeated Helen the Flame. Sometimes he even wondered whether Ian was truly as young as he appeared. Hearing that, Ian quickly replied that Oliver was praising him too much. Suddenly, Oliver spoke seriously, saying now everyone believed Ian had received the support of the crown prince, because he had even organized a banquet just to introduce him, so he needed to confirm one matter. Knight Captain knelt on one knee before Ian only, to ask a single question, which side would Ian choose? Ian paused slightly at the seriousness. Then Oliver said to him that who he was or how old he was did not matter. What he feared was that if the ivory tower mages publicly supported the 5th prince, so he needed to ask. Ian stand with the ivory tower. Ian calmly said that was a difficult question, because who could answer directly in such a situation? But Oliver remained firm, saying he was a knight serving the prince, so he needed to hear the answer from Ian. His gaze became sharp as he asked whether Ian was friend or enemy. Ian knew Oliver was a loyal knight of the crown prince, yet he still answered vaguely that he was not certain. An idea flashed through his mind. Then Ian added, however, never stand on the side of the 5th prince. Oliver was clearly very surprised by that answer. He looked around to see whether anyone had heard, but Ian reassured him that he had used magic so only Oliver could hear. Ian asked whether that answer was sufficient. Oliver smiled, saying for now that was perfect. Only then did he relax and ask whether he could make a request. Ian asked what request. Oliver spoke seriously, saying, until Ian gave a final answer, he wished Ian would act as his training opponent, because he needed to become stronger. Ian immediately understood. He wanted Ian to teach him how to fight mages, and that sword might one day be pointed at Ian. Oliver replied vaguely like Ian, that he could not completely deny that possibility. Ian said half-joking that Oliver truly had thick skin. Ian looked straight at him and said clearly he would refuse because that brought him no benefit. Suddenly Oliver removed something he was wearing from his neck. Oliver carefully raised the object, a delicate necklace resting in his hand. He said sincerely that the queen herself had given it to him on the day he was chosen to serve as the crown prince guard. Oliver explained it was a necklace enchanted with mind purification magic. Ian recognized the familiar item at a glance. This was a royal treasure that in his previous life, Ian had never found any records about. He only knew the final owner had been the queen. Oliver handed the necklace to Ian and said he would use it as payment. He believed it would be more useful to a mage like Ian than to a knight. Ian looked slightly surprised and asked whether the queen had not personally bestowed this item upon him. Oliver calmly replied that she gave it so he could serve his master better. If he used it to achieve that purpose, the queen would certainly understand. Ian thought for a moment, without answering immediately. In the end, he said if Oliver was willing to sacrifice so much, he would accept, he would take the necklace. After speaking, Ian held it in his hand. Satisfaction clearly appeared on Oliver's face. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded from inside the great hall. Two immediately turned their heads toward the hall in shock. The explosion was so powerful that even the sealed doors were blasted open, fire and smoke pouring outside. Oliver's usual calmness vanished. He realized the crown prince and princess were still inside and cried out, "Your Highness." Ian and Oliver rushed inside quickly. Oliver urgently called, "Your Highness, where are you?" From inside, Hayden replied he was here. Fortunately, both the prince and the princess were safe. Hayden frowned and said how could such a thing happen inside the palace. Oliver hurried over asking, "Your Highness, Princess, were they injured?" Hayden replied they were fine. The knight squad reacted quickly as the deputy captain Paul Lentz and other knights rushed in. "Your Highness, were you unharmed?" Paul turned to Oliver asking, "Captain, were you injured?" Oliver replied he was fine and asked what the situation was outside. Paul reported that multiple unexplained explosions were occurring within the palace. They had activated the emergency communication orb to mobilize all forces to find the cause. Ian heard about the emergency communication orb. He immediately grew uneasy, because that system connected with the commander of the Night Order, the army, and even the Ivory Tower. Once activated, all soldiers and mages would immediately gather at the palace. Dangerous thought flashed through Ian's mind. What if the explosions were meant for that purpose? He suddenly understood and thought in alarm, could it be? Ian immediately raised a mana barrier. A layer of mana shield covered everyone in the hall. Remembering Harry could also use magic, Ian asked the princess whether she could channel mana to maintain the barrier. Harry asked in surprise what? Ian replied sternly this was an emergency, so he needed an answer. Harry hesitated, saying she had learned before, but Ian interrupted, asking whether she could maintain the barrier. After saying that, Ian turned and left. He approached the group of maids and said he needed to ask something. Had a maid named Isabel come here? The others trembled when questioned. One maid replied in fear yes, she had. She was assigned to a private area but said she wanted to see the banquet. Hearing that, Ian immediately understood everything. Just as he suspected, the real target was Cecilia. By causing explosions to gather forces at the palace, they would exploit the weakened surveillance to infiltrate the Ivory Tower. Ian thought quickly. Whether Cecilia lived or died did not matter, but he had to ensure she did not send information about him to the Walker family. At the same time, inside the Ivory Tower prison, a shadowy figure secretly infiltrated. He stopped before Cecilia's cell and said it had been a long time. He was surprised she was still alive. As the man's face was covered, Cecilia did not recognize him. She asked who it was. He laughed and lowered his hood, saying it was Daniel. But the first thing he said was a reproach that he was truly disappointed. He had once thought she was a capable spy. Cecilia shouted excitedly, "Daniel, hurry and get her out of there." He calmly replied, "Of course," but first he needed to check a few things. Cecilia hurriedly said she had not revealed anything. That brat Ian Fa had known everything from the beginning. He even knew about the Walker family and their organization. Daniel asked suspiciously, "Was that true?" Cecilia added he even knew about the mana seal, that neither she nor Daniel had known. Daniel replied that most Walker members did not know that either. Only after she was captured had the higher-ups told them. He asked if she had anything else to say. Cecilia answered that was all. They had no time, so they should leave quickly. But Daniel hesitated, and the prison door slowly opened. Cecilia's face showed clear joy, thinking she was being rescued. Daniel called Cecilia. When she turned back, he stabbed a knife directly into her neck. Cecilia's eyes widened in disbelief. Daniel coldly watched her struggle in pain. He said that when she had been imprisoned in the ivory tower, they had debated for a long time about how to deal with her. Blood poured endlessly from Cecilia's neck. Daniel continued saying she was a rare third-level mage, so they had once considered rescuing her. And this was their final decision. Cecilia collapsed onto the cold stone floor. Daniel smiled, saying farewell. Suddenly a voice answered, "Then the same to you." Daniel immediately turned back and alert, instantly threw the knife toward the sound. The blade shot forward. Ian merely tilted his head to avoid it, but his cheek was slightly cut. Daniel stared at him and shouted, "Who are you?" Ian did not answer and only looked down at the ground. Seeing Cecilia's corpse, he said so Daniel had already killed her. That was good because it removed one concern. At some point, Daniel's legs had already been frozen. Ian slowly walked forward, saying, "Daniel, it was unfortunate they met today." Ian's gaze was icy. He had sworn he would personally kill Daniel. Daniel hurriedly said, "Wait." Letting him live would benefit Ian more. But Ian had no intention of sparing him because he could finally repay the pain of his friends. Daniel panicked, saying, "What was Ian talking about?" He had never killed Ian's friends. Ian replied that was true, because only Ian knew that would happen 10 years later. The ice continued spreading across Daniel's body. Ian said he had sworn when he returned he would put everything back in its place. Then he touched the ice block. In an instant, it shattered into hundreds of pieces. Ian looked at the murderer with a cold gaze. He stepped toward the body. Behind Daniel's neck there was indeed a mana seal. The confirmation was complete. Just then hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Ronan and the ivory tower mages rushed in. Ronan widened his eyes, shouting, "Ian Fa, what happened?" He stammered, asking what in the world. He saw the two corpses at Ian's feet. Elsewhere in the palace, the Emperor Terry angrily slammed his hand onto the throne. Two people had disappeared inside the palace, from a maid to the royal scribe. What was the ivory tower doing? The tower master must answer him. Terry's words made all the nobles present tremble. He declared that from now on he no longer trusted the ivory tower and would revoke its investigation authority. From now on, all information must be shared with the Knight Order and the army. Herbert must understand. Herbert bowed and said he obeyed. Terry rubbed his forehead and said Herbert could leave. From now on there would be much work to do. Herbert silently left the grand hall. The Emperor's servant announced that Mage Ian Fa had arrived for audience. Ian entered calmly. Terry looked at him and said they met again. The guest from the north, Ian Fa. Ian bowed respectfully. Terry spoke directly, saying thanks to Ian quick, thinking this time the Empire had been protected. Ian quietly listened as the man continued his explanation. He emphasized that without him that crucial information would have fallen into the hands of an unknown enemy. And at that time, the Empire and the royal family would surely have become a laughingstock before the entire world. For all those reasons, I will absolutely never forget the merit you achieved in this incident. Therefore, I wish to personally express my gratitude and grant you a reward worthy of it. As soon as he finished speaking, a servant stepped forward and placed the gift directly before Ian. It was this item, a striking round blue cloak. Harry said that this cloak was the only relic left behind by Mitchell Green River, my ancestor, and also the only mage who ever belonged to the royal family. Further explained that according to that man's final wish, this item must not be given to anyone outside the royal family. Therefore, I can only lend it to you. Of course, you may keep it until your final breath, or until you yourself no longer wish to use it. Ian was slightly surprised when he saw the item. He thought about Mitchell Green River, the first and also the last mage of the Green River royal family, the hero who once saved the Empire and became a tower master through his magical power. His cloak was an extremely rare treasure. Even in his previous life, he had never seen it with his own eyes. Harry then suggested that, since it was only a cloak, you probably do not need to change your clothes. Would you like to try wearing it now? Ian followed and picked up the cloak. Then he awkwardly put it on. Seeing Ian's still clumsy appearance, Terry laughed cheerfully. "It seems a bit large for you. I wonder when it will fit properly." The moment the cloak touched his body, Ian immediately realized it was an enchanted magical artifact. Raised his head and said to the Emperor that in that case, he would make it fit him right now. Only a few seconds later, the cloak began to slowly shrink. It continued tightening until it fit snugly around Ian's small body before stopping. The scene immediately caused the people around to gasp in amazement. They did not understand how he had done it. Harry observed carefully, then smiled in praise. "It suits you very well. This blue also matches the color of your eyes." It seemed that Ian was truly very satisfied with this special gift. Immediately afterward, he knelt before the Emperor and expressed gratitude for His Majesty's grace. A moment later, the scene shifted to the courtyard outside the palace. Harry saw Ian and hurried over. "Sorry for disturbing you, Ian." Ian immediately bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Princess." But she quickly waved her hand and told him not to be so formal. Harry's hands clasped together tightly and trembled slightly as she addressed him as Sir Ian. He hesitantly said that actually she had something she wanted to say about what happened before. Ian quickly replied that at that time he had been too busy and had been discourteous to her. "Your Highness, please forgive him." Harry immediately shook her head and insisted that it was not like that. As if understanding her concern, Ian gently reassured her that what she feared would not happen, so please be at ease. Hearing that, Harry seemed to breathe a little easier. That moment, footsteps suddenly approached from behind. Ian immediately recognized the voice. "You truly achieved an astonishing accomplishment, Sir Ian." The other man spoke with a mocking tone. "Thanks to you, the safety of both the Empire and the royal family has been protected." Without waiting for Ian to respond, that man continued. "As His Majesty mentioned, your contribution in the recent incident was extremely great." Ian's eyes showed surprise when he saw the person before him. That man added that he apologized for introducing himself late. "Perhaps you already know who I am, but I still wish to introduce myself properly. I am Rangna Green River, the 5th Prince of His Majesty the Emperor." Several knights stood behind him as escorts. Memories from his previous life suddenly flooded Ian's mind. The man before him was actually someone he knew from before. Back then, Ian had once knelt in despair at his feet begging. When he raised his head and looked at that man, he only saw a cold gaze that sent chills down his spine. Unexpectedly in this life, he encountered that face once again. Ian was still stunned when he thought about the name Rangna. Rangna continued speaking that, "Although I arrived a little late, I still wish to congratulate you for becoming a senior mage of the tower." Meanwhile, Ian remained standing silently in thought. Perhaps he had met that man too early. Rangna added that, "I wish to express my gratitude to you, because you protected the Empire's security from spies in the Moglian territory. Today, I also wish to invite you to lunch to show my appreciation." Rangna seemed not to notice Ian's expression and continued asking whether you are free to accept my invitation. Ian clenched his fist, then quietly answered. Just as Ian felt troubled, Harry spoke to relieve the situation. "Sorry, Rangna, but today he already has an appointment with me." That man pretended not to understand and asked again, "Is that so? Then perhaps tomorrow." Ian had calmed down and said that he was very sorry, but that might not be possible, Your Highness. Rangna's eyes briefly showed a trace of displeasure. He glanced at Harry like a warning, but still kept his voice calm, saying that, "I understand." Rangna looked straight at Ian and said, "It is truly unfortunate, but I will wait for another opportunity." "It is a pleasure to meet you, Sir Ian." Ian only responded with silence. Before leaving, that man added, "Then farewell." After speaking, Rangna turned and left the place with 2 knights. Only Ian and Harry remained standing there watching the 5th prince's figure fade away. When she was sure no one else was around, Harry hesitantly called Ian softly. She shyly said that earlier she had spoken without thinking and apologized. Ian gently replied that it was all right. After that, Ian still turned his head to watch Rangna's familiar figure. Thoughts continued swirling in his mind. He had met that man 2 years earlier, and at present that man was only a prince hiding his true ambition. At that moment, Ian made a firm decision that he would stop you at any cost, Rangna. Before you expand your power, he will not allow you to take even a single step forward. Ian swore he would not stop until that man fell into despair and faced a miserable end. In this life, he will become your opponent. The scene shifted to inside the royal palace. At that moment, inside the crown prince's study, Hayden was reading a book while grumbling that he could not understand what it was saying. He complained that could they not write it in a way everyone could understand? Who writes books in such a complicated manner? Professor Lawrence, standing beside him, explained that, "Your Highness, this book was compiled by the first Green River King. It records how to become a good ruler and the methods of governing a nation. As the heir to the throne, you should learn these things." Hayden looked at the thick pile of books on the table, then sighed. "Do I have to read all of these?" Within a few minutes, Laurent brought even more books and stacked them higher. He said that besides that, Your Highness must also study history, philosophy, economics, politics, and etiquette. Only when the stack nearly covered Hayden's face did he stop and say that these were all the materials you must read. Hayden looked more discouraged the longer he stared. He immediately tried to escape by saying that today the Feng Shui is not good for studying, Professor. Laurent almost cried as he said that, "If Your Highness does not read, then your father will blame me." Hayden immediately changed the subject and asked Vice whether today was the final sparring session between the captain and Ian. Vice immediately answered, "Yes, Your Highness." Hayden began imagining their duel and completely forgot about reading. He immediately stood up and said, "Let us go." It has been a long time since I watched them train. At the same time, at the training ground of the 2nd Royal Night Squad, Oliver was calmly regulating his breathing. He carefully lowered his center of gravity. In Oliver's mind, he thought that until the very last moment. He swore that he would never give up, both hands tightening around the sword. Immediately afterward, he opened his eyes when he sensed danger approaching. As expected before Oliver was a fierce rain of ice spears crashing down. With unwavering determination, Oliver did not retreat, but instead accelerated straight forward. Thanks to the agile body forged through countless training sessions, Oliver easily avoided every ice spear. Oliver's feet scraped hard against the ground to stop abruptly. That decisiveness allowed him to avoid the next fatal attack. Immediately, numerous sharp earth pillars erupted from the ground in succession to strike him. Oliver instantly leapt high to evade. He used the earth pillars as stepping points to launch himself even higher. Oliver's movement was so fast that only a streak of light could be seen. No one knew when he had perfectly escaped that chain of attacks. Even so, Oliver did not relax and focused completely while waiting for the next strike. This time what rushed toward him was a gigantic fireball. The fireball drew closer. Compared to it, Oliver looked as small as a bean. Yet in his eyes there was no trace of fear. Oliver raised his sword high, preparing to confront it head-on. His sword strikes tore apart the flames before him, because in this captain's mind, he always believed that he could reach that opponent. He widened his eyes, looking through the red wall of fire, and thought about the limit of a mage. Oliver faintly saw Ian standing behind it. Therefore, he immediately acted. Oliver dashed forward at a speed, like an arrow leaving the bow. In an instant, his blade pierced straight through Ian's chest. That moment of victory seemed to stretch out slowly like a scene in slow motion. Right after that, Oliver began to realize that something was wrong. Ian's hand suddenly touched his back and gently said, "Well done." It turned out the thing Oliver had just stabbed was only an illusion of Ian. The real Ian was standing right behind him. Oliver froze for a few seconds. A trace of disappointment clearly appeared on his face. Then he slowly turned around, said, "So I still could not even scratch you, Ian." Ian only looked at him with a gentle smile. Then he calmly replied that you talk about a scratch while aiming straight for my heart. If it had really struck, I would already be dead. The two happily shook hands. Oliver thanked him for the help over many years. Ian politely replied that it was only the price for the necklace. Oliver clearly understood that what he received far exceeded the value of that item. Ian also acknowledged his progress. Compared to 5 years ago, he had grown much stronger. He even split a fireball in half with only an iron sword. Oliver said, "Ian, may I ask you something?" Ian immediately agreed, of course. Oliver asked directly, "How strong have you become now?" Ian slightly avoided the question and said, "Not as strong as you think." At present, Ian had reached level 5 mage. In his previous life, he only reached this level around the age of 26. Although it was already very fast, he still hoped to reach level 6. Ian looked at his palm and felt that he could not force his body and mana heart to grow further, so level 5 was probably already the limit. He clenched his hand, hoping in his heart that his body would soon stop growing. At that moment, a familiar voice sounded, truly the greatest mage of the Empire. Ian turned and saw Prince Hayden. He laughed cheerfully, saying, "I heard today is the final sparring session of you two." Hayden's words were full of excitement. "Come, let us go eat breakfast. To strengthen my 2 arms, I will treat you to a grand feast." Although the invitation was very tempting, Ian still refused. "I am sorry, but today is the day my study at Nga Tower ends. As an official mage, I must meet the tower master immediately." Hayden reluctantly nodded and said, "I understand. Then it cannot be helped." Slightly disappointed, he still said, "Go ahead. Next time we will eat together." Ian replied that he would try to arrange time as soon as possible. After that, Ian used wind magic to envelop his body, then bowed to the crown prince. In the blink of an eye, he left the ground and soared into the sky. Ian smiled and said he would return. Immediately afterward, his figure disappeared into the air. 3 people below continued looking up until Ian vanished completely. Hayden exclaimed that the cloak his father granted had flight magic. He did not know about the other things, but he was truly jealous. Suddenly, Hayden turned and called Captain Oliver. He immediately replied, "Please give your order, Your Highness." Hayden said, "I saw you fight evenly with Ian. What do you think? Now you can battle mages, right?" Oliver answered that he had 2 responses. First, he cannot injure Ian. The gap between them will only grow larger. Against other mages, Hayden already guessed the rest before he finished. A confident smile appeared clearly on Oliver's face. He affirmed that as long as it was not Ian, he could deal with them all. That same morning at Nga Tower, the door to the tower master's room slowly opened. When Ian stepped inside, he heard Herbert say, "You have arrived." Herbert stood up with difficulty and said, "It feels strange. It seems like only yesterday I heard news of a special boy from the north. Yet now that boy has already grown up." His voice had become hoarse, and his face had more wrinkles than before. Herbert continued saying, "That probably means I have grown old. Ian replied that at least he would remain healthy for several more decades. Herbert held several sheets of paper he had just finished reading and said, "Wonderful. I have nothing but praise. You are the fortune of the Empire and the Tower. The young ladies would certainly want to meet you. Are you not the model that all mages pursue?" Hearing that, Ian hurriedly said modestly that he exaggerated. Herbert still insisted that they would see later whether he exaggerated or not. Then he changed the topic. "Today is your final day. If you were an ordinary student, you would be assigned to nearby regions. But you are a special case, so on your final day, you only need to talk with this old man." Ian replied that it was his honor. Herbert thanked him, then spoke, while searching for something on the table. Then he handed Ian a card and congratulated him for becoming an official mage. Herbert explained that this was the symbol of his status. It allowed him to command soldiers and citizens of the Empire when necessary. He would soon have to use it. Ian asked whether there were really so many places needing senior mages. Herbert frowned and replied that the problem was not only demand. Currently, there were very few high-level mages because Helen had settled elsewhere. "What are you waiting for? I do not wish to pressure you, but your help is very important." Ian replied that many tasks must be waiting for him. Herbert reaffirmed that he was the strongest force of Nga Tower, so he would surely soon carry many responsibilities. He opened an information board in his hand. "Since this is the first time, I will let you choose." The board clearly displayed 3 locations. Ian raised his head and looked carefully. The first place was Rosmere, the city with the largest seaport in the Empire. Next was Benson, the city with the largest iron production in the Empire. Ian shifted his gaze to the final option, Fin Erich, the northeastern land where he had once been assigned in his previous life. Back then, Ian had been sent there because the previous mage had died in an accident, so he had to replace him. Ian stepped toward the third board, then decided that he was interested in Firek. Herbert was satisfied with the choice. That place was greatly in need of assistance. He said they had already sent 2 level 3 mages and several soldiers, but it was still not enough. Monsters from the Great Plain seemed to be causing trouble. Herbert handed Ian a sheet of paper and said the details were written here. "Read it. You can answer today. If you refuse, I will have to find someone else." Ian immediately interrupted, saying no, he would go. He firmly confirmed that he would go to Firek. That afternoon at Ian's mansion, Douglas was holding a skewer of meat he had not yet eaten and exclaimed in surprise, "You plan to go to Firek for your first mission. That place is famous for being full of monsters." Before he finished, Douglas was silenced by Ian's sharp gaze. Vanessa, sitting beside them, also set down her fork when she heard it. She asked Ian with concern whether that place was not very dangerous. Ian reassured his mother that it was not that dangerous. It was only a temporary mission, so he would return in a few months. Vanessa respected his decision, but her eyes still held sadness. She said she understood. He would leave next week. This mansion would feel very empty. Ian promised that he would finish the task as quickly as possible and return. Seeing the atmosphere grow heavy, Douglas immediately said enthusiastically, "Leader, can you look at the things I made in the laboratory before you go? I created several interesting items that might help you in the mission." Theo reminded his son, "Douglas, you are already grown. You should change the way you address Ian." Douglas said with slight disappointment, "What is wrong with calling him leader?" Then he turned to look at Ian. Ian did not understand his intention when he kept looking at him like that. Douglas innocently said, "What about calling him older brother?" The words made Ian spit out the water he had just drunk. The 2 words older brother shocked Ridio so much that he froze. Ian and his mother also did not know what to say, but Douglas seemed to like this way of addressing very much and smiled. He called again once more, "Older brother Ian." Ian stood stiff for a few seconds, wondering whether this was truly the Douglas he knew in his previous life. In contrast, Vanessa happily said it was wonderful that he now had such a cute younger brother. She also gained another son. Ian helplessly called mother. Beside them, Ridio's heart suddenly pounded. He stammered, asking what she meant by that. Ian thought to himself, why was that man suddenly blushing? The father and son began arguing again. Ridio said he must call him Sir Ian. Douglas replied that they were like family now, and calling him Sir felt distant. Ridio shouted that he was living off their hospitality, yet still picky. Douglas argued that his genius brain was very useful to the family. Ridio finally gave up and said, "Genius. Fine, you are a genius." Vanessa quietly laughed, seeing them so close. Ian quietly watched his mother smiling happily. That made him feel warmth in his heart as well. A thought flashed that perhaps this was not so bad. Immediately afterward, Ian changed his mind and said Douglas must not call him older brother. Douglas immediately burst into tears. A week passed very quickly. Ian stood before the mansion when he heard Ridio ask whether he had finished preparing. He asked whether Ian planned to go to Firek immediately. Ian replied that he must first say farewell to the Tower Master before planning the journey. Ian asked again about the 7 mana formations in the mansion. Ridio laughed and said he had already explained it yesterday. "Do not worry, I will protect Madam with my life." Ian replied that he hoped he would not need to do that. At that moment, Douglas carelessly called older brother, which annoyed Ian and Ridio. He quickly corrected himself, saying he meant leader. Douglas held a small vial and handed it to Ian, saying, "Take this." It was a type of medicine he had just experimented with. Douglas glanced at Ridio, then hesitantly said that perhaps. Then he pulled a chair close beside Ian and leaned near his ear to whisper something. Douglas showed a confident smile and said it would surely be even better than his father's version. Ian also laughed and thanked him. He thought that Douglas still had 3 years before graduating from the Royal Pharmaceutical Academy, but his talent was already enough to promise him the position of a royal alchemist. Unfortunately for Douglas, his father had heard that remark. He immediately knocked hard on his son's head and said, "Do not dream about it, kid." Looking at the vial in Douglas's hand, Ian completely believed that it would bring good results. A moment later, Douglas curiously asked whether the leader planned to fly to Firik using the cloak. Ian answered directly that he would not. He would take a carriage to the outskirts of the capital to avoid attracting attention. At that moment, Vanessa hurried over, calling loudly Ian. In her hands, she was carrying a rather large box. She carefully handed the box to her son and said, "Take it along to eat on the road. Mother prepared a lot." Vanessa thoughtfully explained that the first box contained food for today. The remaining boxes held dried beef and dried fruits for him to eat later. Her gentle eyes looked at Ian, and she said, "Mother also made the red bean cakes you like." Ian smiled and replied, "Thank you, Mother." He would eat a lot. Suddenly, Vanessa stepped forward and hugged Ian tightly, telling him to be careful, do not get hurt, and remember not to skip meals. Ian was slightly surprised by his mother's sudden embrace, but after only a brief moment he accepted that affection. Ian wrapped his arms around his mother's waist and hugged her tightly, saying yes. He looked at her and said he would return soon, so she should not worry. After saying goodbye to everyone, Ian finally said he was leaving. The wheels of the carriage began to roll, marking Ian's new journey. His loved ones still stood behind, but their figures gradually became smaller in his sight. The young man who had lived through 2 lives thought nothing could shake his heart. Yet when leaving his family, he still felt a trace of emptiness. Ian told himself in his heart to believe. Looking at the image of his beloved mother, he silently thought he must believe she would remain safe even without him beside her, because this mansion was directly protected by the palace. Moreover, the crime rate in this area was also very low. Besides, there was also a secret only his mother, Ridio, and Douglas could activate. That was the 7 mana formation. Ian clenched his hand, thinking that with that most dangers could be eliminated. He murmured the name Firik territory. Memory reminded him that it had been exactly 25 years since the last time. In another place, in a canyon near Firik, a fierce battle was taking place. General Kalyan Pirik loudly ordered the soldiers to cut their heads 100 times and bring them back to him. Hearing the order, the entire army seemed to gain new strength and continued fiercely fighting the monster horde. At the moment of crisis, a cavalryman rushed over breathlessly, reporting, "My lord." Kalyan immediately asked what happened. The soldier stammered, saying that the supply force behind them. Then he shouted loudly that their supply team had been ambushed by monsters climbing over the mountain. Kalyan grabbed the soldier firmly when hearing the bad news and shouted, "What?" Looking at the monsters still charging forward, he thought in irritation, "Damn it, how did they cross the defensive line?" But as the supreme commander, he had to decide immediately. Squad 2 and 3 remain holding position with the mages. Squad 1 follow him. Quickly mounted his horse, pointed to the rear, and said they would deal with the ones behind. Immediately, Kalyan led Squad 1 galloping away. The way he calculated that the intelligence of each monster was not high, but they moved like an army. Trained soldiers could deal with them. But the supply team had no combat experience, so they were certainly in danger. Worry was clear on Kalyan's face. At that moment, he could only hope he would not arrive too late. Suddenly, snow began to fall around the area. Kalyan stared upward in shock and asked, "Was that snow?" With his knowledge, he knew the northern region here normally had no snow. Yet the white snow continued falling endlessly. Trees around were covered thick with snow. Some were even frozen solid. Kalyan's group advanced deeper. They encountered a massive block of ice blocking the road. Inside the ice were snail monsters. All of them were completely frozen. Kalyan could not believe his eyes and exclaimed what was happening. In the distance, on top of a tree, there was a figure standing. In the blink of an eye, the figure blurred, then vanished. The corpses of monsters lay scattered across the ground, each pierced by ice spears. Others were frozen like chilled meat. In a mountain region that normally had no snow, frost and heavy snowfall had now appeared. From the top of the ice block, Ian stepped down lightly. When he appeared, Kalyan immediately shouted, "Reveal yourself." That moment, Ian calmly said he heard they needed assistance. Kalyan still stood stunned with astonishment. Ian introduced himself, saying his name was Ianfa. a senior mage sent by the tower. Ianfa, Kalyan unconsciously repeated the name. Then he realized and asked, "You are the noble from northern Moglian, that Ianfa." And Kalyan happily said it was surprising that such a young man had come to help them. He had heard of Ianfa's feat of destroying the goblin army in the Moling Range. He stepped forward, extending his hand, and said it was an honor to meet him. Ian replied that it was also an honor to meet General Kalyan, the strongest warrior of the East. Kalyan's hand tightened, and he said Ianfa must surely be tired after the long journey. His gaze turned serious, and he said, but could Ianfa spare a little time? Because they had many matters to discuss. That afternoon at the military camp, Kalyan said tiredly he had not expected the number of monsters to be so great. Then he corrected himself, saying actually he had predicted it, but not this severe. Recently they had attacked fiercely. Ian stood listening and realized that something seemed to be happening on the Great Plain. Kalyan said sternly, "Sir Ian, they had sent an urgent request to the palace and the tower. First request was for supplies and reinforcements to continue fighting. The second request was to send a senior mage, a mage strong enough to overcome the current situation." Ian remained silent, listening. Recalling the scene in the morning, Kalyan said he had been extremely astonished when Ian destroyed the entire monster pack in an instant and raised a wall of ice. The canyon was now sealed, giving them more time, but that was only a temporary solution. The main cause was that they were about to face a large war on the Great Plain. Monsters had invaded for many years, leaving the army exhausted and supplies nearly depleted. Worry was clear on his face. If reinforcements and food arrived, they could still continue fighting. Kalyan frowned, saying, but it seemed the Empire had postponed the request. Perhaps Ian had arrived instead of reinforcements. Therefore, they must find a long-term solution. After hearing everything, Ian nodded and said he understood. Everything was within Ian's expectations. He said the ice wall could last 10 days if they monitored the monsters from the mountain range. For now, they would be safe. In those 10 days, they could advance into the Great Plain. Kalyan asked in surprise, did Ian intend to go personally? Ian replied firmly that they must find the cause and a complete solution. But Kalyan still did not fully trust it. He said he was glad to see Ian so confident. However, they had sent many military teams to the Great Plain over the past few months, but none had achieved results. His voice was filled with helplessness. The only discovery was that different species of monsters had stopped fighting each other and begun forming alliances to attack humans. Those terrifying monsters gradually crushed Kalyan's morale, pointed to the map, and said they were not only attacking the Green River Empire, but also the northern border of the Great Plain, the Korth Empire, and the Western Duchy at the same time. He further explained that some nations had fewer entry points, so their losses were lighter. Kalyan pointed to another location, saying that the Grand Za Canyon forced them to concentrate attacks on the Pyrrhic estate. After analyzing, he realized something strange. On the southern border of the Great Plain, the native tribe had not been invaded by monsters at all. He spoke while pointing there. Ian continued listening, that it seemed something was preventing monsters from entering that region. Kalyan concluded that the problem might lie in the southern Great Plain, but their army could not pass through the monsters in the canyon to investigate the native tribe. After hearing everything, Ian thought deeply that the upheaval on the Great Plain was something he had never known in his previous life. Realized there had been many attacks from the Great Plain before, but never on such a large scale as this. Then Ian said they should go to the southern border to meet the native tribe. Kalyan agreed. If it was the tribal leader, the king of mages, he would surely know something. Kalyan still hesitated, slightly asking whether Ian thought they could meet and speak with him. Ian maintained a calm and confident expression and replied that of course there was. Before long night fell, in the vast mountain wilderness, the sky became more mysterious and deeper than usual. Ian stood alone atop a tall tower, quietly reflecting on the Great Plain. He lifted his head to look at the night sky, letting thoughts swirl through his mind, thinking carefully perhaps that things still existed in that place. What Ian remembered was an artifact passed down to the Mage King, the leader of the native tribe. It was the scepter of the Great Plain. Thinking about it, Ian nodded slightly. He quite liked that staff because it was made from rare birch wood. Then reality pulled his thoughts back. 3 years from this moment, the Green River Empire, the Ko-Ut Empire, and the Ron Duchy would form an alliance to eliminate the monsters of the Great Plain. In the end, most of the monsters would be destroyed, and the 3 nations would divide the resource-rich land of the Great Plain. Thinking of that, Ian clenched his fist, because during that period, the Mage King disappeared, while the native tribe was captured and enslaved. Those thoughts caused Ian's mind to wander. An event that had never happened in his previous life was now appearing. Ian believed this change likely originated from his return to the past. A vague anxiety rose within him about a crisis in the Great Plain that he had never known. Remembering the earlier conversation, Ian had told Kalyan that the ice would melt in 10 days. By then, he would certainly find the cause and the solution. He did not return after 10 days, but Kalyan had interrupted, saying he believed Ian would return and wished him luck. Returning to the present before Ian stretched a barren mountain land with dry soil where the trees were all withered. According to the plan discussed with Kalyan, this time Ian alone entered this region. Looking at the surrounding scenery, Ian thought this must be the border area of the native tribe territory. The silence was so abnormal that Ian felt something strange. Along the entire path he traveled, there was no sign of any living creature. Compared with the north full of monsters, he had not encountered a single one in the south. Perhaps this place was the cause of the change Kalyan mentioned. Even so, Ian calmly moved deeper. The sound of his footsteps was quickly noticed by members of the tribe. They immediately became alert and asked who he was. Ian calmly replied that he was not an enemy. He was a mage from the Green River Empire. One of them shouted how he understood their language. Ian did not answer that question and instead said directly that he had no time to explain. He wanted to meet the Mage King. The others froze for a moment, then asked what he had just said. Mage King was the tower master of the native tribe. They were born with mana hearts and mana brains. Although their method of controlling mana was simple, they became ritual mages. Among them, the Mage King was the supreme leader. Ian ignored their attitude and continued stating his purpose. He came to discuss the monster problem in the north. Mage King must already know about it, so please. But before Ian finished speaking, a spear pointed directly at his throat. The man shouted fiercely how a person from the Empire dared to be so arrogant. Did he think the Mage King would meet him? None of them showed any welcome and instead threatened him to leave. If he continued speaking nonsense, they would sacrifice him to the spirit of the Great Plain. Facing those vicious words, Ian calmly asked whether he looked like someone who would turn back just because of their words. Ian's expression now showed no patience. That man still showed no fear and rushed forward with the spear, saying it seemed he would die before understanding his situation. The reckless tribesman attacked Ian without knowing he himself was the one in danger. From the air, Ian created a spear of ice. With a single strike, he cut the opponent's spear in half. Broken spearhead fell to the ground, while that man still did not understand what had happened. Ian coldly warned that next time the thing falling would be his head. His voice was light yet full of authority. Do not cause trouble anymore, lead him to the Mage King. Amid the chaos, an aged voice sounded. What did a person from the Empire want here? Everyone, including Ian, turned to look. Seeing the familiar staff in the old man's hand, Ian immediately recognized it. He directly asked whether he was the Mage King. The old man nodded lightly, saying that was correct. People called him that. Ian said it surprised him that he came out here personally. Without waiting for an answer, Ian went straight to the point. The monsters of the Great Plain were attacking the borders of 3 nations, yet when he traveled south, he had not encountered any. Did he know the reason? The old man answered that monsters attacking borders was normal. They did not know the cause either. But Ian immediately realized it was a lie. The Mage King paused because he had not expected his words to be detected. That deception irritated Ian, and he said the lie was useless against him. Ian asked sternly for the truth, what was really happening. One tribesman angrily shouted how that person dared to be disrespectful, but the Mage King immediately stopped him. He calmly said he had heard that Imperial mages possessed lie detection magic, but witnessing it with his own eyes was still astonishing. Looking into Ian's eyes, he sighed and said, very well, lying was useless. He would tell the truth. He spoke seriously, saying that many years ago there had been a prophecy. The prophecy said the beautiful Great Plain would become a sea of fire. Golden light would stain the land red, and the tribe living there for thousands of years would be divided into slaves. Hearing that, Ian was extremely shocked. The old man continued explaining that they could do nothing. They knew war would destroy the tribe, but they also could not sit and wait for fate. The Mage King said that one day, a noble lady came to them. That woman enchanted this staff and shared her power before disappearing. Ian frowned slightly. A noble lady. The Mage King continued, saying that she also warned them. If an outsider came here, at that moment fierce flames erupted behind Ian. At the same time, the Mage King summoned countless skeletons from the earth. His voice lowered, saying if an outsider came, he must not be allowed to leave alive. An entire army of skeletons rose and surrounded Ian. The Mage King hesitated and said he was sorry, but Ian must die here. After speaking, he immediately prepared to attack. Seeing this, Ian understood dark magic. Thought he had believed it disappeared 300 years ago when it was banned. He had not expected the future to change this much. But Ian was not afraid, and instead became interested because they were underestimating him. Ian said he was sorry, but he had no intention of dying here without fighting. Declared that even if he had to use force, he would take that staff infused with dark magic. The Mage King replied that if he believed he could do it, then he should try. Magic power began gathering in Ian's palm. What he had just said could not be taken back. Ian's eyes turned cold. Meanwhile, the ice wall Ian created 10 days earlier was gradually melting. The wind howled fiercely through the canyon. Kalyan looked toward it thinking something was wrong. 10 days had passed since Mage Ian entered the Great Plain, and the ice wall blocking the canyon was rapidly collapsing. The worry in Kalyan's heart grew stronger. He tried to push away the worst thoughts, yet still prepared himself. He called his subordinate Adon, who immediately replied, "Yes, my lord." Kalyan ordered preparation for battle at the canyon. Summon all soldiers and catapults. Call back the ambush squads around the mountains. Adon bowed and answered he understood. Now Kalyan could only rely on himself. They would stop them. Reassured himself that his soldiers would protect the territory and the people. Kalyan's eyes became resolute. They had to become the unbreakable shield of the empire. The wind grew stronger, sounding like the howls of monsters. From the mist of melting ice ahead, Kalyan did not know what lay beyond, so he ordered the catapults prepared. Next second he shouted fire, but the word caught in his throat when he saw a figure step out from the canyon. The person was Ian. He walked unsteadily and breathed heavily. Kalyan stood frozen for a moment before recognizing him. He immediately shouted Ian. Ian's hand was the staff covered with dark energy. He warned about the staff. Ian said with difficulty, never touch it. After saying that, he collapsed to the ground. Kalyan shouted Ian in panic. After an unknown amount of time, Ian woke up. He opened his eyes looking at the ceiling. Then he moved his eyes, observing the entire room. Only then did his awareness gradually return. Ian realized he was lying on a hospital bed. His body had been treated and carefully bandaged. He asked where this was. Looking at the arrangement, Ian guessed he was in a military camp. Ian suddenly sat up, rubbing his head, and said it seemed he had arrived at the right place. Though still exhausted after the battle, Ian continued thinking. First, he had to deal with that staff. Just as Ian was still thinking, Kalyan's voice suddenly interrupted. "Sir Ian, you have finally awakened." The moment he saw him, Ian immediately spoke. General quietly asked how long he had been unconscious. Kalyan replied that he had been unconscious for 3 days. Then Kalyan asked with concern how his body felt now. He repeated the physician's warning that Ian should not move much, but Ian still forced himself to say he was fine. Immediately asked anxiously where the staff he had brought back was. Kalyan pointed to the chest beside them and said the mages had stored it there. This chest functioned like a mana prison. Ian walked to the chest, then turned to praise Kalyan, saying he handled the situation very well. Kalyan did not respond immediately, and only moved his lips, as if there was something more he wanted to say. After a moment, he slowly said that, when Ian had just returned to the canyon, the doctor had said Ian's mana source was almost completely depleted. If it had been 1 second later, it might have been life-threatening. Kalyan's voice clearly showed worry. He continued saying he knew it was rude to ask now, but he needed to know exactly what had caused Ian to fall into such danger. Kalyan truly wanted to understand what had happened on the Great Plain. Ian did not hide anything, and directly said that this staff was the cause of the disturbance on the plain. He gripped the staff tightly, as if afraid it might cause harm again. Ian explained that the staff used dark magic. The Mage King controlled monsters with dark spells and illusions emitted from it. Hearing that, Kalyan was extremely shocked. Wait, dark magic disappeared 300 years ago. While casting a spell on the staff, Ian said afterward the Mage King had learned dark magic from a mysterious person. They did not know who that person was. Mana flowed from Ian's fingertips into the staff. He continued saying that after the Mage King died, the control spell disappeared, and the monsters began attacking the new master. All of this made Ian suspect the staff carried a curse intended to erase all traces. Kalyan immediately understood. So Ian had faced great danger bringing it back here. If it was so dangerous, should it not be destroyed? Ian calmly said he rather liked this staff. Kalyan asked in surprise, was that the only reason? After Ian purified it, the staff shone brightly, unlike its previous gloomy appearance. Ian said he had erased all dark magic enchantments on it. But before he finished speaking, Ian's heart suddenly tightened. His heartbeat pounded violently inside his chest. Ian's body trembled, and the staff fell from his hand. Pain spread through his body, causing him to clutch his chest. Ian's vision gradually blurred. He only saw Kalyan calling anxiously, asking if he was all right. Ian's heart continued beating violently. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Could it be his mana heart? At that moment, Ian spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the bandage on his chest. He did not understand what was happening, so confusion filled his eyes. Ian continued coughing out more blood. The floor was quickly stained red with his blood. Kalyan shouted in panic, asking if he was all right. Seeing the critical situation, he immediately ordered Adon to call the doctor. Adon replied, "Yes, my lord." Even covered in blood, Ian still said he was fine. He was only expelling impurities. Kalyan hesitantly asked impurities. Ian explained that this happened when the mana heart advanced to a new level before being fully stabilized, so there was no need to worry. Kalyan still asked if Ian was truly all right. Ian replied that he was. Ian looked at his hands and thought that if his guess was correct, he had completely mastered level 5 and stepped into level 6. The hands that had been covered in blood were now clean. he felt mana at a completely different level. Ian smiled slightly because he had finally advanced in level. Kalyan was still not reassured. He said it was still better to let the doctor check to be certain. Ian thanked him for his concern. Afterward, Kalyan said he had many things to thank Ian for, but something must be said first. 4 days after Ian left the Great Plain, the tower sent a letter. Inside was a blue crystal sphere. Kalyan said apologetically that he promised to deliver it immediately when Ian returned, but since Ian was unconscious, he could only hand it over now. He gave the sphere to Ian. Ian thought it must be a message from the tower. Kalyan suddenly said, "Wait." He searched his pocket and said there was another item. Took out a letter and said today they received a message from the Emperor delivered by a messenger. He was ordered to deliver it directly to Ian. Ian asked if it was delivered by a writer. Kalyan nodded, saying it seemed so. Ian pondered because the king did not use the tower communication sphere, but sent a paper letter. This method was slower, so the content must be extremely secret. He wondered what matter required hiding it from the tower, so he decided to read the tower message first and activated the sphere. An information panel immediately appeared before him. The message read to Senior Mage Ianfa, "We delayed sending this message, fearing it would affect your mission. Your family encountered a small problem when a suspicious person intruded into the mansion, but thanks to the guards, everyone remained safe." Ian widened his eyes in surprise. A suspicious intruder forced himself to remain calm and read on that his family was now fully protected by the royal family and the tower, so he need not worry, but his body still trembled. His hand clenched tightly. Ian's eyes burned with anger because he understood the message was meant to make him anxious. What was Herbert plotting? He forced himself to calm down and took a deep breath. Then he decided to read the Emperor's letter first before deciding anything else. The first line read, "Dear Mage Ianfa." Each word was written carefully. If Ian was reading this letter, it meant the king's son was still safe. He thanked the goddess of fortune and wished to ask Ian for help. Ian read on that as a senior mage on a mission he might not yet know. A treaty between 3 nations to conquer the monsters west of the Great Plain would soon be signed in the free city of Demira. Ian was surprised because this should happen 3 years later. Harry wrote that Crown Prince Hayden, 5th Prince Ragna, Tower Master Herbert, and General Duncan would attend the delegation. By the time Ian read this, the conference might already be underway. He mentioned Hayden and said that currently there was no one supporting the Crown Prince. After many words, he finally made his request, asking the closest friend of Hayden. He asked Ian to go to Demidra's and become Hayden's support. At the end, he promised to move Ian's family into the palace for the best protection. After reading, Ian remained silent in thought. He closed his eyes, recalling his previous life. Back then, the Demidra's conference was when Ragna officially entered the struggle for the throne, and it was also the moment marking the downfall of the Crown Prince. Ragna used diplomatic skill in the treaty to gain advantages for the Green River Empire, so he gained the approval of nobles and citizens. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince's lack of knowledge was exposed before the public. Ian thought about his previous memories and the current situation. He frowned, wondering whether everything had been arranged by the Tower Master. Ian connected the recent events, from the disturbance in the west of the Great Plain to the Mage King learning dark magic from a mysterious woman, and even the treaty between the 3 nations occurring earlier than before. All of it made Ian suspect Herbert stood behind everything. The intruder in the mansion was likely meant to restrain him. Thinking of this, Ian felt slightly uneasy, because if his hypothesis was correct, Herbert had already seen through him. He quickly calmed himself and thought more carefully. Herbert was forcing him to ignore the Emperor's request and return to the capital. However, something Herbert did not expect had happened. A type of mage never recorded before, a level only its possessor understood, that was 6th level magic. After understanding everything, Ian turned and called the general. Kalyan immediately replied, "Please speak, Sir Ian." Ian showed a faint smile and said could the general help him with something. At the same time, in the famous free city of commerce and port called Demetera, the place was always crowded and noisy. Crown Prince Hayden was there. He muttered irritably why they still had not contacted Ian. Oliver, standing beside him, said, "Please be patient, Your Highness." He explained that Ian was on the way as the representative of the Crown Prince, so even Hayden could not hurry him faster. But Hayden was still worried. He knew that, but the current situation was very unfavorable. Added that most envoys gathered at the tower were nobles supporting Ragna. Hayden frowned, saying he had a bad feeling. He wished Ian were here. Oliver moved his lips as if wanting to say something, but stopped. Elsewhere, Herbert was deep in thought, saying that at last this moment had arrived. He believed all preparations were complete, and that young man would certainly rush to the palace. He suddenly recalled what Ragna once said, that they had already traced the whereabouts of Ian. The 5th prince firmly believed Ian always placed his family first. If any danger involved them, he would be willing to erase everything. When the negotiation ended, the prince. Just then, Hayden and Oliver were distracted by a commotion sounding nearby. Everyone around them pointed toward the sky, curiously discussing what it was, whether something was flying or merely a bird. He also turned his head toward the direction everyone was looking. His eyes immediately widened in extreme surprise. It turned out the figure gliding across the sky was actually Ian. His cloak fluttered violently in the wind. In the blink of an eye, Ian landed before them and politely bowed, saying he had arrived a little late. He smiled gently and called out, "Crown Prince." Everyone who witnessed it, including Ragna, was astonished by the sight. Herbert was utterly stunned. A thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that the boy had abandoned his family? Meanwhile, at the imperial palace of the Green River Empire, Douglas complained gloomily that the captain should please return quickly. He was nearly in tears because he could not go to the academy to meet his friends after being kept inside the palace due to the assassin incident. He lamented that he was bored to the point of going mad. Video stood beside him, advising him to be patient for a while longer and to be grateful for being safe inside the royal palace. He added that it would be good if the assassin were captured, since Ian had set a mana trap in the manor. Rido even asserted that if that dangerous magic trap activated, the intruder would instantly lose the ability to move. Seeing Vanessa still looking sorrowful, Rilo gently comforted her, saying she should not worry too much. He softly reminded her that this was the king's palace, so it was safer than anywhere else. Even so, after hearing that she still could not feel relieved, realizing his words were useless, Video awkwardly did not know what to do next to ease her worries. He quickly added that they had already sent a letter to the ivory tower, so the news would surely reach Ian soon. After that, he would return before they could even finish speaking. That moment, Ian's voice suddenly sounded, saying, "I am here," causing Video to freeze as if he had heard wrong. But it truly was Ian. He opened the door and cheerfully said sorry for returning late. Douglas, who had been lying around in boredom, instantly jumped up when he saw Ian appear. The two adults also turned in surprise toward the door. Reuniting with their family after a long time, everyone hurriedly called his name, Ian. Ian stepped forward, held his mother's hand, and said everyone must have been very worried. Only then did Vanessa's face brighten again. She looked at her son lovingly when she heard him reassure that everything was fine. He smiled at his family members and affirmed that he would protect them. To understand why Ian appeared here at this moment, one must return to the previous night at the Pier estate. That time he told Callian, "General, I have a request I hope you will help me with." Callian immediately replied that you and I saved the entire capital together, so whatever you need, please say it. Then Ian made a proposal that, during the upcoming period, I hope you will protect me. After saying that, he placed his hand on his chest to show absolute sincerity. Callian was slightly surprised by the request and asked, "Protect you?" Ian explained that the magic he was about to use might cause him to lose control during the casting process. If the worst situation occurred, then call the Mage Pazin and channel a little mana into my mind, so I wake up. Ian was so cautious because he understood that very few mages reached level 6 or higher, so there were almost no records about them. Even in his previous life, many spells beyond level 6 had been discovered by him or learned from ancient books. Ian extended his hand forward, preparing to cast the spell, and said, "Let us begin." In an instant, a magic circle appeared right before him. Ian's body began to transform violently, as if every cell were separating. Immediately afterward, he successfully split his body into two separate forms. Because the spell consumed too much mana, Ian's original body immediately staggered. He collapsed unconscious in Callian's arms. Witnessing that scene, Callian exclaimed in shock, "How could this be?" Two copies of Ian were so perfect they were identical and impossible to distinguish. That left Callian utterly astonished by this kind of magic. The two copies then spoke, explaining that this was a puppet control technique above level 6. The original body would serve as the controller and fall into a coma, while the other bodies could move freely. These two puppets could still use magic equivalent to a level 5 mage. The two forms looked at Callian and continued speaking. "Therefore, we rely on you." After that, both walked toward the door. As for Prince Hayden, he was extremely delighted to see Ian appear and said, "You have arrived." Hayden stepped forward and held Ian's hand emotionally, saying, "Perhaps we truly share a spiritual connection. I missed you very much, Ian." Perhaps because he was used to the prince's personality, Ian only sighed softly at that overly enthusiastic action. Then Herbert stepped closer and said, "I was wondering who had just arrived." He looked carefully and asked, "So it is you, Ian?" Herbert said he had heard Lord Pyrrhic report that Ian had completed a mission so difficult that he fainted afterward. He continuously praised the great achievement Ian had brought to the Empire. Ian only humbly replied that he merely fulfilled the duty of a high-ranking mage. After a few polite exchanges, Herbert finally asked directly why he was here. "I already told you to return to the ivory tower to rest. Have you not heard the news about your family?" Ian interrupted and said, "I have already received the letter from the ivory tower." He placed his hand on his chest and said after completing the mission, I received an order from the royal family. The letter in his hand was the proof. Ian continued that the moment I received the royal order, I immediately joined the delegation to support the crown prince. Seeing that Herbert suggested, may I see the letter? Ian immediately handed it over and said, here it is. Herbert immediately opened the letter to examine it. Inside the letter was the emperor's name along with the royal seal proving Ian's words were true. Yet that also surprised Herbert, because he thought they would find every way. Unexpectedly, Ian Fa had left his family to come here, thinking that he suddenly showed a sneer. Herbert said, I know this is the emperor's order, but you cannot join the delegation. Hayden, standing beside him, became furious and shouted that it was impossible. Are you disrespecting the king's command? Herbert seemed to have expected this reaction, so he explained, Your Highness, this concerns the trust between 3 nations. He said the number of members and guards in the delegation had been finalized beforehand and could not be changed, because it was the agreement from the previous negotiation. According to him, diplomats must trust one another, so they could not arbitrarily add anyone, especially a high-ranking mage, to the group. Hearing that, Hayden was extremely displeased when Herbert said he believed the emperor would also understand why they could not allow him to join. Ian silently thought to himself that the Tower Master had indeed been correct. Although it was not wartime, the nations had once been in conflict. Moreover, this was a treaty between 3 countries that always remained wary of each other. Only when the level of safety was guaranteed could the heirs of each nation gather together with their delegations and guards. Ian also clearly understood that the delegation already had 3 high-ranking mages, including the Tower Master. If another such power were added, the balance of the treaty would be broken. Thinking that he finally spoke, the foundation of diplomacy is trust. That is a reasonable explanation, so I understand the Tower Master's concern. Hearing the answer he wanted, Herbert changed his attitude and turned away, saying, if you understand, then return. Your presence in this city could cause diplomatic trouble. Herbert added that he regretted having to do this to someone who had just completed a difficult mission to come here, but he hoped Ian understood that they had no other choice. Even though he had fallen into a disadvantage, Ian suddenly showed a smile on his lips. He calmly said that he would personally explain everything to the emperor. But what if a high-ranking mage in the delegation voluntarily gave up his position? With a sincere attitude, Ian proposed whether he could replace that person. He continued, saying this was a direct order from the emperor, so everyone should handle it flexibly. Herbert had just returned and immediately said that of course it was possible, but the issue was who would. Before the sentence was finished, someone spoke up in agreement. That person said he would give up his place and stepped forward. The one who stepped forward to yield the position turned out to be Ronan. He raised his hand in a signal and said he would withdraw from the delegation. The surrounding atmosphere instantly became completely silent. No one dared to speak because they feared saying something wrong would cause trouble for themselves. Even Hayden and Oliver were stunned for a moment because they had not expected someone would truly give up a place for Ian. This made Herbert cry out in shock. He looked at Ronan and asked in disbelief what he was talking about, but Ronan still appeared extremely resolute. Ronan began explaining that were they not all citizens of the Empire, a citizen could not go against a royal command. Hearing those words, Ian's eyes briefly flashed with a hint of amusement. Ronan continued that even if it caused diplomatic difficulties, the delegation still represented the Empire as citizens. That was an honorable duty. If yielding the position could both obey the emperor and support diplomacy, then he was willing to do so. Ronan's argument was so reasonable that Herbert could not refute it any further. Ronan bowed respectfully toward Hayden and said he wished to hand over the honorable duty within the delegation to Ian Fa and hoped His Highness would approve this change. Hayden immediately replied that he agreed and was very impressed by the loyalty and sincerity Ronan had shown toward the Empire. Hayden also ordered Ronan to prepare to return safely to the capital. Ronan bowed and thanked His Highness for the grace. After that, Ronan turned to Ian as if he still wanted to say something more. Ronan gently handed over his responsibility. He said he trusted Ian with the position in the delegation and hoped he would complete the mission perfectly. Ian happily expressed thanks to the senior, but Ronan immediately said there was no need to thank him. At that moment, a thought about the man before him appeared in Ian's mind. High-ranking Mage Ronan in his memory was one of the few kind people despite always being strict with principles. But Ronan's belief was not placed in the Tower Master or the tower itself. It was based on his own ideals. Because he understood that clearly, Ian secretly thought he could grasp this weakness. If he only taught Ronan a few spells that even Herbert did not yet know, then the man would easily stand on his side. After that, Ronan said farewell and stated that he would now withdraw. He repeated Herbert's words that if a high-ranking mage did not participate in the delegation at this city, then it would cause difficulties for diplomacy. That was exactly what the Tower Master had said earlier. Herbert trembled with anger but could not react at all. Only then did he suddenly realize something frightening. Before he had thought Ian was just a naive boy, but it turned out the boy had quietly taken root inside his ivory tower. Herbert's gaze immediately fixed directly on Ian. In his mind, the name Ian Fa echoed repeatedly. Herbert tightly furrowed his brows and resolved that he would not allow such a boy to ruin his plan. The plan he had long nurtured to turn the Empire into the Empire of the Ivory Tower. He stared at Ian as if identifying him as the greatest obstacle. Right behind Ian, someone was also silently observing the entire situation. Ragnar said nothing, but his eyes showed that caution toward Ian had begun to appear. Familiar smile on Ragnar's lips had also disappeared. Magnificent castles and splendid architecture appeared before their eyes. That was Demidras, a neutral city not governed by any nation. Because of that, all three nations acknowledged the importance of Demidras. For hundreds of years, this place had become a symbol of freedom and neutrality. As soon as they reached the city gate, the 19th mayor of Demidras, Angelo Neville, warmly welcomed them and invited everyone to follow this way. Hayden then asked where the others were. Angelo gently replied that they had already been guided to their own accommodations. Angelo pointed toward a building nearby and said the people from Green River could stay there. He had also arranged a separate mansion for Hayden, the most important guest. Hayden glanced over the luxurious buildings and nodded, saying it was not bad. After that, he turned and asked Herbert whether the tower master had any plans at the moment. Herbert replied that before the appointed day, there were no special arrangements. It was unclear what Hayden was thinking, but he only smiled slightly and said he understood. After that, he ordered the high-ranking mages that everyone could rest. Ian will go with me. Follow me. Hearing that, Ian immediately bowed and obeyed the order. After everything had been arranged, Ian left together with Hayden. Ragnar still stood there watching their backs. Sometime later in Ragnar's room, the door was suddenly pushed open by someone. The one who entered was Herbert. Before Herbert could say anything, Ragnar spoke that he did not need to worry because he would not pursue responsibility. Then he mentioned Ian, the mage standing beside Herbert. He said Ian was troublesome. His cold gaze revealed a bad premonition. Herbert replied that he understood that. Herbert added that His Highness should not worry too much. Although Ian Fa possessed outstanding magical talent, the nature of negotiations was different. According to him, magic was almost unrelated to this matter. Even he himself did not have much right to speak in diplomatic affairs. Herbert continued defending that in negotiations between nations, there was always a need for a young mage to stand there. He asked who else would be more suitable. According to Herbert, the high-ranking mage at the negotiation table was essentially only symbolic. After that, Herbert reminded Ragnar that His Highness should become the center of the treaty, as originally planned. Ragnar sighed and said he understood but still felt very uncomfortable, because he worried that Ian Favor had been invited many times by him to become an ally, but always refused. If things continued like this, Ian would become a major obstacle. Ragnar glanced at Herbert and said he should deal with this matter as soon as possible. Herbert bowed respectfully and said please entrust this matter to him. He assured everything would proceed exactly as His Highness wished. In contrast to the tense atmosphere of the Fifth Prince faction, Hayden's room was filled with comfort. Hayden happily sat down on the sofa and said this place was wonderful. He even excitedly talked about how the street performances at night in Demidras were very interesting. Hayden appeared extremely eager to go outside for a stroll. He even thought about buying a few new clothes for disguise. He casually told the captain that now they should hire a few servants to do chores. At that moment, Ian suddenly interrupted and respectfully called out to His Highness. Hayden heard the call and froze for a moment before asking what it was. Realizing he might have been too excited and made Ian uncomfortable, Hayden hesitantly asked what was wrong Ian. Indeed, Ian was extremely irritated by that carefree attitude. Even without speaking, his serious expression made Hayden feel pressure. Even so, with his status, Ian still maintained etiquette and asked whether His Highness knew what his current position was. Ian patiently explained that Hayden was here as the representative of the Green River Empire and the heir to the throne. Moreover, His Highness was the main person responsible for the three-nation negotiations. He did not come here for leisure. At that point, Ian's anger erupted. Ian bluntly said His Highness should immediately abandon the idea of going out to play. Hayden innocently asked why when there was still plenty of time. That innocence truly made Ian explode. He said Hayden must begin preparing from now. Seeing Ian angry, Hayden immediately turned to Oliver with a pleading look. Oliver understood, but pretended not to see and turned his head away. Ian continued saying that His Highness had the highest right to speak. If he remained silent, then the opportunity would fall into the hands of the Fifth Prince. Hayden still hesitated and said he had heard the king mention that matter, but Ian firmly said if that happened, then the entire negotiation would revolve around the Fifth Prince. He asked whether that seemed acceptable. Hayden still looked hesitant. He said he truly disliked that, but sighed and confessed that he did not understand the army, goods, territorial division, or the issue of slaves. No one helped him argue politics. Ian silently listened to those confessions of the prince. Hayden said that if he spoke wrongly and was mocked, then remaining silent was better. Hearing that, Ian suddenly understood. Hayden had long been accustomed to avoiding and abandoning reality. But Ian knew clearly that was unacceptable, because at this moment, the only person who could help Ian was Hayden. This prince could make Ragna completely disappointed, Ian's only important chess piece. Therefore, Ian patiently persuaded that His Highness must become the center of the negotiations. Hayden still tried to evade and asked what he should do now. Ian snapped his fingers and said he would give His Highness an opportunity. Immediately, floating pens began writing across numerous blank sheets. Ian explained that the Emperor had ordered him to become the supporting power of the Crown Prince. This was the chance for the Crown Prince to act. According to the Emperor's order, Ian would list all the issues of the negotiations along with solutions. Ian snapped his fingers again and said, "Therefore, Your Highness." The door of the room immediately locked tightly. Ian said, "From now until the day of the negotiation." Hayden stared in panic at the papers flying all over the room. Ian said seriously that His Highness must memorize everything. 1 week later in Demidras, the day of the three-nation treaty negotiations was held inside a castle. Ragna entered together with his entourage and said he had heard that after his older brother entered that mansion, he had not gone outside for an entire week. Ragna's eyes were filled with curiosity as he wondered what his brother had been doing. Herbert Leon replied that he had also been worried, so he sent people to monitor throughout the mansion where the Crown Prince stayed, but found nothing unusual. He added that Hayden only occasionally went into the garden and looked rather tired. Ragna calmly replied that he understood. At that very moment, Hayden of Green River also appeared at the negotiation venue. He appeared quite calm and relieved. Ragna spoke in greeting. "Good morning, elder brother. Did you sleep well last night?" Hayden replied in a friendly tone that he slept very well. Ragna smiled and said hearing that made him very happy. Ragna continued that he would head to the conference room with the delegation first. "See you later, elder brother." After saying that, he walked past Hayden. Ragna passed in front of Ian. Ian slightly turned his head to watch him. Hayden seemed rather restless at that moment. He clenched both hands tightly and quickly noticed Hayden's tension as well. He called out, "Your Highness." Hayden startled and turned back. Ian immediately reassured him. "Please do not worry. Over the past week, Your Highness has prepared to the best of your ability." He emphasized that the main host of today's three-nation treaty negotiation was Your Highness. Hayden hesitated slightly, then showed a confident smile and replied that was right. The negotiation officially began. Angelo stepped forward and introduced himself as the one responsible for supervising and judging the treaty meeting, the 19th mayor of Demidras, Angelo Neville. At the negotiation table, the representatives were already fully present. Angelo announced. He said from now on every detail of the negotiation would be recorded, and he himself would supervise the entire process. He hoped everyone would remember that. "Let us begin." Hector listened attentively as Angelo explained the regulations. Mark Zen and the others also looked very expectant. Ragna clearly displayed confidence. Meanwhile, Hayden still felt somewhat anxious, even though Ian had encouraged him before entering the meeting. Maxwell raised his hand to request to speak. "I am Mark Zen." He said that as everyone knew, the road leading to our duchy was very narrow and dangerous. Therefore, transporting soldiers and supplies was very difficult. We hope to receive support through volunteer mages and knights instead of infantry. Additionally, money could be used instead of goods. We had already reached agreement with the Empire on this matter earlier. Mark Zen continued saying, "Please do not misunderstand. If the Green River Empire has a reasonable reason to oppose, then we are willing to negotiate again." He spoke while looking toward Hayden. Ian looked at Hayden with trusting eyes. He thought this was the opening topic about the expedition force. "Do as you practice." Hayden remained silent for a moment. Ragna watched him very closely. Ragna suddenly spoke that he would speak on behalf of the Crown Prince. That moment, Hayden also spoke about the military matter. He said the person suitable to speak was the undefeated general of our empire, Lord Duncan Mythos. "I will leave this part to him." Mark Zen looked confused and thought that was not the fifth prince the one responsible. Hayden emphasized that we already have an expert responsible for this field, so I do not need to say more, correct? Turned and gestured to Duncan, "Lord Duncan." Duncan immediately replied, "Yes, I will speak." Duncan began presenting that from my perspective regarding the request of the Ron Duchy, we only need to continue with the current plan. Ian smiled while listening. Ian observed the entire development. Everything in the negotiations seemed to be proceeding very smoothly. Hayden also confidently presented many viewpoints. On Mark Zen's side, they exchanged views openly with friendly smiles. Ragna, on the other hand, looked surprised and somewhat awkward. Negotiation continued until the afternoon. Ian thought silently that everything was approaching the end. At that moment, Hector of the Ko-Ut Empire clasped his hands and said, "Let us speak frankly with each other." He believed dividing the territory into 3 parts without a clear plan was exactly the reason the distribution would be unfair. The quality of resources and land in the region varied greatly. If someone received a good portion, it was like winning the lottery. But if there was nothing underneath, then that land would be worthless. Some nations would certainly suffer losses, therefore they would become dissatisfied, and that dissatisfaction could lead to war. Ian became serious. He thought this was the most important topic of the negotiation, the division of territory and resources after the expedition. Hector said that our empire did not want any trouble. If peace could be maintained for thousands of years, that would be wonderful. Therefore, if anyone had a good proposal, they should speak. Mark Zen's side began discussing intensely with their associates. Ragna turned to look at Herbert Leon and called the tower master. Herbert smiled while Ragna looked worried. Ragna raised his hand to speak, saying this was only his humble opinion. Suddenly, Hayden slammed both hands onto the table and said loudly that he knew a way to avoid all trouble. Everyone in the room was stunned. Mark Zen also immediately stopped the discussion and turned to look at Hayden. Hayden's face was full of confidence because he had prepared beforehand. Ragna was completely astonished. Angelo immediately said, "Crown Prince of the Green River Empire, please share your solution." Hayden began explaining that the magic tower of our empire had developed a new type of spell. It could detect and estimate the amount of minerals beneath an area. Ragna was instantly shocked. Herbert was also extremely surprised. He thought silently, how did Hayden know about that? Mark Zen asked again whether that was true. Hayden confidently replied that of course it was true. Perhaps you had heard rumors about this mage. He then introduced Ian, saying this was the youngest high-ranking mage of our empire, Ian Fa. He was the one who created that spell. Mark Zen was extremely astonished and said he had never expected such a spell to exist. Herbert thought silently, did he think the same as me? That mineral detection magic would become the key of this negotiation. He looked at Ian with suspicious eyes. How could this boy see the crucial point of the negotiation? Hayden stood up and said, "We intend to use that magic to create a resource map to evaluate the value of each region. With a complete map, we could divide the Great Plain into many different parts based on the requirements of each nation." Mark Zen remarked that the borders might be somewhat complicated, but we would cultivate and exploit this land for many decades, so that was reasonable. Ragna remained silent, but inside him anger boiled. Duncan glanced lightly at Ian. Ian looked back at him with complete confidence. Ian showed the smile of a victor. Hayden continued arguing that he believed this was the best solution. Outside the window, the sunset covered the castle in brilliant color. Oliver stood outside waiting for good news. When he saw Hayden run out excitedly, Oliver was surprised. Hayden called Captain. Hayden ran over in excitement. Oliver immediately called Your Highness. Hayden ran, while excitedly saying, "Captain, you should have seen that scene. Today I turned the entire meeting around. Ragna and the Tower Master had such ugly expressions then. It was a pity you did not witness it." Oliver only smiled. Hayden invited everyone to celebrate. "Let us go out, drink wine, and stroll around the city. Ian, come along as well." Ian nodded in agreement. Hayden happily grabbed his shoulder and said that was right. "Ian, you were about to become an adult, so you must try the wine I treat you to. I will teach you how to drink." Suddenly a voice called from behind, "Your Highness." It was Ragna. He approached wanting to speak with Hayden. Ragna appeared very courteous. Hayden asked in a serious voice what was it. Ragna praised that today his performance was truly impressive. He said he had learned many things from him. He placed his hand before his chest, showing great politeness. Hayden laughed awkwardly and replied, "Of course, younger brother." He said he was very happy that his brother could learn from him. He hoped his brother would also gain many things from this negotiation. "Continue striving to train yourself." Ragna outwardly agreed, but inside he was not happy at all. Hayden still acted like an elder and said, "If you needed advice, just ask me anytime." Ragna hesitated slightly, then said, "Thank you, elder brother." After that he turned and left. Hayden's entire group watched him go. After walking a distance, Hayden turned and called Ian, Captain Ian. Hayden expressed his gratitude, saying today was truly the greatest day of his life. Ian and Oliver also joined that cheerful atmosphere. Hayden put his arms around both their shoulders and said, "Let us go. We had endured a whole week. Today we must relax." He told Oliver that today he should relax a little as well. "Do not be so strict like usual." Hayden turned to Ian again with a smile, saying, "You were about to become an adult, so you must drink the wine I treat you to." It seemed I already said that. Suddenly he noticed something very strange. "Hey Ian, what is going on? What happened to your hands?" At that moment, both of Ian's hands began to emit light. Finn from Ragna's group also turned his head to look. Hayden and Oliver both looked confused by that sight. Ian spoke calmly. It seems this is already my limit. Hayden asked in surprise, limit of what? Explain it clearly to me. Ian's body gradually became faint. He gently said sorry, but it seems I will have to drink the wine your highness grants in the royal palace. Hayden asked in panic what he was talking about. Ian replied that he would explain everything when they met again in the royal palace. After saying that Ian completely disappeared, Hayden still did not understand what had just happened. Everyone present witnessed Ian vanish without leaving a trace. Only Herbert thought silently in his mind, could it be a clone? He wondered if all this time it had only been a clone, but how could a clone exist for so long? Ragna was also extremely shocked by this situation. When Ian disappeared completely, Herbert gritted his teeth in frustration. He muttered that everything he did was through a clone. Had we been deceived? Meanwhile, at the base, the sky had gradually turned dark. Adol carried food into the room and gently said, "Sir, I brought the food." Kalyan, who was sitting beside the bed taking care of Ian, said, "Just put it there." Adol asked further whether Ian had still not awakened. Kalyan replied worriedly that was correct. Many days had passed and he still had not awakened. Even though magic had minimized energy consumption and physical impact as much as possible, it was still obvious that his body was gradually weakening. He looked toward Ian, who lay unconscious on the bed. Kalyan recalled Ian's instruction before fainting. "If anything happens, channel mana into my head to wake me." Stood up saying he would call a mage to forcefully awaken him. Suddenly Ian spoke that "I am awake." Kalyan turned around in surprise to look at him. Ian said, "I think that will not be necessary. The result would not be any different." Kalyan said joyfully, "Oh, Ian, you have awakened." Ian replied, "As you can see." Kalyan continued asking, "How do you feel? Is there anywhere uncomfortable?" Ian said tiredly, "I may be in trouble for a while. My head hurts and my body cannot move. Moreover, my stomach." Ian asked, "Your stomach, what about it?" He said in panic, "Does your stomach hurt? I will call a doctor." Ian added that his stomach was only hungry. Kalyan immediately fell silent. Two looked at each other in silence for several seconds. Ian emphasized that he was very hungry. The next morning the sky was clear and bright. Ian prepared to depart. Kalyan suggested he stay one more night. "Even though I am busy, I want to hold a banquet for the Savior." Ian politely replied that your previous help was already enough. This was originally the duty of a high-ranking mage like me. He added Savior is an exaggeration. If not me, another mage would have come to assist anyway. Kalyan shook his head saying, "I do not think so. If it were someone else, I would have blocked the monsters and retreated long ago." Clearly showed his gratitude. Kalyan said, "When I first met you, I still had doubts. A young man standing before a swarm of monsters in the Great Plain. I did not think you could do anything. I was wrong. For many years I could not solve the problem. Yet Ian resolved it completely in only 10 days. Ian only smiled slightly after hearing that. Kalyan continued saying, "It seems you possess a rare special power." Kalyan suggested, "Before leaving, let us do that." Ian asked what that meant. Kalyan explained that he heard 5 years ago you made a pledge of honor with the Mugrian family of the North. I also want to make a similar pledge with you. Ian asked in surprise, "Can that really be done so easily?" Kalyan laughed saying, "Do not misunderstand. I say this because it is you, Ian." He said, "Eric is willing to serve you. A pledge to you is not a problem." Kalyan said seriously, "This is not only courtesy for a benefactor. If the only 6th rank mage of the Empire accepts the East's service, it is a great honor." Ian hesitated saying, "I am not sure I can easily accept the 1,000-year oath of the Empire. Moreover, this is too sudden." Ian smiled saying, "But I also have no intention of refusing." Kalyan immediately turned to take the sword Adol brought. "I have waited a long time for this answer." He offered the sword saying we should perform the proper ritual. After all, this is a 1,000-year oath. He smiled saying, "It may seem strange, but please bear with it. It will be finished quickly." Kalyan planted the sword tip into the ground. He said solemnly, "Our family will always welcome Mage Ian whenever you require the strength of the East." The oath echoed beneath the blue sky. "We will always stand beside you. This promise will be passed down through generations. In the name of the eastern flow of Lukha, I swear." Kalyan and Adol bowed their heads to Ian. After that they laughed, saying, "Each time we recite the oath it still feels strange. If only it could simply be called my personal promise." Ian laughed and replied, "Next time I visit, I will ask you to help for a few more days." Kalyan said cheerfully, "Inform me before you arrive. I will show you how grand an Eastern feast can be." Ian replied modestly, "I will do that. Now I must leave." Gentle breeze passed by. Adol and Kalyan stood watching his departing figure. Ian began his new journey. He stood admiring the scenery for a moment, thinking that in such a short time, too, many things had happened, and he had even achieved unexpected results. Ian smiled in satisfaction. He raised the staff and said the one mentioned was the King of Mages, the one who carved magic onto this staff, the dark magic that disappeared 300 years ago. Ian thought that after returning to the capital, he would have to investigate many matters. When Vanessa heard Ian had returned, she hurried downstairs. She called out loudly, "Ian." Ian saw his mother running toward him. He happily called mother. Vanessa asked emotionally why he had suddenly vanished in smoke like that. "Did you know how worried I was?" She covered her mouth worriedly, saying, "Heavens, why have you become so thin?" Vanessa pinched Ian's cheek, saying, "You must have suffered greatly. Your face has become hollow. Did Lord Pyrrhic not feed you?" He said angrily. That was truly infuriating. Ian hurriedly explained that some things happened there. He only needed to eat more, and he would be fine. Ian took something from his pocket, saying, "Mother, hold this." He handed Vanessa a transparent blue sphere. "This is a mana communication orb. Later you can use it to speak with me when I am in the capital." Ian pointed to the staff, saying, "I placed my device on the staff. I am sorry for making you worry." Vanessa softly called Ian. Ian said from now on he would always stay by his mother. That moment Douglas Hammond stepped forward, calling leader. Douglas asked what magic that was earlier. "I studied many spells in the academy but never saw that type." Douglas continued asking how he could appear simultaneously in Demidras and the royal palace. Was it a mirror or a clone? Ian smiled lightly, saying, "You ask too many questions. Ask them one at a time." Ian explained simply that he could do it because he had reached the 6th rank. Everyone who heard that was astonished. Douglas asked, "Really? Then you are already the highest-ranking mage of the Empire." Reno said, "I knew you were extraordinary, but did not expect you to be this outstanding." Ian said modestly, "Nothing has changed. Treat me the same as before." Douglas laughed, saying, "Then this afternoon I plan to test a new potion in the laboratory. Do you want to join?" Ian politely refused, saying, "Another time. Today I cannot." Douglas asked why. Ian said tiredly because he already had another appointment. After that, Ian left to attend the meeting he had just mentioned. His place was hosting a rather simple and rustic drinking party. Ian thought to himself, "So it is here." As soon as Hayden saw Ian appear, he warmly welcomed him. He laughed and said, "You probably guessed already. Today's party is actually to celebrate you." Ian was stunned and thought, why does this feel strangely familiar, like deja vu? Ian wondered because Hayden told him to wear casual clothes. He had been curious about what the party would be like. It turned out to be like this. Vice spoke first. "Lord Ian, welcome." Oliver also stood beside him, greeting Ian. Two immediately pulled Ian to the table. "Sit down, Lord Ian. Hey, bring more snacks here." Hayden placed an enormous glass of wine in front of Ian. He said excitedly, "Drink, Ian. Congratulations on reaching rank 6. I even brought several barrels of the finest wine from the royal palace cellar for today's party. This kind is difficult to find outside. Everyone raise your glasses. Come drink." Ian felt awkward, thinking that in his previous life, he almost never drank alcohol. Ragnar never drank either because he believed alcohol made people lose clarity and become careless. He slowly lifted the full glass of wine. Ian swallowed and took a breath, and he drained the entire glass in one breath. Hayden smiled and asked, "How is it, Ian?" Ian placed the glass on the table. He wiped his mouth and said quite refreshingly, "It is actually pretty good." Hayden grinned widely. "That is great. I am glad you like it." People around immediately asked, "Your Highness, please tell us about what happened in Demidras." Hayden replied enthusiastically, "Of course." Then he began recounting everything with excitement. Ian meanwhile sat quietly in a corner. Oliver approached to speak with him. "Ian, let me pour another for you." Ian turned and said, "Lord Oliver." Oliver poured wine and said, "If this is your first time drinking, do not force yourself." He even joked that if you get too drunk, you might cast a spell at the night squad. Ian laughed. "Lord Oliver, you are always careful." He looked at Hayden and said, "Actually, I am quite surprised seeing your Highness so close with the knights, even playing together with them. Is that acceptable?" Oliver explained that every knight had sworn loyalty to his Highness, so they could be trusted. Ian thought loyalty and trust. Oliver looked at Ian for a moment. Then he said, "I think I understand why you, Ian, have no friends." Ian asked in surprise, "Why would you say that?" Oliver replied, "Actually, I realized it from the first time I met you." He recalled, "Do you remember our first meeting 5 years ago in Morgren territory? At that time, Cecilia was a spy captured alive by you." Oliver remembered the young Ian. "You had just captured a 3rd-rank mage, yet you remained completely calm. An ordinary child could not hide emotions so well." He set his wine glass on the table. Oliver said, "At that time, I could not read any emotion from your face, like a soldier who had undergone long training." Ian thought that back then, he truly could not pretend to be a child. Oliver continued saying, "Since then I felt you were too closed off. Perhaps you had no one to share your thoughts with." He said confidently, "I am quite good at observing things like that." Ian rested his chin on his hand and said, "That is correct, but I do not know how to respond when you speak so directly." Ian thought about Ragnar, then said, "Actually, I once had a friend, but it did not end well." Oliver laughed and said, "Your friend Ian? I am quite curious what kind of person that was." He added, "After 5 years of training with you, I realized another thing as well." Ian asked, "What is it?" "I am a little afraid to hear it." Oliver replied, sometimes when speaking with you I feel as if I am talking to a weary middle-aged man. Ian asked in shock what. He burst out laughing. You really are good at judging people. Ian joked, actually I am nearly 48 years old. I use magic to keep my youthful appearance. Oliver stared at Ian in astonishment. You are joking, right? Ian quickly explained, you know, I rarely share emotions, so sometimes my jokes sound real. Please understand it that way. Oliver calmed down after hearing that. He said generously, this time I forgive you because I am older. Ian smiled and replied, I truly appreciate it. Outside, the sky had become completely dark. The party inside remained lively. After drinking quite a lot, Ian quietly slipped outside. He rubbed his head, muttering he had drunk too much. In his previous life, he had never drunk this much. Outside, someone called Ian. Ian turned and saw Vice sitting outside the door. He said, Vice Captain. Ian asked what he was doing here. Vice laughed and said, actually, I am a weak drinker. 1 or 2 glasses and I already feel lightheaded. Vice said, I came out here to get some night air. What about you, Ian? Ian replied, I also came out for some fresh air. I'm not used to such things yet. Ian secretly observed Vice, the second vice captain of the Royal Knight Order, Vice Paul Lentz. In his previous life, he was the second strongest swordsman after Oliver. Ian remembered Vice was born a commoner, but thanks to his swordsmanship and loyalty, he gained the trust of the Crown Prince and Oliver and was promoted. Vice suddenly asked, come to think of it, Ian, this is your first time drinking, right? How does it feel? Ian smiled and said, it is not bad. Drinking a little is fine. Vice laughed, then that is good. Next time let us drink together. Everyone wants to thank you, Ian. Even Captain Oliver, who rarely speaks, has started chatting with you. It has been a long time since I saw His Highness so happy. Ian hesitated and said thank you, but actually I only helped His Highness move 1 step forward. Ian thought about the day Hayden would ascend the throne. He added, but looking at it positively. Ian smiled and said, I think I have begun to grow attached to this work. Vice looked surprised. Ian asked, what is wrong? Vice quickly said, nothing. It is just that I did not expect Ian to show such an expression. Ian looked confused, not understanding what he meant. At that moment, Finn came out calling Vice Captain. He said, the Crown Prince is calling you. If you do not go back to drink, they might dismiss you. Vice asked in surprise, really? Vice stood up and greeted Ian. Ian, I will go in first. Ian laughed and said, you should have drunk slowly from the beginning. Vice replied, if I could do that, I would have done it already. That night, the sky was full of stars. Ian quietly walked alone. He looked up at the starry sky and thought about memories of his previous life. Old images returned. Ian realized he no longer relied on them as before. New choices would create a completely different future. Inside, Vice was still drinking with Hayden. He laughed cheerfully, while Ragna stood observing. That man was secretly calculating something. Elsewhere, Terry of Green River was reading a book. He was a wise emperor. Ian thought about his mother and family. Nessa's smile appeared in his mind. Ian thought he must protect the people he loved. He could only continue moving forward. Ian smiled slightly. He silently told his enemy that this was only the beginning, Ragna. At that moment, Ragna was asking Herbert what he intended to do next. His face was full of cunning and cruelty. Ragna said, I told you already. We must eliminate him before he becomes an obstacle. How many times have I said it? Herbert bowed his head and replied, yes, your highness said that. Ragna continued, and each time I remind you, what do you answer? Say we only need to wait a little longer to turn him into a weapon for me. But now he has blocked all our paths. Herbert blamed himself, saying, I misjudged. I should have dealt with him earlier instead of delaying. Herbert frowned, saying no one expected a young man could achieve this much. He declared, this time I will not make excuses anymore. This will be the last time your highness must wait. Ragna asked sternly, the last time. Herbert emphasized, please wait just a little longer. He said confidently, because everything has already been prepared. Herbert suddenly called another person over, Helen, greet his highness. Ragna asked in shock, Helen, you mean the high-ranking mage who disappeared several years ago? His face showed clear astonishment. Helen slowly removed her round hat and said, it is an honor to meet your highness. Her face carried a dangerous aura. Her bright red eyes stood out in the darkness. Ragna stammered. He was clearly confused. Herbert immediately reassured him. Please do not be too surprised, your highness. She is human and a loyal subordinate who obeys my commands. He added that she had followed him for many years and was willing to offer her life for your highness. Ragna stroked his chin thoughtfully and asked, Tower Master, could it be that she used? Herbert understood and replied, yes, it is the forbidden magic. His expression became serious. Herbert mentioned Ian, dark magic, Ian Fa, the thorn in our eyes, will become a sacrificial pawn for your highness. Ragna still seemed restless. Herbert continued, according to the plan, your highness will certainly ascend the throne. In Herbert's tower, he was still furious when thinking about Ian. Herbert growled, rank 6. He slammed his hand heavily onto the table. Rank 6, really. Herbert burned with anger, murderous intent, seemed to rise from his entire body. In his rage, he hurled a glass bottle violently at the wall. Herbert gritted his teeth, cursing that boy in his heart. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed. At the door, Marco bowed and said, "Tower Master, you called me." Marco suddenly paused when he saw the scene inside the room. Before his eyes, Herbert appeared calm, as if he had never been angry. He spoke gently. "You have come, Marco." Marco asked, "Did something happen?" Herbert replied awkwardly, "No, nothing happened." He slowly said, "I suddenly remembered the first time I met you. It has already been 20 years. Marco had been only a newborn then, so he did not remember. But I still remember that moment clearly." Marco smiled after hearing that. Herbert said, "You had been abandoned then, wrapped in a small cloth, yet you still smiled at me." He continued, recalling Marco's childhood. "You learned to roll over and then stand up and walk. Sometimes I watched you so much I forgot my work." Herbert said proudly, "Who would have thought that child would later become a full mage? I am truly proud of you." Marco said gratefully, "It is all thanks to your kindness. If I have the chance to repay it, I will do my best." Herbert raised his hand to stop him, his voice affectionate. "You are like my son. Speaking of repayment sounds distant." He continued, "But I called you here because there is something important I want to ask of you. If you are free tonight's stay at my residence." Marco immediately bowed. "Yes, please give your orders." Herbert smiled, calculation hidden in his eyes. "Thank you, I will see you later." Scene shifted to a quiet market late at night. The door of a small eatery creaked open. The owner, Gareth, immediately greeted the visitor. His eyes widened when he recognized the person before him. Gareth said in astonishment, "Heavens, are you not the youngest mage of the Ivory Tower, Ian?" Ian asked. "You know me?" Gareth replied, "Of course. No one in this district does not know you." Bowed his head. "I did not expect such an important figure to visit my small shop." But Gareth suddenly became suspicious. "What did you come here for?" Ian said calmly, "You do not need to be cautious." He placed a money pouch on the table. "I am just a customer buying information." Gareth looked at the pouch and said, as expected, Ivory Tower mages receive generous research funds. Gareth asked, "What do you want to know?" Ian replied, "I want to buy all information related to dark magic." Gareth stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Dark magic. Do you not understand it better than us?" Ian replied, "In theory, yes. But what I need is not what everyone knows." Ian frowned. "I want even the smallest rumors, things that have never been made public." Gareth laughed and said, "I understand." He added coincidentally, "We recently tracked something related." Gareth asked Ian, "Have you ever heard of the Order of the Dragon?" Ian thought about it. The Order of the Dragon. Gareth explained it is an ancient cult within the Empire. They worship dragons as gods. He said originally, this cult was only a small group in a remote region. A grave robber once claimed he met the last descendant of dragons. He declared he had inherited the teachings and power of the cult leader. At first, everyone thought he was a fraud, but gradually the cult still grew and gained followers. No one knows who the cult leader is, how many followers there are, or what their goal is. Everything seems hidden. Gareth said, "Although we do not know whether the dragon descendant is real, when the rumors are put together, there is one possibility." Ian widened his eyes after hearing that. Gareth said this cult is certainly related to dark magic. He added, "Dark magic requires materials more cruel than mana, and there must be forces capable of gathering them." Gareth continued, "Only the chosen can join. If they can brainwash others, then manipulating officials is not difficult." Gareth said, "This is all we know. If there is new information, I will send you a letter." Ian put on his hat, preparing to leave. He said, "Continue investigating." Gareth waved his hand. "Thank you, Ian. I hope you continue supporting us." Night had fully fallen. Ian returned home. He rested his chin in thought about the story he had heard, the Order of the Dragon. Ian reflected that in his previous life, he had never heard of this cult. Ian looked at the staff beside the window, thinking about the king of mages in the Great Plain. The orb on the staff glowed faintly. Ian recalled the destruction and thought that besides mana there might be other materials. Ian suddenly fell silent, thinking deeper. Thought about Herbert. Perhaps the Tower Master clearly knew about dark magic in the Great Plain. Ian placed his hand on his forehead. Too many things had changed in this life. Ian looked down at the floor. The distance between the past and the present was growing wider. Was it the dragon language or time travel? Ian felt he had opened a forbidden box. Ian sat up and removed his glasses. Perhaps he had been too complacent, relying on memories of his previous life. He reached toward the desk. From now on, nothing would be predictable anymore. Ian thought carefully and took out a small box. Inside was a glowing metal necklace. He knew he had to prepare for every possibility. Outside the house, Herbert said, "Marco, sorry for calling you so late." Marco smiled. "It is fine, Tower Master." Marco asked, "May I know what task you want to entrust to me?" Herbert snapped his fingers and said, "All that matter." Guards left the room, making Marco slightly uneasy. Herbert said quietly, "This is an absolutely secret matter." He stood up holding his staff. "Follow me for a moment." Marco asked, "Where are we going?" Herbert took a book from the shelf. Page opened and began to glow. "This book will guide the path." The light twisted strangely. Teleportation gate appeared from the energy of the book. Marco asked in astonishment, "Tower Master, what is this?" Herbert urged him. "What is wrong, Marco? Step in quickly." Confused, Marco still obeyed. He slowly stepped into the teleportation gate. Marco followed Herbert into the dark space. Suddenly a blinding light appeared. Marco raised his hand to shield his eyes. The light ahead grew increasingly blinding, forcing him to squint and raise his hand to cover his face. Suddenly Marco's eyes snapped open, terror clearly visible in his gaze. The scene before Marco revealed a row of dark prison cells. Inside were faint figures of people locked away. It was unclear whether they were still alive or already close to death. Some slumped with their heads against the stone wall. Others lay scattered across the cold ground. Faced with the horrifying sight, Marco hurriedly asked the Tower Master who those people were. The man calmly replied that he should not be so surprised. They were merely materials. Marco froze in shock and asked what he meant, materials. Were they not all human beings? When Marco turned toward the cell next to it, he immediately fell silent. Inside was a young man missing one arm. Marco recognized him as Chris. He hesitated and said, could it be that he had already? Herbert immediately interrupted and said the boy had nearly died in an accident while practicing magic. Another young man with a vacant face leaned weakly against the wall. Most of the mages here were like that. They had nearly lost their lives because of mission accidents or illness. Occasionally, a few mages from other countries also fell into our hands. And if we needed materials who were not mages, then the alleys outside were full of them. He casually said that because they were merely people crawling at the bottom of society, their lives were no different from trash. Seeing the horrified expression on Marco's face, he calmly added that the mages here were no different. Because they could not surpass level 1, they were despised by others and lived in shame. He merely pulled them out of that pit of despair. Marco stammered in shock and asked what he was talking about. His calm face suddenly turned terrifying as he said they were materials offered to the Empire of the Russian Tower. As soon as Herbert finished speaking, he raised the magic staff in his hand. Magic power from the staff instantly spread throughout the prison. Seeing Marco panic, he gently reassured him not to be afraid. "Will not turn you into something like them, I promise." Herbert narrowed his eyes gloomily and said in a low voice that Marco was like his son. A surge of sinister magic energy suddenly rose violently, suddenly enveloped Marco, leaving him no time to react. Marco's pupils gradually turned black. His entire body trembled violently, as if he could not endure that power. Finally, Marco collapsed onto the cold stone floor, lowered his head, and became completely motionless. Herbert then ordered Marco to stand up. The moment the command sounded, Marco immediately stood up without hesitation. He told him to look at him, and Marco silently raised his head. He asked who he was. Marco replied that he was the Tower Master of the Green River Empire, Herbert Leon. Herbert continued by asking who Marco was. He replied that his name was Marco, a level 2 mage of the Russian Tower and currently the assistant to the Tower Master. After that, he tossed a small knife to him. The knife fell onto the stone floor in front of Marco. Herbert asked whether he could use that knife to cut off his own little finger. Marco immediately bent down to pick it up. He unconsciously placed the sharp blade against his little finger. In front of Herbert, red blood immediately flowed down. Herbert laughed sinisterly and said, "Now you are truly my son." The next morning at the tower, inside everyone was still whispering that the Tower Master had taken an indefinite leave. A group nearby said that recently he had faced many troubles, and his age was already advanced. Another person added that there was also the matter of Ian. He was the youngest mage to reach a high rank and even reached level 6. The pressure must be enormous. A girl asked what they should do from now on. The young man asked what she meant. The girl analyzed that the Tower Master supported the 5th Prince while Ian supported the Crown Prince. The 2 pillars of the tower served different masters, so which side should they follow? The young man replied, "How would I know? We only need to follow the orders of our superiors." Just then Marco walked past carrying a stack of documents. Marco stopped in front of a room. Hearing the knock, Ian turned and said, "Come in." Seeing Marco, he greeted him cheerfully. "Marco, you are here." Marco replied, "Yes, I came." With a serious expression, Marco added that he had brought what Ian requested. Ian thanked him and said he had been searching for them for quite a long time. Thanks to Marco, he had saved a lot of time. Ian's expression suddenly became awkward, and he asked whether the Tower Master was seriously ill. Marco simply replied calmly that Ian did not need to worry. Ian noticed that Marco's hand was injured and asked what had happened. Marco said seriously that a small accident had occurred while practicing magic, so there was no need to worry. Ian smiled faintly and said he understood and hoped Marco would recover soon. But in Ian's heart, he felt that something about Marco was strange. A distant gap seemed to appear between them. Before, Marco had always spoken comfortably with him. But now, even though the face and voice were the same, he had become cold ever since the Tower Master took leave. Ian fell into deep thought and then suddenly became serious. He softly said that mentioning a few old matters just now made him remember something. Memory brought Ian back 6 years earlier when he was still young, when he first met Marco, who had been sent to Morgrian, when the Lord went to eliminate goblins and encountered danger. If Marco had not helped, the consequences would certainly have been disastrous. Marco kept an expressionless face and only coldly said that such a thing had indeed happened. Ian immediately fell silent and began to grow suspicious. Marco lowered his head in farewell and said that if there was nothing else, he would take his leave. Ian immediately called him back. He stood up quickly and walked over, saying, "Please wait a moment." Ian asserted that Marco had not been present during the goblin extermination. Looking at Marco in front of him, he said the person who helped him was during the mana energy reaction test. Ian stepped closer and said, "If I remember incorrectly, then I apologize." He raised the magic staff. Marco asked what he was talking about while Ian gripped the staff tightly. Ian looked at Marco with determined eyes while firmly holding the staff. The sphere on top of the staff suddenly lit up again as Ian softly recited an incantation. He slowly uttered the words "dispel." A magic circle immediately appeared in front of Marco. The light from the circle forced Marco to squint. Immediately a reaction occurred, and he suddenly widened his eyes. His body collapsed once again. Marco coughed violently as a surge of sinister magic energy escaped from his body. His eyes remained wide open and suddenly flashed with a glimmer of light. Dark magic energy inside Marco gradually dissipated. Ian knelt on one knee and asked Marco whether he had regained consciousness. Marco opened his eyes in panic and asked why he was here. Ian calmly explained that he had used a dispel spell to remove every curse on Marco because he had been controlled by dark magic. Marco recalled what had just happened and stammered, "Stop." He suddenly panicked and shouted that they had to stop him. They had to stop the Tower Master, Ian. Marco urgently said they had to stop the Tower Master before it was too late. Ian frowned and said, "Calm down and tell me everything that happened." Scene shifted to another tower. On Herbert's side, the butler reported that Tower Master Ian had come to visit. Herbert asked whether he had come alone. The butler replied, "Yes. At least we did not see anyone accompanying him." Herbert nodded and ordered that he should be brought in. He secretly thought with satisfaction that at last you took the bait, Ian. Herbert recalled his plan. Using dark magic on Marco had only been to create a reason for Ian to come. A mage like him would certainly detect the dark magic. Everything was unfolding exactly as calculated. Even if a few materials were lost, it was entirely worth it if he could subdue a level 6 mage. Herbert leisurely took a sip of hot tea while waiting for Ian to enter. Footsteps he had been expecting gradually sounded closer to the door. He spoke and asked whether Ian had personally come again today. He never expected that the great level 6 mage would visit a sick man like him. Ian respectfully bowed and replied that the oldest elder of the tower was ill, so he came to visit. Ian added that he hoped Herbert would recover soon. Herbert calmly replied, thanking him for the good wishes, and invited him to sit down and drink tea. The two sat facing each other in silence. Neither of them spoke. Finally, Ian said that Marco was not feeling well. Herbert pretended to be surprised and replied that was so. He hoped he had not passed the illness to Marco. He added that he had checked Marco's condition, but the results showed it was not like that. Herbert laughed and replied that was fortunate. Marco had always been diligent, so he often worried the boy worked too hard. Ian gently placed the teacup on the table and said that he had just heard an unbelievable story from Marco. Hearing that, Herbert immediately became serious, his expression turning heavy. Ian continued that inside Herbert's residence, there was a gate leading to a secret laboratory where he was conducting inhumane dark magic research. Herbert forced a laugh and pretended innocence, saying there was no such thing. Marco must have been mistaken because his health was not good. Ian maintained a firm tone and said Marco had been controlled by dark magic. He frowned and emphasized that the one who cast the dark magic on him was Herbert, the man Marco had always regarded as a father. Ian lowered his voice and said Marco had asked him to stop Herbert. Herbert pretended confusion and said he did not understand what Ian was implying. Herbert set down his teacup and admitted that the gate leading to the laboratory did exist. It was the power of an artifact he had obtained by chance, which allowed this old man to travel conveniently. He only sneered and said that the matter of experimenting with dark magic was truly an excessive joke. Herbert stood up and suggested that since they were here, Ian might want to see his laboratory. His gaze toward Ian was full of calculation and malice, as he said instead of doubting. It would be better for Ian to confirm it with his own eyes. Ian remained calm as he listened. Ian smiled and replied that could only happen if Herbert allowed it. Herbert turned and walked away, then glanced back and said, "Follow me." Herbert continued that he would lead Ian to the laboratory right away. A tower master being rumored to study dark magic would be an insult to him. He walked to a large curtain, while Ian silently followed behind. Herbert leisurely pulled the curtain aside. Then he took out a book and said this was the gate. Herbert raised his head to look at Ian and calmly explained. The gate was created through the power of this artifact. By channeling magic power into the book, anyone could activate a teleportation gate equivalent to an 8th level. Ian said nothing and only silently observed him with caution. Herbert quickly created the teleportation gate and urged that it was ready and they should enter. Just like Marco earlier, Ian followed him into the dark passage. As he walked, Ian thought that in his previous life, Herbert Leon had been recorded as one of the greatest tower masters. The image of the past appeared in his memory, the brilliant mage who laid the foundation for the unification of the continent, a tower master humble and upright more than anyone, the man who once served Ragna and helped him ascend the throne, turning the ivory tower into the most powerful force in the history of mankind. Ian pondered with a distant expression, thinking that as someone who had served the same master, he had once respected Herbert. Suddenly, Herbert stopped walking. Herbert softly called Ian's name. He asked in a low voice if Ian knew. Herbert looked at the staff floating before him and said that once he had wanted to become a hero, a mage strong enough to protect the Empire and rescue the suffering people. Herbert stretched his trembling hands before him, staring at them, and said, but then he realized. He suddenly clenched both hands tightly and emphasized that his own strength alone could not change anything. He slightly raised his head with a distant voice. Herbert stepped forward and took the staff, then said that in this world there existed a special kind of power. He glanced at Ian and said that power could turn him into a hero. Suddenly, the sinister magic around his body surged violently. Those streams of energy immediately wrapped around Ian, catching him off guard. Covered by the black aura, Ian gritted his teeth and let out a painful groan. Herbert raised his hand, and above it floated a small light. As he said, this power allowed him to command countless talented mages. With it, he could truly protect the Empire and its people. Herbert glared with ambition and emphasized that power was called authority. He began the ritual, causing the room to shine with interwoven lights. Herbert stared at Ian and calmly said, "Become a part of the tower." On the opposite side, Ian was still trembling while Herbert loudly called his name. Herbert's staff shone brilliantly when he saw Ian had collapsed. He said if Ian obeyed him, then Ian would protect the Empire better and save more civilians. He glared and said that for a talented young man like Ian and an old man like him, becoming heroes was what they desired. Ian remained silent, standing motionless on the stone floor. Herbert only stood there quietly observing his reaction. Suddenly he spoke with commanding authority, telling Ian to stand up. Ian heard it and immediately obeyed. He stood upright and calmly looked at Herbert as if waiting for orders. Seeing him obedient, Herbert trembled as if trying to suppress laughter. He burst into triumphant laughter, saying it was truly easy and not difficult at all. Herbert eagerly tested him and asked him to say who he was. Ian bowed his head and calmly replied that Herbert was the tower master of the Empire, Herbert Leon. Herbert looked at him with ambitious eyes, expecting the next words. But contrary to expectation, Ian tilted his head and sneered, saying Herbert was only a madman. Herbert instantly froze and widened his eyes in shock, asking what Ian had just said. Immediately after that, Ian threw a straight punch to his face, sending him falling backward. Herbert's body slammed hard into the wall, and he groaned in pain. Holding his face, he looked at Ian in panic and stammered, asking how Ian could do that. Ian stood firmly before him, letting out a relieved breath. Herbert was still stunned, murmuring that it was impossible. Ian looked at him calmly, but his voice was cold as he addressed him as Tower Master. He slowly spoke, frightening Herbert, saying, had he not just claimed he was not studying dark magic? Ian explained that Herbert might not know because he had not surpassed the limit of a level 5 mage. The difference in rank was extremely important. Ian stepped closer and added that a level 5 mage, using evil techniques, was still only level 5. Ian knelt before Herbert and said, did Herbert think he came here without preparing countermeasures? He curled his lips into a mocking smile, saying that Herbert was usually not someone easily fooled. It seemed that this time Herbert had been too hasty. Herbert wanted to shout, but cold sweat ran down in fear. Before he could finish speaking, Ian reached out and grabbed his head. Ian immediately created a magic circle and shouted, extract mana energy essence. Herbert widened his eyes in shock. His body gradually trembled as his strength was drained away. After a moment, Ian withdrew his hand, leaving behind a floating pale blue light. Ian slowly stood up and said Herbert should rest. After losing so much mana, he would probably find it hard to move. He turned and walked away, not forgetting to mock that, with Herbert's age, recovering that mana would take quite a long time. Ian turned his back and walked away while Herbert, exhausted, he could only curse weakly. Ian raised his hand to catch the small floating light. Guided by that light, he moved deeper inside and entered a room filled with treasures. Bars of golden metal shimmered and sparkled everywhere. In addition, there were countless piles of gold, silver, and precious pearl stored away. Ian laughed mockingly, saying people claimed the Tower Master lived simply and righteously. Truly ridiculous. Standing at the door, Ian looked inside and remarked that since Herbert had no relatives, he wondered what he intended to do with this wealth. Surely, he did not intend to return it to the Empire, but hide it in this residence. Ian sarcastically asked whether Herbert planned to carry it into the next life, while Herbert still trembled sitting in the corner. After that, Ian glanced toward the prison cells. Inside, there were still many emaciated people, imprisoned in miserable condition. Ian walked closer, his expression softening, as he thought that, although their condition was terrible, a few were still breathing. These people were all the same in that their vitality was drained, and they were in pain. Ian frowned and spoke to them with determination, asking them to wait a little longer. He would take them out of here and find someone to treat them. Suddenly, Herbert behind him spoke and called Marco. He asked whether Ian thought he was the only one, which made Ian turn around. Herbert suddenly let out a hoarse laugh. Despite the pain, he still looked at Ian and said he had many subordinates outside, and compared to Marco, they were far more useful. Hearing that, Ian calmly asked, "So what?" Herbert roared in agitation, telling Ian not to pretend to be stupid. He was sure they had already begun acting and would not stop without his signal. From the beginning, he had programmed how they would act. They only needed to target two objectives. Ian listened and remained silent for a moment before calmly asking, "So you mean to target my family and the Crown Prince?" Herbert tried to keep the threatening tone in his voice and proposed, "How about it? Why do we not make a deal?" Herbert continued, saying, "My condition is very simple. We treat everything that happened today as if it never existed." He pointed around the room and added that if he did not reveal this gate, then there would be no evidence. Ian could not accuse him with words alone. Herbert continued threatening, Ian saying he did not know what Ian was planning, but opposing him would bring no benefit, and Ian would only regret it in the end. Faced with that threat, Ian remained completely indifferent and replied coldly that it was unnecessary. "Thank you." Herbert froze immediately and stared at him in shock. Herbert roared to intimidate him, saying his mother and the Crown Prince would truly die. But Ian did not waver and calmly replied that if Herbert could do it, then he should try. Herbert could not believe what he heard and stammered, asking what. Ian lifted his head and repeated in a mocking tone that Herbert should go ahead and try. The scene shifted to night at Ian's residence. Vanessa sat quietly on the balcony when a gentle voice sounded, saying, "Madam." The person standing before her was Ridio. He stepped forward and reminded her that the wind was quite strong tonight. With a calm and gentle manner, he advised her to go inside and rest. Vanessa suddenly showed worry and said Ian had not returned yet, and she could not contact him through the crystal orb. Her gaze drifted with unease, as she said that normally if he returned late, Ian would certainly inform her. Ridio smiled reassuringly and said Madam should not worry too much. Ian was the only level 6 mage in the Empire, so even bandits would kneel before him. Hearing that, Vanessa immediately became emotional and said that no matter what, Ian was still just her little son. Her emotional outburst surprised Ridio for a moment, and he fell silent. Ridio hesitated for a moment and then let out a soft sigh. He bowed his head and placed a hand over his chest, apologizing for speaking out of turn, Madam. Ridio softened his voice, saying he also had a young son but had forgotten the feelings of a parent, asking her to forgive him. Seeing that sincerity, Vanessa relaxed and smiled, saying it was fine. She looked down at the empty road below and softly said she always felt Ian carried too many burdens on his shoulders. Vanessa's memory showed images of Ian always solving everything alone without relying on anyone, and it pained her. Vanessa nervously wrung her hands on her lap and blamed herself, saying that, as family, she wanted to share his burden, but could do nothing except wait. Ridio immediately comforted her, gently asking Madam not to blame herself. He smiled kindly and said perhaps it was precisely because he had a family waiting that Ian became so strong. Ridio recalled his past and said that once he had been poisoned by mana energy, but survived because his son stayed by his side. Was that not what family was? Vanessa quietly listened, and the two fell into silence for a moment. Ridio added that even if they believed they could not help, they still wanted to give their loved ones a sense of stability. Ridio continued, saying therefore waiting for Ian to return was also a way to help him. Then he gently suggested, "May I stay here with Madam until young Master Ian returns?" Vanessa looked at him carefully. After a moment, Vanessa smiled and nodded in agreement. Under the quiet dark night sky, their soft conversation echoed. Tonight was very peaceful. Vanessa replied that he was right. Normally the patrol team passed through this area, but tonight it was unusually quiet. Suddenly Ridio's eyes widened as he noticed something unusual. He immediately stood from the chair and turned to Vanessa, warning, "Madam, please go inside." Something is not right. Ridio stopped when he heard a strange noise from below. He shouted vigilantly, asking who was there. In the dark corner, two figures slowly stepped out. Before them stood two strangers controlled by sinister magic energy. Realizing the danger, Ridio immediately shouted loudly for them to stop at once. He gritted his teeth and muttered anxiously that they were not listening. Ridio observed them stepping closer to the boundary of the protective barrier and thought that if they crossed it. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in shock. Ridio turned toward Vanessa, reaching out instinctively and calling Madam. He tightly embraced her and shouted for her to lie down. At that moment, the barrier activated and a fierce bolt of fire lightning struck down. Far away, Hayden and Oliver were observing from a distance. Hayden jumped in surprise and exclaimed. He said in confusion that it almost stopped his heart. Why had thunder suddenly appeared? Then asked Your Highness if Oliver was all right. Oliver spoke in a low voice, saying he had a bad feeling and they should return to the palace. Hayden showed dissatisfaction and objected, asking if they had to go back already when they had not done anything yet. He looked toward the residential area and said he had finally managed to ask his father for permission to secretly visit where the common people lived, so he could not return so soon. Hayden turned to Oliver and asked another question. Oliver bowed and said Your Highness could ask. Hayden scratched his cheek hesitantly and asked whether he could learn a little swordsmanship. Oliver heard that and asked in surprise, swordsmanship. Hayden turned his face away awkwardly. Hayden explained with embarrassment that it was only for self-defense and did not need to be difficult. Just a few basic movements would be enough. Suddenly, Oliver sensed someone watching them. Hayden still had not noticed and continued speaking about drawing a sword in a cool way. Then Oliver drew his sword. Seeing that Hayden misunderstood and hurriedly said, wait. He said he had not told Oliver to teach right now. Oliver spoke firmly, telling Your Highness to stand behind him. Oliver tightened his grip on the sword and ordered the second knight squad. Immediately protect His Highness. A group of knights quickly appeared. They instantly formed a circle to protect Crown Prince Hayden of Green River. Oliver shouted loudly for the person to reveal themselves. A figure slowly stepped out. Oliver held his stance and observed the black-clothed figure before him. His brows furrowed as he recognized the person, and he murmured that it was her. Before them stood Helen, a high-ranking mage of the Ivory Tower. Oliver spoke cautiously, saying he had heard she had disappeared for many years, and asked why she had come here. Helen did not answer, and simply continued walking forward. Seeing that cold attitude, Oliver said angrily to wait and tell him her purpose. Two stared directly into each other's eyes, and neither yielded. Finally, Helen slowly spoke the name, Hayden Green River. Oliver felt the tension in the air so heavy that sweat formed. Helen glared and said she must kill anyone who blocked the way. Oliver immediately widened his eyes in shock. Right after that, he rushed straight toward her. Oliver swung his sword downward, but Helen blocked it with her magic staff. Helen's eyes immediately changed expression. Oliver pushed with force and drove her backward. Helen landed and slid back several steps. Her eyes lit up as she softly recited fireburst. Flames erupted around Helen and gathered into dangerous fireballs. Fireballs immediately shot straight toward Oliver. Oliver prepared to defend, but frowned in confusion. Suddenly, he swung his sword and split the fireball before him. The fireball separated into two blazing streams of flame. Helen widened her eyes in shock at the unbelievable sight. Without giving her time to react, Oliver rushed forward. Oliver charged ahead, preparing to launch the next attack. Immediately after that, the two officially plunged into battle. Helen moved swiftly and gracefully dodging Oliver's strikes. Oliver leaped high, raising his sword, intending to deliver a powerful downward strike. Helen instantly raised a mana shield to block the deadly blow. Oliver's sword struck the shield and rebounded back. Oliver stepped back a few paces, observing, while Helen calmly withdrew the shield. Oliver gave a faint smile and remarked that it was a shield formed from mana energy. It seemed he finally had the chance to test it. Straightened his posture and calmly said that he had originally intended for Ian to be the first to witness it. Oliver used his teeth to pull the glove off his hand. Then he slid his bare hand along the blade and said that trying it now was not a bad idea. He suddenly cut his hand lightly, so blood flowed onto the blade, and continued speaking. He could not release mana normally because he only had half a mana heart, but fiery energy dissolved within his blood. Helen watched intently. Oliver held the sword in a combat stance and added that he could only release that power for a very short time. He raised the mana-soaked sword and said he would show her. Oliver lifted his sword with a determined gaze and said that was the full effort of a man who carried half a mana heart. He immediately rushed forward at extreme speed. Oliver swung his sword and struck the shining shield. The barrier shattered instantly before Helen's eyes, leaving her stunned. He continued rotating the sword and launched another attack. Oliver suddenly thrust straight into Helen's shoulder, causing her to halt. In pain, Helen grabbed the blade with her hand. Oliver looked at her coldly and said he would not kill her because he needed to know who ordered her to assassinate His Highness. She should not expect an easy death. On Herbert's side, the situation was equally tense, as he cried out in shock what. Ian stood before Herbert with confidence, while Herbert kept stammering that he had not done such a thing. Ian lifted his chin with a mocking smile and said that unlike certain people, he trusted those who had stood by him for the past 5 years. Herbert said Ian still could not win. Ian laughed and calmly said, did the Tower Master think he had been sitting idle all this time? Had Herbert not sent people to his house during the entire time he was negotiating in Demira? Same trick could not be used twice. Hearing that, Herbert grew tense and sweat broke out. Ian added that the intruders right now were probably surrounded by mana traps. Perhaps they no longer existed. Finally, Ian tilted his head and shrugged, saying it seemed that negotiation had failed. He had gained no benefit. Ian continued, saying Herbert would have to stand trial, but with those crimes, a death sentence would be more appropriate. Ian smiled, yet his voice was cold as he said he would make that a reality. The ivory tower had been built with blood and tears over many years, and he would protect it. Ian stepped closer to Herbert and repeated that the ivory tower had been built with countless sacrifices, and he would preserve it. Stopped before Herbert and continued speaking, and, in truth, he had never intended to do that. As he spoke, Ian bent down and reached his hand toward Herbert. Ian placed his hand on Herbert's head, causing Herbert to freeze. A surge of electricity burst from Ian's hand. He calmly said that strengthening the ivory tower was the duty of the Tower Master. Herbert trembled under the current, while Ian said he understood why Herbert supported the 5th Prince instead of the Crown Prince. Ian continued, ignoring Herbert's cries of pain, that he too had once thought Ragna was a good candidate. Secretly storing wealth was not something unusual. Ian emphasized, as the electricity intensified, that involving his family in this matter had been Herbert's greatest mistake. Ian added coldly, however, the king's wrath could fall upon anyone. The scene shifted to the next morning at the Imperial Palace. In the Grand Hall, a majestic voice resounded. The crimes of Tower Master Herbert Leon had been exposed. Emperor Terry Green River sat upon the throne, declaring before the entire court that that man had forgotten his duty and fallen into dark magic. Images of the prisoners in the dungeon appeared as he continued speaking. He had even used human souls as sacrifices and exploited the lives of common people and mages. Terry slammed his hand on the table in fury, saying that was an extremely grave crime. Even death could not atone for it. Declared with anger that such actions could not be forgiven, and he would show no mercy. Everyone in the hall grew uneasy before the Emperor's rage. From now on, all titles and authority of Herbert Leon would be stripped, and he would be sentenced to public execution. Terry said that man's name would forever be recorded in history as the most brutal criminal, if there were any accomplices or relatives involved. Terry narrowed his eyes, firmly saying they would find them all and uproot everything. He continued that the investigation would extend to anyone involved, and he would personally oversee the pursuit of dark magic. Terry looked down at the nobles and said that this investigation had no exceptions, no matter how high one's status. Everyone must cooperate. Terry added that some people might have been used without knowing the truth. He permitted purification of dark magic and their restoration. However, the punishment for the high-level mage Helen who attacked the Crown Prince would differ from those victims. Terry looked at Hayden and said that even if she had been controlled the act of assassinating the Crown Prince was still an unforgivable crime. He declared before the court that the mage Helen would be sentenced to life imprisonment. Terry waved his hand and said finally, they must honor the 2 individuals who prevented this disaster. Pointed out that Ian Fa had shattered Herbert Leon's scheme, while the knight Oliver Ruse had stopped Helen. They should step forward. The sound of firm footsteps echoed as Terry added that Ian was still busy investigating, so his ceremony would take place later. A sturdy man stepped forward with confidence. Terry introduced him, saying now it was the knight who had protected the Crown Prince from a high-level mage, Sir Oliver. Terry signaled for him to come closer. Oliver with solemn composure bowed his head. Terry said, Captain of the 2nd Royal Knight, Order Oliver Veywood. Terry praised him, saying he was a blessing to the Empire, not only protecting the Crown Prince, but surpassing the limits of humanity. He believed Oliver would become an example for the entire Empire, and for knights everywhere. Terry slowly rose to his feet, saying that Oliver's achievement would not be forgotten. He declared before the entire court that from now on Oliver Zeus would command all knights and be granted the title Sword of the Empire. The entire hall immediately erupted in murmurs. Terry said the title had remained vacant for a long time. He explained that for centuries the title had not been granted because swordsmanship had always been overshadowed by magic. But Oliver had surpassed that shadow and broken the limits of the sword. Terry added that Oliver had proven the loyalty of a royal knight. Hayden stood watching him with a smile, and Oliver would continue to do so. Hayden still watched him with a gentle gaze. Terry lifted the national treasure sword and said therefore he decided to grant the title Sword of the Empire to Oliver. He ordered Royal Knight Oliver to kneel. Oliver immediately knelt to receive it. He lowered his head while Terry held the sword with authority. Terry spoke with solemn dignity. He placed the sword upon Oliver's head and declared that he granted the title Sword of the Empire to Knight Oliver Zeus. Terry looked directly at him and asked whether he was ready to bear the position left vacant for hundreds of years. Oliver responded in the capacity of the Sword of the Empire. He raised his head and said he would use his life to protect the Empire. Elsewhere in the palace, a loud voice called out, "Father." Ragnar stepped forward with a tense expression, saying no matter how he thought about it, that decision was unreasonable. Ragnar asked why the Emperor had executed their Tower Master and begged him to reconsider because it could cause great losses. He argued that the Tower Master was a great level 5 mage. Executing him was no different from executing tens of thousands of mages. Ragnar also said that when the news spread, other nations, such as the Northern Empire, which already eyed the board, even the Duchy of Leon, might act after settling the Great Plain. Ragnar said agitatedly that when their strongest mage was killed, internal order would collapse and enemies would see it as an opportunity. After hearing everything, Terry calmly said that the strongest mage now was no longer Herbert Leon. He emphasized that the strongest person of the Ivory Tower was now the first mage to reach level 6, Ian Fa. Terry said Ian would soon assume the position of Tower Master, so there was nothing to worry about. It was also an opportunity for the Ivory Tower to enter a new era. Ragnar still showed dissatisfaction and asked whether he had spoken wrongly. Terry replied that he was correct. Ian would certainly open a new era for the Ivory Tower. Ragnar still tried to persuade that if the Tower Master and Ian led together, the Empire could become the strongest on the continent. He added that a talented young mage and an experienced mage could restrain each other. Ragnar believed that then control of the Ivory Tower would remain in their hands. That was the ideal situation. Terry thought for a moment and slowly said Ragnar was right. Hope flashed across Ragnar's face. Terry continued, but Terry spoke sternly, saying Herbert had conducted forbidden dark magic research, and it was not merely research. As Tower Master, he had turned innocent mages and commoners into materials for dark magic. Ragnar froze, not knowing how to respond. Terry concluded that Herbert's actions had crossed the limit, and that man had completely gone mad. He waved his hand, firmly rejecting Ragnar's proposal, and said what that man sought by sacrificing countless lives was merely power. Had he not tried to eliminate the threat to his authority, Ian Fa, with dark magic and been exposed? Ragnar shut his eyes tightly, his body trembling slightly as if struggling to suppress his emotions. He clenched his fists and said stiffly, "But the Tower Master held the second greatest power in the Empire, did he not? Even though the methods were wrong, the type of dark magic he researched could become a powerful weapon, bringing great benefits to the Empire." Ragnar suggested with naive reasoning that for materials for dark magic, they could use dangerous criminals instead. Hearing that, Terry shouted sternly that such thinking, sacrificing others for the common good, was exactly Ragnar's problem. Ragnar paused and asked in surprise why. Terry frowned and explained that was precisely the reason he could not choose Ragnar as his successor. Dark magic was an absolute crime that corrupted the soul and disrupted the order of the world. The founder, Mitchell Green River, had struggled greatly to ban it. Terry asked sternly. Ragnar knew that very well, did he not? He said Ragnar, he understood his thoughts, personality, and ambition. Ragnar was very intelligent and capable, but Ragnar lacked something extremely important, and he believed Ragnar knew what it was. Terry warned that Ragnar might always hide that flaw, but when it concerned the core of his nature, it would be impossible to conceal. Terry walked past Ragnar, then turned his head and said just like what Ragnar had done moments ago. He said the ultimate goal of politics was the execution of justice. A true emperor must have the heart to fight for common people. Terry declared that anyone who treated others as tools would never possess that quality. Ragnar's face darkened, yet he remained silent. Suddenly Ragnar laughed strangely. "Ha." He said no, that was not it. Terry frowned and asked what Ragnar was saying. Ragnar turned around and said firmly that Terry thought he did not know the real reason he had not been chosen. He recalled the image of Hayden, the elder brother born from the woman their father loved. He thought of himself and said he was merely the child born, so their father could use him as a tool to restrain the nobility. Ragnar emphasized that was the difference between them, causing Terry to shout Ragnar. Ignoring the shout, he continued, saying that to gain recognition from Terry. Did Terry know how hard he had tried? Childhood memories surfaced. Hayden played with their father while Ragnar stood silently in a corner. Ragnar asked whether Terry had ever treated him the same way as the elder brother. He said that if the elder brother had requested mercy for the Tower Master, then Terry would surely agree. In anger, Terry suddenly raised his hand. Ragnar did not resist. He only closed his eyes and waited. But Terry stopped, his hand suspended in the air. His hand trembled uncontrollably. Finally, Terry let out a heavy sigh. He turned away and muttered foolishness. Ragnar remained standing still without reaction. Terry stepped to the door and ordered the person beside him to guard Ragna's residence. He instructed that Ragna must not leave, and no one was allowed to contact him. Terry asked if the order was understood, and the man replied he obeyed. The sun gradually set and the afternoon passed. Early the next morning, sunlight shone into the residence. Steps approached outside the door, and Ragna asked who was there. The guard replied that High Mage Ian Fa requested an audience. Hearing that, Ragna turned around in surprise. He frowned with irritation and turned away, saying he did not wish to see him and that he should leave. Despite that order, the door slowly opened. Ragna exclaimed angrily, "You." Ian entered calmly and interrupted, saying it was urgent, "Your Highness." The two looked at each other in silence for a moment. Ragna frowned with disgust and said he called it urgent. Ian replied that by the Emperor's order they must check whether Ragna had been affected by dark magic. Because Ragna had once been close to Herbert Leon, he should cooperate. Ragna shouted angrily that today was the day of the Tower Master's execution, and Ian still suspected him of being manipulated by dark magic. How much humiliation did he intend to inflict? Ian replied that all officials and royal family members had to undergo inspection. Therefore, Ragna should be at ease. Ragna remained silent but was clearly displeased. Finally, he closed his eyes and sighed. Ragna slowly sat down on the chair. He turned his face away and coldly said to finish quickly and leave. Ian stood before him, calmly replying that it would not take long. Ian tapped the staff lightly and explained Ragna might feel slightly dizzy or nauseous, but that was normal. Ian created a magic circle and recited Dispel. Ragna frowned with discomfort. Ian noticed him trembling slightly and asked if he was all right. Ragna lowered his head and replied that he felt rather uncomfortable. After a moment, Ian said there were no traces of dark magic. Resting for a while would be enough. Ian bowed, placing a hand over his chest, and said he would take his leave. He turned around, preparing to leave the room. After a few steps, Ragna suddenly called, "Wait." Ragna said he had something to ask. Ian stopped and waited silently. Ragna hesitated and asked him why he served the elder brother. Ian turned back as Ragna said he was intelligent enough to understand what was meant. Ragna believed Hayden was not suitable to be emperor, and many nobles had already turned away from him. Ian replied calmly that he did not serve the crown prince. Ragna immediately showed astonishment. He stammered, asking what Ian meant. Ian did not explain and only said he would take his leave and Ragna should rest. After speaking, Ian turned and left the room. As he stepped into the corridor, he suddenly stopped. The hand holding his staff trembled slightly. Ian raised his hand and thought about himself. He realized his hand trembled because once he had not served Hayden Green River. Ian remembered his previous life when he knelt before Ragna, saying there was only one person. Before his eyes appeared the proud image of Ragna in memory and the oath of loyalty from the past. Ian clenched his fist tightly. He lifted his head and told himself what he was about to do was revenge and also rebellion. The corridor ahead stretched like the road of the future. Time passed until the sunset. A knock sounded in the residence. The door opened, revealing Demphine. He entered and saw Ragna deep in thought, then addressed him, "Your Highness." Ragna did not answer immediately, but slowly asked whether the Tower Master had already been executed. Demphine replied gently yes. The memory returned to that afternoon. The image of Herbert panicking at the Green Riverdium execution square appeared. He had been beheaded. Ragna said slowly, "Is that so?" He spoke with a sorrowful tone, saying he understood and told Demphine to leave. Demphine noticed his mood and gently said, "Your Highness should not be too saddened." Ragna gave a weak laugh, saddened. Then he suddenly stepped closer. He calmly placed an envelope in front of Finn and gently pushed it toward him. Seeing the object, that man frowned and asked what it was. The man replied that this guard requested permission to withdraw, "Your Highness." Ragna remained silent, his gaze fixed on the letter before him. After a moment, he slowly reached out his hand. Taking the letter, he quietly read each line inside. After finishing, Ragna revealed a faint smile, whispered that everything was not completely over yet. The scene shifted to the study of Emperor Terry Green River. Ian sat across from the king and reported that the survivors from Herbert Leon's space gate had been brought to a safe place for treatment. At the same time, testimonies from conscious witnesses inside the ivory tower were being recorded and investigated. He calmly added that all the secret assets Herbert had hidden were also being recovered and transferred into the royal treasury. Ian continued that the dark magic inspections on those close to Herbert had also been completed, and no abnormal signs had been discovered. Terry lifted his teacup and slowly praised that Ian had handled many important matters. Setting the cup down, he sighed and said he never expected Herbert could fall to such a level. Terry gently rubbed his chin in thought and blamed himself, saying he also had fault because he had never suspected that man before. Ian replied that he had not noticed either, because Herbert was famous for living simply and with integrity. He said seriously that he truly never expected another face to exist behind that man's gentle and moral appearance. Ian looked at the king and continued that he would keep reporting the investigation progress of the ivory tower and the dark magic inspections. Terry answered briefly that it was fine. After that, Terry added that since matters had reached this point, he wanted to ask Ian one more thing. Ian immediately replied that His Majesty could ask. Terry crossed his arms and seriously asked what Ian intended to do about the Crown Prince. Hearing that, Ian widened his eyes, so surprised that he did not know how to respond. In the end, he awkwardly said he did not understand His Majesty's meaning, but Terry immediately interrupted. Terry raised an eyebrow and stated that Ian clearly understood that question. The two looked at each other in silence for a long moment. Finally, Ian hesitated and spoke, saying he said directly that he could not swear absolute loyalty to the Crown Prince. Terry appeared surprised and asked again if he truly could not be loyal. Ian continued that even so he would still cooperate, so the Crown Prince could safely inherit the throne. He said seriously that he would also do his utmost to help the Crown Prince become a wise king in the future. Terry rubbed his chin in thought and repeated that Ian could not swear loyalty, but was still willing to support the Crown Prince. He continued pondering silently for a while longer. In the end, Terry said that was enough. Terry took a sip of tea and ordered the guard to bring that item inside. A strange, long box was carried into the room by the guard. Terry looked at Ian and said to take it. This was the staff seized when Herbert was captured. The box opened, revealing the item inside. Terry added that Ian surely understood. Choosing the new master of the ivory tower was not simple. Even with a clear air, there were still many procedures to complete. Ian only listened silently as he spoke. Terry explained that according to regulations, taking over the ivory tower required royal approval. Under the current circumstances, they could not leave the tower master position vacant for too long, so he decided to simplify the procedures. Therefore, Terry decided to trust Ian with this staff. Setting his teacup down, Terry added that he also wanted to ask Ian for one more thing. Ian immediately replied that he awaited His Majesty's command. Terry frowned and said he believed Ragnar would not give up easily even though those who helped that man had been defeated. He recalled that man's image and said he understood Ragnar's ambition and nature better than anyone. If that man seized the throne, there would certainly be much bloodshed. Hearing that Ian only remained silent in thought, Terry stood up calmly and said that as a father he had inflicted an unhealable wound on his own son. He blamed himself, saying perhaps Ragnar would hate him until the day he died. Turning his back, Terry made a request, asking if Ian could do that in his place. Terry looked at Ian with trusting eyes and asked whether he could stop Ragnar. Ian slowly reached out and accepted the staff. He knelt to show respect and said he would obey His Majesty's command. Terry declared that from now on this staff belonged to Ian Fa, the new master of the ivory tower. The scene shifted to the afternoon at the ivory tower. The great door slowly opened. Ian walked inside with a calm expression. Everyone present greeted the new tower master, Ian Fa. Ian looked intently at the tower master's chair placed ahead. He suddenly remembered what Herbert once said. Did Ian know that he once dreamed of becoming a hero? Ian looked out the window and continued thinking about protecting the Empire alone, becoming a mage who saved those drowning in despair and suffering. In his mind appeared the image that with his decision, that man could hold the power to control countless people to protect the Empire's prosperity, and people called that power. Ian's gaze became distant as he silently repeated the word power. Then he remembered his tragic previous life and the things he once tried to protect even if he had to kill. Looking out the window, Ian told himself he did not want to become a hero. His face turned serious when he thought about what he truly wanted. Ian's eyes grew cold when he thought of killing Ragnar Green River and giving that man a humiliating death as his revenge. The scene shifted to Ragnar as that man still sat alone deep in calculation. That man's expression was full of thought, as if planning the next step. Hayden smiled happily and greeted the new tower master as soon as he saw Ian. Ian appeared rather tired when facing this crown prince. Ian said this matter had not been announced, yet so he asked His Highness not to call him that. Hayden laughed and said there were only 2 of them here, so there was no need to care. Hayden said it was hard to believe the child who asked to enter the ivory tower 6 years ago had now become the tower master. He spoke with admiration that Ian was now the respected head of the tower. Hayden proudly said that just watching Ian grow made him satisfied. Ian silently thought he had never begged like that. Ian spoke softly that His Highness could see it himself. He was busy conducting dark magic inspections. Ian reminded him the Crown Prince had already been inspected 2 days earlier, so if there were no strange symptoms he should return. Hayden replied not to be so cold, because he came precisely since Ian was busy. Hayden added that Ian should be sure everything was fine, because recently he often felt dizzy and nauseous. Ian replied that the inspection results showed His Highness was completely healthy. Even so, Ian still did not fully believe it in his heart. He once thought perhaps the Crown Prince had been influenced by dark magic, and therefore acted foolishly like that. Because to Herbert the Crown Prince was the obstacle to the plan of placing Ragna on the throne. Removing the Crown Prince, by making him destroy his own reputation, would be extremely easy. But Ian looked at Hayden, who was laughing and speaking carelessly in front of him. He irritably thought the Crown Prince was simply a born fool. Hayden then said next it would be his younger sister Harry's turn. Ian replied that was correct. Hayden added that before leaving he had to say this, because recently Harry often asked about Ian. Ian asked in surprise if it was the princess. Hayden nodded and said she asked things like what Ian did in his free time, what food he liked, or what he had been interested in lately. Ian thought silently that knowing such things was useless. Hayden said that even though he was close to Ian, he also did not know the answers, so he could not answer for his sister. Before leaving, he turned back and said that when Ian met Harry, he should tell her those things himself, because even small things would make her very happy. After saying that, Hayden stepped outside and closed the door. Ian stood still thinking for a while. He wondered whether that was what growth meant. Crown Prince truly had changed a lot, his personality brighter and also more diligent than before. Ian looked after Hayden and thought that if guided correctly, perhaps he would become a wise emperor. Just then there was a knock on the door and Ian said to come in. One who entered was Princess Harry Green River. She smiled and said it had been a long time since she saw Ian. Ian bowed politely and asked about Her Highness's health. Harry gently replied that she was well. Ian politely invited the princess to sit down, but Harry remained standing there awkwardly, as if hesitating about something. That stream of energy spread out, causing the entire room to suddenly fall into a strange silence. Ian immediately realized Harry had just cast a spell. Ian said this was a second-tier spell used to block sound from outside, then asked in surprise if she had already reached Tier 2. Harry blushed slightly and replied that actually, she quietly raised 3 fingers. Ian asked in astonishment if it was Tier 3. Harry nodded and said her teacher had confirmed it. Ian smiled and congratulated her, saying he truly did not expect Her Highness to have reached Tier 3. He smiled faintly and asked what Her Highness wanted to say after using the silence spell. Harry hesitated and said Sir Ian. She asked what she should do next from now on. Ian asked her to explain more clearly. Harry replied that she did not know where to begin. Ian spoke seriously and said then let him ask one thing first. Why did Your Highness hide the fact that you possess the ability of a mage? Harry immediately fell silent. She awkwardly said that matter. Harry looked hesitant as she searched for an answer. In the end, she said it was her father's decision. Harry said that when she was 12 years old, the one who tested her mana reaction was the mage Kelvin. Kelvin discovered she had the talent of a mage, but did not report it to the ivory tower, and instead immediately reported to her father. He also knew that becoming a mage of the Empire meant abandoning one's identity and joining the ivory tower. That rule applied even to members of the royal family. My father did not want me to join the ivory tower, but wanted me to continue as a princess of the royal family. From that moment, Kelvin was ordered to keep the secret, and I continued living as a princess, fulfilling my duties. But one day I realized something. I realized the desire for magic inside me could not be extinguished. Ian asked, so Your Highness secretly studied magic, and now wanted to tell him about it. Ian thought in his heart that Kelvin had once supported the Crown Prince in his previous life. The princess was truly fortunate. Harry said at first, I only wanted to help my brother, because at that time, no one stood on his side. Now things are different. He has you. He has the sword Master Oliver, and most importantly, he is walking the right path. Ian asked again, so that means Your Highness no longer has any goal. Harry replied almost like that. I learned magic illegally, and now I wonder whether I am obstructing my brother. Ian smiled and stepped closer to her, saying that actually this matter was very simple. Harry asked in surprise if it was simple. Ian calmly said to live the life of Your Highness, not the life of a royal family member, but the life belonging to Your Highness alone. Harry said in confusion she was not sure about that. Ian replied that one's origin does not determine how a person lives. If Your Highness only follows the words of others, then your life will be held by others. Harry quietly pondered. Ian continued, and gradually, Your Highness will forget yourself. Only confusion, regret, and emptiness will remain. Ian spoke as if reminding himself. Ian suggested that from now on Your Highness should choose your own path. He respectfully said he firmly believed Your Highness would find a way of life that suited her. Harry gently called Sir Ian. She asked in return whether he had already found the life he wished for. Ian suddenly paused when he heard that. He thought for a moment to find an appropriate answer. In the end, Ian said he also was not sure. He blamed himself, thinking perhaps he had said something rude. Harry hurriedly said it was not like that. He said actually, Ian was the first person who had ever spoken to her like that. Until now, I had always been forced to fulfill the duties of a princess, so I never thought about another life. Harry said gratefully, "Thank you for encouraging me." Ian looked at her and smiled, stood up and said, "If your highness continued studying magic, it would help with your future path. With such progress, your highness would certainly advance even further." Harry said shyly, "Actually, because of that I wanted to ask you for something." Ian was surprised. Harry hesitated and asked if Sir Ian could teach her magic. Ian asked in shock, "What? Was Kelvin not already chosen as the one to teach your highness?" Harry helplessly said Kelvin told her he had nothing more to teach. He refused to continue because he himself was only a Tier 2 mage. Harry quickly grasped his hand and pleaded, "Please, Sir Ian, become my master." Ian felt briefly awkward and began thinking. He started to consider and realized the princess truly possessed great talent. A Tier 3 mage was a rare gift. Her potential could rival the former royal Tier 5 mage Misen Green River. Ian thought silently that few people recognized that talent, and if she became a powerful mage, she might be very useful in the future. Ian said he agreed. Harry immediately asked happily if it was true. Ian added, but he had one condition. Whenever he needed assistance, your highness must also help him. Harry smiled and said, of course, no matter how difficult the request, she would try her best. Ian asked if your highness answered so quickly, without intending to ask what the request was. Harry replied because she trusted Sir Ian. Hearing that, Ian felt extremely happy inside. He felt a little embarrassed. Ian said in a calm voice that was good. He said they would discuss learning magic later, but for now they should check first. Harry agreed. After finishing the examination, Ian said there were no signs of dark magic, and your highness could stand up now. Harry felt slightly dizzy and could not stand firmly. Ian said it might cause dizziness, so she should be careful. She weakly thanked him. Suddenly, Harry staggered and lost her balance. He fell against Ian. Ian hurriedly asked if your highness was all right and prepared to call someone to help. Harry blushed and said it was not necessary. She was fine. The two fell into silence for a moment. Ian softly called your highness. He remembered Hayden's words and said that usually after finishing work at the Ivory Tower, he read books or researched spells in the laboratory. Thanks to Douglas, he also began to like alchemy. As for food, he was not picky, but he did not like spicy things much. Harry asked shyly why he suddenly told her those things. Ian answered frankly that the Crown Prince said your highness was curious about them. Harry panicked and said it was only a little curiosity, yet her brother actually told him. Ian replied awkwardly yes. Harry blushed with embarrassment and said, "Then take care, Sir Ian." He hurriedly ran outside and slammed the door closed. Ian stood there wondering if he had said something wrong. News of the incident involving the Tower Master Herbert Leon, a Tier 5 mage, spread across the Empire and shocked the people. To deal with the situation, Emperor Terry Green River personally commanded the investigation into dark magic and raised the Empire's alert level. The young mage Ian Fa, chosen as the new Tower Master, also conducted a thorough investigation to reassure the public. The name Herbert Leon after his execution was recorded in history as the most brutal traitor of the Empire. Many nobles who once supported Herbert Leon also turned their backs on the 5th Prince Ragnar and began paying special attention to every action of the new Ivory Tower Master. At Ian's residence, while enjoying morning tea, Ian suddenly noticed something on the table and asked what it was. The table was piled with letters, and the servant said they were all invitations to banquets sent to him. Ian sighed, looking tired, and said the trouble with dark magic was not even resolved yet, and those people had already sent letters, truly thoughtless. The other person asked if he did not plan to look at them. Ian replied that in any case he had no intention of attending. Ridio then said but he thought Ian should still read them. Ian heard that and asked what it was. Ridio said that when Ian heard the contents of the marriage proposal letter sent to him, he almost spat out his mouthful of tea. The letter stated that Count Jair wished to marry his eldest daughter who had just turned 12 to him, and the plan was to hold the wedding 5 years later when the girl became an adult. Ian could only think to himself that she was only 12 years old, who could come up with such a crazy idea. He burst into loud laughter and teased him. "Ha ha ha, you are already an adult now, so people discussing marriage with you is nothing strange." Ridio continued that with the reputation of being the youngest high-ranking mage, and also the heir of the Ha Tower, Ian would surely receive countless marriage proposals in the future. Ian scratched his head and replied that those nobles only wanted to use him to gain more political power. Clearly showed his irritation. It was unbelievable that a father would use his own 12-year-old daughter as a pawn in a political marriage. Truly insane. Ridio laughed in agreement. "That is something I also think is true, but finding a good life partner is still a natural matter." He gathered the letters and said he would help Ian write rejection replies. Ian immediately thanked him and asked him to handle the matter. "Thank you very much, uncle." Ridio replied that there was no need to be formal. "You are busy investigating black demon magic, so letting me handle small matters like this can also be considered a reason for me to stay here." Ian remained silent for a moment, as if thinking about something. Then he placed the teacup on the table and said that, speaking of which, it seemed he had not officially thanked him yet. Dio looked at Ian with surprise and curiosity in his eyes. Ian continued speaking in a solemn tone. "Thank you for protecting my mother." Ridio sat still for a moment before reacting, and he gently revealed a faint smile. Ridio said it was nothing. Actually, if you think about it carefully, the mana trap you placed in the mansion was what dealt with those suspicious men. Besides, I had already promised to protect Lady Fa with my life. Hearing that, Ian felt much more reassured. He said that in that case, there was something he wanted to help Ridio with. Ian asked which mage had infused mana substances into his body and caused him to be poisoned. "Please tell me his name or any physical features you remember." Ridio looked confused. Ian firmly stated that he would definitely find that man and make him pay the price. Ridio hesitated, then said, "About that matter." He scratched his cheek and said he truly could not remember. Ian asked in surprise, "How could you not remember?" Ridio explained that it happened at night, and when he was young many mages hated him. At that time, he was only a pharmacist in the capital, so he did not know who that man was. He admitted that there had been a time when he hated mages deeply, whenever he thought he might die at any moment and leave Douglas behind. Ironically, before being poisoned by mana, I had almost lost my life to bandits. But now that I have met you, I will not die from that poison anymore. The future of Douglas and me is more important, so I have let go of hatred. Even so, I will never forget the life-saving grace you gave me." Ian listened and remained silent in thought. After a while, he suddenly said that he had never met his father. Ian walked while explaining that before he was born, his father had disappeared. No one knew whether he was alive or dead. Ian smiled and said that after getting to know and living with him, he understood that if he had a father, he would probably be like Ridio. Ian said that now he understood why Douglas was always cheerful and optimistic, as well as understanding why his mother's health had improved. It was all thanks to the medicines Ridio created. Ian said thoughtfully that in the future, the time he spent with his mother might become less and less. Therefore, he hoped Ridio would always keep his promise to protect her. Ridio immediately nodded firmly. "Of course, Ian, I will do that." Ian looked at the clock and said it seemed the time was almost here. At that moment, Douglas opened the door and stepped in, calling loudly, "Leader." He held a bottle of medicine and excitedly said that he had succeeded. The mana antidote from Lendier flowers was complete. Douglas said they had to quickly give it to his father. When he saw Ridio sitting there, he asked in surprise why his father was here. He had planned to surprise him with this. Ridio asked in shock, "You said you created a mana antidote. Ian, what is going on here?" Ian explained that he had entered the secret library, that only the Tower Master was allowed to access to search for information. Then he tried using magic to harvest Lendier flowers. That was advanced magic capable of temporarily stopping the time of objects, and fortunately it worked on plants. Ridio walked closer to Douglas and stared at him. He suddenly burst into tears and said, "Thank you, my son, thank you, Ian." Father and son immediately hugged each other tightly in joy. Douglas told Ian that one day he would become an alchemist capable of creating medicine that cured every incurable disease, so no one would have to suffer like his father again. Ian only smiled in response. Douglas said emotionally to Ian, "Thank you very much, leader." Suddenly someone walked in and said, "You are the last one remaining." Dragonkin Avantis stood there silently listening without saying anything. Michelle Green River told him that the barrier surrounding the human world and the dragon race was about to close. Declared that the dragon race had brought chaos and destruction to this world, and the price for that sin was extremely heavy. Michelle said that until you die, you will bear the sins of your entire race. He used his own blood to place a seal on Avantis, declaring that he would never leave this land. Seal was completed, and Michelle stood observing. The story returned to the present at Ragna's house. Ragna showed astonishment and said it was exactly the same. In front of him was a man who looked exactly like him. Ragna said the paper only told him to wait for someone here, but he did not expect things to turn out like this. He asked the other man how he could leave this place. Ragna said that Ian Fa had used the magic of the ivory tower to cover this place and monitor him. Therefore, disguising himself as himself could not fool them. The other man replied that he did not need to worry. The authority of the high priest even surpassed the current ivory tower master. Ragna repeated in surprise, "High priest." The other man said he would understand more clearly when he met the high priest directly. That man took out a mana book. Immediately afterward, a teleportation gate appeared. Ragna asked in surprise what that thing was. The other man said, "Please step in. This is the gate that will take you out of the capital." Ragna asked again. A teleportation gate. From inside the gate, a hand suddenly reached out. It was Demphine. He called out loudly, "Your Highness, please take my hand." Ragna called Dempine's name in astonishment. Sweat poured from him from the shock. Ragnar grabbed his hand and stepped into the gate. Both appeared somewhere else. Ragnar asked how he could use that magic when even Herbert Leon could not do it. Demphine replied that it was nothing strange. He said, "Your Highness, do you truly think Herbert Leon could sit in the position of Ivory Tower Master only because of his ability?" Demphine continued that, although he possessed great power, he only focused on strengthening his own position. He was the kind of man who would eventually be eliminated. His self-destruction made things much easier for us. Ragnar thought for a moment. Demphine said that this world was far larger than he imagined. Perhaps he thought the world was controlled by a group of chosen people, and that he was among them, but even the Emperor might not be a chosen one. Ragnar asked vaguely, "Chosen ones?" Demphine replied that was correct. The High Priest believed he was the perfect candidate to become a ruler. According to him, the ideal ruler was one who eliminated the ignorant and brought new ideas to the world. Demphine affirmed that he also carried the bloodline that would open a new era. The High Priest had waited for this day for a very long time. Ragnar thought in confusion about what was happening. He wondered how someone could possess magic stronger than both Herbert and Ian Fa. He had once heard of a cult that did not follow the nation's faith, but he never expected the Imperial Knight Captain and the Ivory Tower Master to be connected. Were they trying to change the nation's fate, and were they using a royal like him as a tool to carry out the plan? Ragnar thought this was also an opportunity. In the current situation, he had to use every possibility to strengthen his power, even if it might not be righteous. He thought of the throne. To reclaim his rightful crown, he needed to exploit everything he could. To stop, Demphine said, "We have arrived, Your Highness." In front of them stood an ancient castle. Demphine said, "Please follow me." This place looked both mystical and desolate. Surroundings were so quiet that only the sound of wind could be heard. Ragnar asked where this place was. Demphine replied that this was the castle that once belonged to the dragon race. He said that 300 years ago this place had been erased from the world because it was sealed by the separating magic of the Ivory Tower. After the sealing magic gradually weakened, humans discovered this place again. Ragnar began to feel uneasy, so he spoke and asked why he had been brought to this place. Demphine did not answer and only continued walking forward in silence. Suddenly another group of people appeared and spoke in greeting. "At last you have arrived." All of them bowed respectfully and said in unison that they wished to express their reverence to Your Highness. Ragnar carefully observed the faces standing before him. He remained silent for a few seconds, as if weighing something in his mind. Ragnar spoke and asked if all of them were nobles. He said he saw quite a few familiar faces among them. Demphine explained that this was a crucial moment to open a new ideology for the world, so he had only summoned the most reputable figures in the capital. Ragnar said even so he still had not answered the most important matter. What was the reason they had gathered here, and whom they served? If he was already in the same boat, then he deserved to know. Demphine replied that he would soon find out. Demphine looked toward the gate and said the High Priest was waiting for him inside. The gate slowly opened, and Ragnar stepped inside. The moment he saw the scene within, he could not hide his astonishment. Inside stood the dragonkin Avantis waiting for Ragnar. He carried a majestic presence and radiated an imposing aura. The people around immediately knelt down and shouted that he was the last surviving descendant, the final dragon. Ragnar was startled when he heard that. He quickly understood in his mind that this was their leader. The dragonkin Avantis spoke with a deep and imposing voice, saying that he must surely have many questions about his identity and the reason he had invited him here. He introduced himself saying that he was the dragonkin Avantis, the last individual of the dragon race still existing in this land. Ragnar was shocked after hearing that and thought that the dragon race had been exterminated 300 years ago. The creature before him could use extremely powerful magic. His appearance closely resembled ancient records of the dragon race, so this truly was the last descendant of dragons. Avantis curled his lips while looking at him, as if he clearly understood Ragnar's thoughts. He admitted that in the war 300 years ago his race had been defeated and destroyed by humans. Apart from him, no one had survived. Our ancestor, Michel Green River, used his own blood to cast a powerful seal to imprison me, so I could not leave this place. I've waited for this moment for a very long time. Avantis stared directly at Ragnar and spoke about his bloodline. To break Michel Green River's seal, I require the blood of his descendant. Ragnar asked that would it not be easier to kill him rather than use his blood to break the seal, so why he had offered this proposal. Avantis laughed and replied that he was truly ruthless prince. He simply thought it would be more beneficial to make him emperor. He continued saying that he wished to shatter the old rigid laws and open an entirely new era. This agreement could become the foundation for a grand plan. Avantis smiled with calculation and said it would be a peaceful world where the dragon race and humans could coexist. Ragnar asked directly if that meant he wished to turn him into a tool. He continued saying that if he refused, then he would kill him immediately, while the impostor remained in his room. Avantis replied that he had no intention of harming him if he refused, he would only erase his memory and send him back. He looked down at the ceiling lines on the ground and added that he had chosen him because he was certain he would not ignore this opportunity. Ragna fell into silence, clenched his fist, and said he must promise him. Ragna spoke sternly, saying that, after helping him become emperor, he must not betray him. Ivantis laughed and said he promised. Ragna took the knife Demphine had given him and said very well. He immediately cut his arm, allowing blood to flow onto the floor, and declared that he accepted the proposal. Ragna's blood quickly spread toward the area marked with the ceiling lines. The entire space suddenly shone with brilliant light. Seal slowly began to dissolve. Ivantis and Ragna stared directly into each other's eyes. Ivantis revealed a sinister smile and said very good. He laughed loudly and said thank you, Prince. He stretched his body as if he had just broken free from shackles. Ivantis stepped out of the sealed area and said perhaps he should blend into the human world. Looked closely at Ragna and remarked that his face was filled with fear. Ivantis reassured him, saying, "Do not worry, Prince. He would not harm him." He added that he had a feeling they would become good friends. Ivantis walked forward and took a cloak. He draped the cloak over himself and said at last he could enjoy the outside world after so many years of imprisonment. Scene shifted to Harry. Our beautiful princess now wore a worried expression. The thoughts within her heart seemed deeply important. A heavy sound echoed. She softly asked why he still had not come to see her. Harry clasped her hands together and sighed, wondering if he had already forgotten her. The maid standing behind looked slightly embarrassed and slowly said that was not the case, Princess. Perhaps he was busy investigating the recent dark magic incident. Hearing the reassurance from her close maid, Harry quickly regained her spirit. A smile slowly returned to her lips. That was right, he was always very busy. Harry told herself it must be so. But only a few seconds later, she could no longer convince herself and grew troubled again. The maid behind did not dare say anything further. The quiet space in the room became heavy until a loud sound suddenly shattered the atmosphere. Two other maids hurried inside in panic and called out to the princess. Harry looked at them and asked what had happened. The two clasped their hands tightly and said together that the moment had arrived. That person had come. The maid on the left quickly said that the day had finally arrived. The maid on the right continued, saying the princess should change into a formal dress, not wear an extra cloak. Both of them shouted together that Ian Fa had arrived, even though she was not certain. The moment she heard Ian's name, Harry's face flushed bright red. She trembled and asked again if it was true that he was here. Her hands clenched tightly as she cried in confusion, asking someone to help her. Not long after, she hurriedly stepped into the magnificent main palace. In the great hall, her high heels decorated with delicate bows moved quickly across the floor. Harry walked quickly because she could not wait any longer. When she reached the main door, she stopped. She hurriedly asked the maids if her hair looked fine and whether it was messy. Harry took a deep breath. The maids raised their hands to encourage her. The maid in the black dress reassured her, saying, "Do not worry, Princess. Today the princess looked incredibly beautiful." The other two maids also nodded in agreement. Harry turned back and said then she would go now. They all encouraged her together, saying the princess would certainly succeed. The large door was then opened. Inside, Ian stood with an elegant appearance. He placed his hand before his chest like a greeting and said it had been a long time, Princess. Harry shyly clasped her hands together. Her face flushed red, and she did not dare look directly at Ian. Her embarrassed gaze only dared look at the floor. She softly said she had thought he had forgotten their appointment. Ian smiled and apologized, saying he had been somewhat busy recently. Harry hurriedly said it was fine. She was very grateful that he had come. She smiled foolishly and said he looked wonderful in that formal outfit. Ian replied that he was thankful. A trace of shyness crossed Ian's face as he said, first of all, Ian suggested they should go to another place more suitable for training. There were too many eyes watching inside the palace. If someone saw him meeting the princess, it might cause unpleasant rumors that could affect her. Harry replied with emotion that he was right. They should do that. Ian continued, saying that he would take the princess to another place. He extended his hand toward her and hesitantly asked if he might hold the princess's hand for a moment. Harry said awkwardly that she was sorry and asked if he meant holding her hand. Ian explained with slight embarrassment that he would use teleportation magic to take them away. Harry's innocent expression looked very charming. She asked if that was the teleportation magic she had once heard about. At that moment, she realized she had overthought things. Harry asked him again if it truly was teleportation magic. She slowly placed her hand onto Ian's hand. Ian gently told her that the princess might feel slightly dizzy. He held her small hand and softly said, "Please concentrate." A flash of light suddenly appeared. For them appeared a magnificent landscape with rows of majestic mountains stretching endlessly. Harry exclaimed in surprise, asking where this place was. Ian replied that these were the hills on the outskirts of the capital. This place was rarely visited. He further explained that the range of 6th-tier teleportation magic was not very far, so he chose this place. The open and spacious surroundings were very suitable for practicing magic. Ian turned to look at her astonished expression. Ian finished his final sentence with respect, Princess. Harry had not fully regained her composure. She softly sighed and said that until now she had never stepped outside the palace. As she spoke, her eyes suddenly shone brightly with emotion. For her, this could once only exist in dreams. Watching the flocks of birds flying freely across the vast sky, she said with emotion that merely holding his hand had turned that dream into reality. Harry revealed a radiant smile filled with happiness and said that this truly was something wonderful. After saying that, she turned to look at Ian's refined face. At that moment, an image of a familiar woman suddenly appeared in Ian's mind. She was very beautiful, yet sat quietly before a large window with a lonely expression. That image quickly faded away. Ian gently smiled and replied that the princess was right. Magic truly was something miraculous. Harry looked at Ian with sparkling eyes and shyly asked if he had already seen her practicing magic inside the royal sanctuary. Ian continued looking at her and softly replied that he had. He said that at the time he had been touring the palace and accidentally stepped into that place. When he saw His Majesty and the royal mage approaching, he hid in a corner, and at that moment he saw the princess. Harry immediately turned to face him. Her eyes widened with surprise as she asked how he could enter there. That area should have guards. Ian replied with slight embarrassment that it was only because when he was young, he had been too curious. Harry laughed softly as if recalling her childhood. When she was young, she had also secretly explored forbidden areas of the palace with her brother and had been scolded many times. With a mischievous yet warm gaze, she looked at Ian and said that she would pretend not to know that he had once entered the sanctuary, since he had also ignored the matter of her learning magic. That made them allies. Ian could only smile helplessly at her playful nature and softly replied that was true. Suddenly, Harry became more serious and said that, speaking of which, her brother would soon hold a birthday banquet. He would attend as well. Ian closed his eyes and thought for a moment before saying he had received the invitation, but did not intend to attend. Harry asked in surprise why. Her brother would certainly be very disappointed. Ian slowly said that the Crown Prince's birthday banquet was only for people of noble status. Although he had been appointed Tower Master, his origin was still that of a commoner. If he appeared there, the nobles would certainly gossip endlessly. Ian took a deep breath and continued that the forces established by the previous Tower Master over many years still existed. They were certainly watching his every move. Paused for a moment, then said that until the Crown Prince secured his position and safely inherited the throne, it would be better for him to focus on fulfilling the responsibilities of the Tower Master. Harry lowered her head after hearing that. The atmosphere between them became quiet. She softly said that she understood, but immediately afterward Harry's gaze became determined. She said that in that case she must also fulfill the role of a princess. She would make the nobles opposing her brother unable to stir trouble. Harry turned to look at Ian with sparkling eyes and said that she would also study magic diligently. She smiled lightly at Ian and asked if the one teaching her could be called teacher. When only the two of them were present could she address him that way. Ian smiled kindly and replied that the princess could call him however she wished. Elsewhere, twilight spread across the palace of the fifth prince. Ragna's voice sounded firmly saying that was his plan. Vanta sat calmly on a chair and said briefly that before dealing with the mage Ian Fa, they needed to bring down the crown prince first. Ragna, with cold eyes, said that was correct. Currently, many nobles and commoners were paying attention to Ian Fa's actions. In the large room, silence prevailed. Although Ian possessed outstanding magical talent, he was still a young mage. Moreover, his commoner background meant he had little political influence. Many nobles and vassals were already dissatisfied with Ian becoming the Tower Master. Ragna continued confidently, saying that if the crown prince he supported collapsed, Ian would fall into weakness, and they would easily eliminate him. Demphine said seriously that to carry out this plan, they would need a sacrificial pawn. Ragna nodded in agreement, yet still appeared thoughtful, and said that was true. He had not yet decided who would be suitable. Demphine placed his hand on his chest respectfully and said he should entrust the matter to him. He knew someone perfect for this plan. Ragna looked at him and firmly said that he would entrust this mission to him, Demphine. After finishing their discussion, everyone quickly left the room. At that moment, only Ragna and Avantis remained in the large chamber. The atmosphere became quiet. Avantis said that he should leave as well. Ragna immediately called out Avantis. He quickly stepped forward to stop him and said he still had one question. Ragna looked at Avantis and said that with his power he could seize authority without using him, so why he wished to cooperate with him. Avantis calmly replied that he was searching for someone. Ragna immediately asked who that person was. Avantis said that it was the Golden Dragon, the dragon that controlled time, the final ancestor of dragons in this world. Ragna broke into a cold sweat and said that was only a creature of legend. Evantus calmly replied that most humans of this era thought the same. Just as the dragon race still existed, the golden dragon lived in a place beyond their reach. However, when great calamity descended upon the world, he would certainly appear. Ragnar began to understand his meaning, and asked what chaos he referred to. Evantus answered briefly with 2 words, war. Ragnar asked in astonishment if the war caused by the dragon race 300 years ago had been meant to lure the golden dragon to appear. Evantus replied decisively that was correct. Speaking of this, Evantus's expression slightly changed. He said that they were not true descendants of dragons, so the golden dragon had aided humans. Was it not unbelievable that Michelle Green River defeated dragonkin stronger than humans? Ragnar still looked confused and said that world history recorded nothing about dragons. The chronicles said Michelle Green River won through magic he had researched within the ivory tower. Evantus sighed and said the golden dragon always erased every trace related to him, as if he had never existed in this world. But with the bloodline of dragonkin, he could sense that existence. Ragnar turned slightly away and asked if he intended to place him upon the imperial throne and then ignite war. Evantus laughed confidently and said that was correct, but it was not disadvantageous for him. He emphasized that the ultimate objective was to unify the entire continent. Evantus said that was also the wish of Ragnar's ancestors. When war erupted, the golden dragon would appear to end the chaos, and he would find him. Ragnar remained cautious and asked what he intended to do after finding the golden dragon. Evantus did not answer directly and only said they had already talked for quite a long time. He slowly stood up, then said he should be at ease. He would follow Ragnar's plan. Next morning at the Royal Night Tower, the peaceful atmosphere was suddenly broken. A startled cry rang out saying, "What was that, true?" Young knight calmly replied that the vice-captain was ordered to come to the office of the first Royal Knight Captain immediately. Bao bowed awkwardly and wondered why the terrifying Demphine had summoned him. Recently he had not caused any trouble. After a few seconds of thought, Bao smiled and patted the messenger on the shoulder, saying he would go immediately, and thanked him. Bao immediately left. Standing before Demphine's office door, he stopped and took a deep breath to calm himself. Inside, Demphine's voice sounded telling him to enter. Bao stepped inside and asked seriously if he had called for him. Demphine stood and said Paul Lance should come closer. The atmosphere grew tense when he spoke directly that he had heard the mage Helen attack the crown prince before because she had been controlled by black demon magic. He had received reports that security had been strengthened, but asked if the situation remained stable. Bao immediately replied that everything was currently stable. The night order had heightened vigilance and protected the crown prince more tightly. Demphine nodded and said good. The crown prince was the future king, so his safety was the highest priority. He continued that he had spoken many times with Captain Oliver, but this was the first time he and Paul had spoken directly. Paul had served as vice-captain for quite a long time. He wondered if he had ever done anything to make him uncomfortable. He quickly replied that being summoned by him was an honor. Demphine smiled with satisfaction and said that was good. He stepped closer to Paul and asked if it was true that Paul's swordsmanship ranked just below Captain Oliver, the one known as the Sword Master. Demphine said that Paul was truly talented and recognized by His Majesty, the Crown Prince and Oliver. Paul blushed slightly in embarrassment and humbly said he still had many shortcomings. Demphine said there was no need for modesty. That very talent had made him vice-captain. He recalled that when Oliver recommended an orphan from the northern frontier to become vice-captain, he had thought Oliver was insane. Demphine stared directly at Paul with suspicion in his eyes. He said he had questioned why Oliver chose someone without noble background to join the knights protecting the emperor. Demphine stated directly that he could not accept a commoner entering the prestigious Royal Knight Order. Demphine continued speaking and said therefore. Suddenly, Evantus appeared behind him. Bao was startled and immediately reached for his weapon, preparing to fight. He asked tensely who he was, and when he had been standing there, Paul had already been restrained by Evantus's magic. He realized his body could not move at all. Evantus said coldly that he would become the foundation of a great empire. The scene shifted to a lush forest filled with fresh air. The sound of birds echoed together with the clash of swords as Hayden and Oliver trained. Oliver nodded and said that was correct. Very good. Please, Your Highness, maintain that posture and keep your balance. When he noticed Hayden could barely hold on any longer, Oliver immediately told him to wait a moment. The sword in Hayden's hand fell to the ground. Oliver looked at him and smiled before speaking. Your Highness, we will stop here for today. Hayden replied, "Thank you, Captain." The two sat down on the grass. Hayden was exhausted and gasping as he complained that perhaps he was not suited for sword training. Oliver smiled kindly and looked at Hayden with encouragement, then said that was not true. Your Highness used the sword better than many people. Oliver continued that his improvement speed was even faster than Tower Master Ian. Hayden widened his eyes and asked what. He improved faster than Ian. Oliver nodded and confirmed that was correct. He had taught Ian for 5 years and often trained with him. Hayden immediately became childish and angry. His face flushed as he picked up the sword and pointed it at Oliver. Oliver calmly reassured him and said that actually Ian was not skilled in swordsmanship. Oliver narrowed his eyes mischievously like a playful child and laughed, saying, "But please your highness keep secret that he had once taught him." Hayden burst into delighted laughter and said he truly did not expect that someone as perfect as Ian also had something he was not good at. Hayden's cheeks turned red with excitement as he thought that he finally had something he surpassed Ian in. He muttered that there really was something he did better than him. Hayden enthusiastically declared to Oliver that from now on he would train harder until he surpassed the sword master. Suddenly Hayden's gaze turned toward the distance. He looked and asked Captain was that the vice captain having trouble. Oliver recognized that it was Paul. He said in a low voice that recently Paul had spoken less and seemed quite troubled. He had asked, but Paul said everything was fine. Hayden sighed and told Oliver to continue watching him. He added not to be too strict with Paul. A commander must also listen and care about the mood of subordinates. Oliver replied yes, he would remember. At the same time, in the royal palace, preparations were underway for Prince Hayden's birthday banquet. The grand hall servants hurried back and forth preparing for the feast. When the time approached, Oliver entered and reminded him that the banquet would begin soon. Hayden had just finished preparing and replied he would come immediately, Captain. But Hayden's face still showed a trace of gloom. He sighed, saying whenever there was a banquet, he always felt anxious. He recalled Ian's words about strengthening his position, then sighed, saying Ian would not come either. That troublesome man. Oliver saw the prince discouraged, so he encouraged him that today he was the main figure. Your Highness should be confident and proud. Oliver added that the ones who should worry were the nobles, not him. Hearing that, Hayden gradually regained his spirit. The corner of his lips lifted into a faint smile, and he said that was right. Hayden energetically patted Oliver on the shoulder, saying he still had Sword Master Oliver accompanying him. Very reliable. Just as the two were chatting happily, Harry stepped forward, calling brother. Hayden turned and replied Harry. She appeared in a magnificent blue dress that highlighted her royal elegance. Hayden praised that she looked beautiful today. Harry smiled and replied thank you because today was his birthday, so she prepared carefully. Hayden teased that it was a pity Ian was not present. With such beauty, she should let him see it. Hearing Ian's name, Harry immediately became flustered and said what he was talking about. She continued to scold him for telling Ian about the question she had asked earlier. She felt very embarrassed. Then Harry stopped because today was a special day. She took a deep breath and smiled gently, saying, "Happy birthday, brother." She was always proud of her hardworking brother. Harry even stomped her foot, firmly saying she would crush the nobles who dared speak badly about him, so he should not worry. The cute action of his sister made Hayden laugh as he said, "Thank you, Harry." Finally, Hayden said they should go inside. Harry replied yes, then linked arms with her brother. After a while, when the banquet began, the servants announced Crown Prince Hayden Green River and Princess Harry Green River had arrived. Nobles immediately bowed respectfully. After the announcement, the siblings walked into the grand hall. Hayden and Harry appeared with solemn bearing. At that moment, the steward gave a hand signal. Musicians immediately began playing a gentle melody that echoed throughout the hall. The nobles quickly surrounded them to congratulate the prince on his birthday. Hayden politely thanked them and hoped everyone would enjoy the banquet. Oliver stood nearby, observing the prince conversing with the nobles. His eyes were filled with pride as he looked at Hayden. At that moment, Emperor Terry suddenly appeared, causing the servants to panic because they had not announced him yet. Terry reminded the servant what he was doing still standing there, and to announce him immediately. The servant hurriedly replied, "Yes, your majesty." Terry stepped into the grand hall one step at a time. The servant shouted loudly that the emperor had arrived. The nobles were all astonished by the emperor's appearance. Hayden also called out in surprise, "Father." He stepped forward, saying he had not expected him to come. Terry replied that today was his birthday, so he must come to congratulate him. Terry looked at his son and said he was proud of him. Those words deeply moved Hayden. Then Terry stepped forward. Hayden followed behind him. Terry said it seemed many people had come to celebrate the prince. Terry added that after hardship always came a good beginning. He was glad to see everyone here. He turned to Hayden and said to parents every moment of their child's growth was like a miracle. Terry said he remembered when Hayden was about 5 years old. At that time, he asked why Hayden followed him. Hayden smiled and said because he guided him. Terry said that at that time, he patted young Hayden's head and continued walking because Hayden trusted him. Recalling the old story, Terry said with emotion that time passed so quickly. He looked at Hayden and said he had followed his steps until today. As a father, he always believed Hayden could succeed. Hayden felt slightly embarrassed by those words. Terry raised his wine glass and told everyone to raise their glasses. He declared blessings for the future of the empire and the prince. The nobles all raised their glasses in response. Harry drank his wine, then said, "Happy birthday, son." Hayden softly replied, "Thank you, father." Suddenly, after drinking, Terry began coughing violently, and blood burst from his mouth onto the floor. Hayden froze, not understanding what had happened. The nobles were also stunned, and no one dared speak. Harry looked at the scene in horror. Only Oliver reacted quickly, preparing to rush forward. Immediately afterward, the entire hall fell into chaos. Cries of "Your Majesty" echoed everywhere while Hayden still stood frozen, watching his father coughing blood. When Hayden's wine glass fell to the floor, he realized the horrifying truth and shouted, "Father." The sky outside was gloomy, and rain fell endlessly. By the window, Hayden sat alone in shock. He remained silent, as if lost in thought. His lips trembled slightly, as if he wished to speak, yet no words came out. At that moment, a voice came from outside the door saying, "Your Highness, the second Royal Knight, Captain Oliver Jehut, requests an audience." Hayden immediately stood up and quickly said, "Let him in." Before Oliver could even enter, Hayden opened the door and urgently asked Captain. Hayden anxiously asked how his father was. Oliver said the Emperor had passed the critical moment thanks to timely treatment, but the situation was still dangerous. The physicians and alchemists were doing their best. Hearing that, Hayden immediately interrupted and asked whether the assassin had been captured. Oliver calmly replied they had captured the one who poisoned the Emperor's wine glass, and he had confessed. Hayden drew a sharp breath, his eyes filled with fury. Hayden grabbed Oliver and demanded who the culprit was. Oliver hesitated, then said the culprit was. Oliver's voice lowered so only the two of them could hear, and the room fell silent. Hayden's arm on Oliver's shoulder trembled when he heard that name. Hayden stood stunned for a moment, then asked again, unable to believe such a thing. At the same time, in another place, the noble officials were holding an emergency meeting to discuss the incident involving the Emperor. A noble in red robes angrily shouted across the room, asking why the vice captain of the 2nd Royal Knight Division dared to assassinate His Majesty. He slammed the table and roared that Paul had been the Crown Prince's closest aide for many years. Keeping such a traitor beside the prince, what had His Highness and Captain Oliver been doing all this time? The young man in black beside him also spoke, saying the culprit certainly did not act alone. They must find the one behind this at any cost. A noble in blue spoke in a low voice, saying he heard Paul Lance bit his own tongue during interrogation, so it seemed he had no intention of revealing anything. At that moment, a white-haired noble pointed at a line in the document and said he heard Paul was an orphan from the northern frontier, the region bordering the territory of Ku-Ut. He continued, saying everyone should recall that last year there had been a series of explosions in the royal palace. And he brought up the incident involving Ian at that time. A mage from the Ha Tower had caused a great shock. At that time, a maid and a secretary in the palace were discovered to be spies of Ku-Ut. He continued with suspicion, saying Paul, though young, possessed extraordinary talent. However, his background was unclear, so he was highly suspicious. Perhaps he was a carefully trained spy. The man sitting opposite immediately objected, saying Paul Lance showed no signs of having a mana seal. Hearing that, the other snapped angrily, asking if that even mattered. He had poisoned His Majesty and remained silent about the mastermind and motive. As the argument grew louder, a noble in gray calmly said this happened because they had used him without considering his background. The title of Vice Captain of the 2nd Royal Knight Division must be stripped away. Paul Lance must be executed for the crime of attempting to assassinate His Majesty. Many immediately agreed, saying that was correct. They supported it. Amid the chaotic debate in the meeting room, Ian remained silent without speaking. After the meeting ended, the sky outside remained heavy and gloomy. Ian was walking alone toward a meeting point when a voice called from behind, saying Ian. Although the man wore a cloak covering himself, Ian still recognized Captain Oliver. Oliver stepped forward, removing the hood, and hurriedly asked what the situation was about. Ian replied that everyone believed he was a spy of Ku-Ut. Oliver became furious upon hearing that, saying it was absurd. Paul could not possibly be a spy. Ian nodded in agreement, saying the vice captain would willingly sacrifice his life for the crown prince. Recalling everything Paul had done, Ian said that regardless of his origin, he was still a knight of honor who had sworn loyalty. Ian stated firmly that he understood Paul's character clearly. But after this incident, the death sentence had already been decided. Oliver stood stunned upon hearing the news. Ian added that Paul remained silent about the one who gave the order and the true reason. Ian tried to keep his voice calm, saying they must first find the cause. At this point, Ian hesitated for a few seconds. Then he asked how the crown prince was now. Oliver said His Highness had not eaten or drunk anything and refused to allow anyone into the room. He believed the prince was blaming himself for the emperor being poisoned. Ian nodded, saying he understood. Oliver continued, saying the entire 2nd Knight Division had been confined and would soon be interrogated. His hand clenched tightly, trembling with tension. As the commander, he could not act recklessly. Oliver's face clearly showed helplessness because he could do nothing. He said he knew he was asking too much, but he had no one else to turn to except Ian. Oliver lowered his head before Ian and pleaded for him to uncover the truth. Ian replied that he detected no lie in the vice captain's confession. Even the tower's interrogation magic showed no reaction. Oliver stood frozen, hearing that because he did not expect the situation to be so serious. Ian added that tonight the vice captain would be thrown into prison. He would personally go meet him. Ian looked seriously at Oliver, saying afterward he would visit Oliver's home. Oliver understood Ian was trying to help, so he nodded, saying he understood. Dark clouds gathered above the ivory tower. Outside the prison, heavy rain poured down. The jailer relied on the weather and the strong prison walls and fell asleep. Ian's footsteps entered the prison. He walked lightly yet firmly, the sound of his steps swallowed by the heavy rain. Carrying many doubts, Ian went straight to the isolation cells, where the most dangerous prisoners were kept. That was Paul's cell. Ian stood looking at him with a heavy heart. Paul was tightly bound with chains. The once proud body of the vice captain was now covered with bleeding wounds. Ian softly called vice captain. Paul opened his eyes with a hollow gaze. Ian asked if he still recognized him. Paul did not answer, and only lowered his head silently. That silence pierced Ian with pain. Ian said he did not believe Paul wanted to assassinate the emperor. There was no way Paul was a spy or a traitor. He knew that clearly. Ian continued, saying Paul had sworn loyalty to the crown prince and was willing to sacrifice himself. He did not understand why Paul would do such a thing. Ian began using memory reading magic and said from now on he would enter Paul's memories. He asked for permission to do so. Ian drew a magic circle on Paul's forehead. Space blurred and Ian was pulled into a chaotic stream of memories. The first image that appeared was Oliver. Then came a scene of Paul talking with Demphine. Behind Demphine stood another figure, the dragonkin Avantis. Ian did not yet know his true identity. Avantis was using black demon magic to carry out a scheme. Ian realized it was Avantis who had controlled Paul with black demon magic. Demphine stood watching Paul being influenced by the dark magic. Paul gradually lost consciousness. Ian realized Paul was not acting of his own will. Ian realized with horror that Paul had been controlled by black demon magic. Deep within the memories, Ian found Paul's true self shrinking inward. Paul said he had been too foolish. Paul said he knew the royal palace was full of enemies. Ian called out vice captain. Paul smiled weakly, saying he had been waiting for Ian. Ian had indeed come. Ian said in alarm to wait, and that he would free him from the black demon magic. Paul suddenly grasped Ian's hand tightly. He asked whether the crown prince was still safe. Ian said the truth was now clear. If they found the one using black demon magic, they could clear Paul's name. Paul shook his head in despair, saying the situation was not good. Everything was his fault. He said even if the culprit was found, it would not change the fact that he poisoned the emperor. Ian said Paul must not give up. If he stopped now, he would forever be labeled a traitor. Paul firmly said he did not care about the accusation. What pained him was that he had harmed the one he swore to serve. He told Ian that if the enemy targeted the emperor, they would surely target the crown prince. He said he was only the beginning and asked to end this matter himself. He did not want to stand in the crown prince's way anymore. Ian asked in confusion what he was saying, vice captain. Paul asked Ian to deliver a message to the crown prince and Oliver. He said Ian should tell them he was sorry and thankful. He said this was the last thing he would do as the sword protecting his highness. Ian cried out in alarm. Paul stepped closer to Ian and said Ian should take care of his highness for him. He pushed Ian out of the memory. Ian was thrown out in shock. Paul smiled as his figure slowly faded in the memory. With hopeful eyes, he closed them, wishing that the crown prince would shine at the pinnacle of the empire. Thinking of Hayden, Paul showed a final peaceful smile. Ian was forced out of the subconscious and returned to the prison cell. He gasped with sweat covering his forehead. Ian looked at Paul, breathing rapidly. He immediately used magic to dispel the black demon magic. Everything was ineffective. Ian thought in panic that even the grand dispel had no effect. Ian shouted, vice captain, hold on. He would break the black demon magic. Ian said he would not allow Paul to die in vain. Suddenly, Ian froze. Paul no longer had any breath. He had chosen to depart forever. Ian stood stunned as the vice captain of the 2nd Royal Knight Division. Paul Lance breathed his last. The rain outside roared like the pain inside Ian's heart. The crown prince's residence, a heavy atmosphere spread everywhere. Oliver curled up in the dark corner of the room, his gaunt face with dark circles under his eyes, silently staring into the empty void. Suddenly, he heard an unusual sound coming from outside. By the instinct of a warrior, Oliver immediately sprang up, drawing the sword at his waist in a guarded stance. Voice called out, Oliver, captain. The familiar sound made him immediately recognize that it was Ian Fogg. Oliver lowered the blade and hurriedly opened the door, running outside and shouting loudly, Ian. Ian stood silently in the rain, his entire body soaked. water streaming down his face. It was unclear whether it was rain or tears. Oliver anxiously asked at once, "Have you met Paul yet? How is his situation now? Did you discover anything?" Ian remained silent for a long time, his throat choking before he slowly said, "Lord Paulette." He raised his reddened eyes to look at the captain, who was trembling with fear, each heavy word coming out. "Today he died in the prison." Oliver stood frozen, his entire body trembling. He stammered as he asked again, "How could that happen?" Oliver placed his hand on the table and pressed down hard. He tried to suppress his emotions, but in the end he could not endure it. Oliver lowered his head and burst into sobs, the crying of a grown man echoing painfully through the silent room. In choking grief, Oliver began recounting memories like a slow-moving film. "The first time I met Paul was at an orphanage in the northern border region funded by the Foundation. That time he was only a child who always wore a bright smile and cared about others more than himself." Oliver lifted his head as tears flowed out. "My father discovered Paul's talent in swordsmanship and decided to help him. After that we trained with swords like real brothers." His voice choked with pain. "He worked harder than anyone and always stood on the side of justice. I never thought he would die in such a meaningless way." Ian patiently waited for Oliver to calm down before speaking. Before Lord Paul took his final breath, I read his memories. Oliver startled and raised his head to look at Ian. Quickly asked, "What did you see?" Ian's gaze grew heavy. He recounted fragmented but terrifying images. "A few days ago, the vice captain met the captain of the first night squad, Lord Demphine. The man standing beside him used dark magic to attack the vice captain's mind." Oliver asked in shock, "You mean Paul went to meet Demphine?" Then he suddenly realized something even more terrifying. "Wait, dark magic. That thing still exists." Oliver asked who that person was. Ian replied that he had never seen that man before. He had a pale face and long silver hair. In his heart, Ian searched through all the memories of his previous life, but found absolutely no trace. A person whom even in his previous life he had never encountered. Ian firmly stated that this incident was certainly related to Demphine, along with a mysterious high-level mage who had assisted him. Oliver asked worriedly, "You said a high-level mage, how strong is he?" Ian replied that, when he realized the vice-captain was controlled by dark magic, he tried to use Grand Dispel, but it was completely ineffective. That made him believe that the other possessed a higher level of magic than himself. Ian continued analyzing. "I have a feeling I know who he is, but I have no evidence. I also do not know whether he is acting alone or if there are other dark mages behind him. I need to investigate further." Oliver looked at Ian with deep worry. "If he can use magic that you cannot dispel, then it is too dangerous. If they use dark magic on you, the Empire will drown in blood." Ian did not answer immediately, but reached his hand into his pocket. He took out a stone necklace and handed it to Oliver. Oliver looked at it for a moment before realizing, "This is the necklace I gave you during the sparring match 6 years ago." Ian explained that this necklace was granted by the Queen. Although it was once said to help keep the mind clear, the truth was not that simple. The pendant held a gemstone formed from dragon tears and contained a resistance spell that could absorb dark magic. Ian said its power must reach level 8 or higher. Oliver sighed in relief. "That is good. If you have it, then dark magic will not affect you." But Ian shook his head. Oliver looked at him in confusion. Ian explained that this resistance spell had never been made public. Only he and Oliver knew about it. To outsiders, it was merely an ordinary royal treasure. Ian spoke slowly with a cold, sharp gaze. "Captain," he asked seriously, "can you promise to keep what I am about to say secret?" Feeling the seriousness, Oliver nodded immediately. "I promise." Ian began presenting a detailed plan to him. Oliver listened silently to every word. Ian revealed an important matter. Those words made Oliver widen his eyes in shock. Outside the window, the rain poured down even harder. Thunder and lightning tore through the sky, as if signaling that a storm was about to arrive. At the luxurious mansion of the Jiang and Ga family, the atmosphere was as heavy as the gloomy sky outside. Demphine reported that Paulins had died in prison. Ragna sat in the armchair looking at him for a moment before turning away and replying coldly that he already knew. Demphine added that someone had sneaked into the prison. It seemed that person realized Paulins had been controlled by dark magic. Ragna calmly said, but he could do nothing. Ragna calmly sipped tea and believed that Ian Fa still knew nothing about the existence of the Dragonkin. He said when everything remained unclear, Ian would surely try to stay away from dark magic. Herbert's level 5 dark magic could not affect level 6 Ian Fa, but the Dragonkin Avantis was a stronger mage. By human standards, he reached level 8. Ragna's eyes flashed with cunning. Although Avantis said his strength had not fully recovered due to the seal, it still far surpassed Ian. Perhaps Ian had already realized that. Demphine asked whether Ian would run away when he realized his opponent was stronger. Ragna burst into loud laughter. "He would not do that. If he were that foolish, I would not have had to struggle so much." Ragna gave a faint smile. and said that in truth, he also did not understand what Ian was planning. Last year when he first entered the palace, he became one of the crown prince's assistants, yet once said he did not completely serve him. Ragnar looked at the reflection in his teacup and said he thought he had hidden everything carefully, yet sometimes he felt that Ian could see through it all, if he had known him for a very long time. Ragnar placed the teacup down on the table. After thinking for a while, he said it would be best for them to temporarily observe Ian's actions. Early the next morning at Ian's house, the atmosphere in the room was tense. Ian held a sealed letter and instructed the old butler Hoga, "Send this letter to Lord Pyrrhic in the east as quickly as possible." Ian asked about the letter sent to the Muglian mansion in the north. Hoga placed his hand on his chest and bowed as he reported that it was about to arrive. Ian nodded slightly and said, "I understand." He continued to hand another important letter to Hoga, which surprised the old man. Ian said, "Take this as well." The letter was carefully sealed with a fingerprint. Ian instructed, "This is an authorization letter from the Merchant Guild. Disguise yourself as a merchant and leave the capital." Ian said, "I believe you understand my meaning." Hoga accepted the letter, gripping it tightly before nodding firmly. The dawn light shone through the window. Ian continued in a decisive voice, "When the luggage is ready and night begins, gather all the servants and take them to Muglian with my mother. If they travel north, Lord Muglian will help us after receiving the letter." Hoga replied, "Firmly understood, young Master Ian." Just then hurried footsteps echoed as Vanessa ran in. She called out loudly, "Ian." Ian called out in surprise, "Mother." Vanessa breathed heavily with worry in her eyes. Without waiting for an explanation, she asked, "What is happening? Why must I suddenly leave?" Ian stepped closer and calmly explained that he could not say clearly, but the capital was very dangerous. "I have sent a letter to Lord Muglian and he will protect everyone." Vanessa asked emotionally, how could a mother leave her son alone? "If you stay, then I will stay." Ian held her hand gently yet firmly, saying, "Mother, do not worry. I have grown up." Ian smiled confidently, saying that he was a famous level 6 mage and the master of the ivory tower, so he could protect himself. Vanessa shook her head repeatedly as tears streamed out. "You are only 18 years old. You are my only son." She reproached him, asking why he kept rushing into danger like this. "I cannot keep watching you face danger alone. We should leave together." Ian lowered his head, then raised it with a stern voice, "Mother." Vanessa froze, looking at the son who suddenly seemed mature and unfamiliar. The space between them fell silent. Ian softened his voice, pleading for her to listen to him just this once. He gripped her shoulders, trembling as he said, "If something terrible happens, I might end up hurting you." Vanessa became even more confused. Ian slowly released his hands. He turned to Ridio and requested, "Please take care of my mother." Ian instructed, "Even if I ask, you must not tell me where my mother is. When the time is right, I will send a letter to Lord Muglian." Ridio answered tensely with hesitation, "I understand, young Master Ian." Douglas spoke up, "Leader, I will stay here. I do not know what is happening, but I can definitely help you. After all, I am your #1 subordinate." Ian gently but firmly shook his head. "Douglas, thank you, but this matter is more dangerous than you think. You should go with them." In his heart, Ian recalled the image of Douglas growing up in the previous life and thought that he did not want him to fall into that man's hands. Ian stepped forward a few steps. He told everyone that, after all of you leave the mansion, I will erase part of my own memory, so I will not know where you have gone. Ian reminded them, "Remember the situations I told you earlier and follow the plan correctly. I trust all of you." Hoga, together with all the servants and guards, responded loudly throughout the mansion, "Yes, young Master Ian." Ridio supported Vanessa as they walked outside. She kept turning back to look at Ian with worried eyes as everyone prepared to leave. When the last figure left and the door closed, the vast mansion suddenly became frighteningly empty. Only Ian remained standing silently in the still space. Ian let out a soft sigh as if he had just cast off an enormous burden, yet immediately afterward he felt another heavier responsibility pressing on his shoulders. He looked down at the box placed on the table. Ian thought to himself that now the only thing left was this necklace. He slipped his hand into his pocket and took out another object. It was a small vial containing a strange dark purple-blue liquid. Ian said softly, "This is a potion that dispels dark magic, and there is also this." The scene shifted to Ragnar's mansion as a subordinate of the Dragonkin hurried in to report. He said the crown prince was still inside his room and had not come out. According to the maid, his health was very weak. He also reported that, although the emperor had passed the critical stage, he had still not awakened. Even if he woke up, his internal organs had already been severely damaged and might leave lasting effects. Ragnar stroked his chin in thought and said he lived longer than I expected. He showed unease and concluded that if the emperor's health improved, then it would be bad news for our plan. Demphine immediately spoke, saying he would find a way to eliminate one of the royal alchemists first. He believed it would be best to act soon to avoid unexpected complications. The nobles currently paid little attention to Prince Hayden. They had begun to doubt his ability to rule because he could not resolve the nation's crisis. Ragna, Evantis, and the subordinates listened carefully to every report. Demphine continued reporting that the Second Royal Knight Squad had been confined for investigation, and the council was discussing stripping Captain Oliver J. Wood of his title. Evantis laughed with satisfaction and said everything was proceeding exactly according to plan. Very good. Just wait a little longer, and you will ascend the throne. Ragna did not appear as optimistic. He said the strange thing was that Ian Fa had still made no move. He was not the type to stand and wait for matters to clarify. I am certain he is preparing something. As the entire room sank into contemplation, another subordinate suddenly rushed in, with a panicked face calling Your Highness. Demphine angrily shouted, "Why did you rush in when I ordered that no one disturb us?" The subordinate, trembling, knelt down begging forgiveness. He stammered that Ian Fa was heading toward the royal palace. Ragna and Demphine both looked surprised at this news. Ragna lowered his head and closed his eyes in thought, then said, "Today the meeting ends here." After that he turned to Evantis and suggested that he erase the traces of his presence and remain temporarily in this room. Evantis calmly replied, "Understood." Outside, firm footsteps sounded closer and closer. Ian Fa was approaching. Ian stopped before the heavy wooden door leading into Ragna's chamber. Without hesitation, he spoke coldly through the door, "Your Highness, the master of the ivory tower Ian Fa requests an audience." Ragna ordered the servant to open the door and let him in. Ian stepped into the room. His cold, sharp eyes swept across the suffocating, luxurious chamber. Ragna Green River stood there with terrifying calm. He raised his head and offered a perfect, courteous smile, yet his eyes were completely cold. "It has been a long time." Ian stood straight looking at him without returning the greeting. Hatred surged in his chest, yet his face remained icy. Ragna sighed with emotion. "This is the first time we have met since Herbert was executed." He continued, saying that during that time, many unfortunate things seem to have happened. Ragna's shoulders trembled slightly as if in sorrow as he said, "I still cannot believe what happened to the Emperor. I could not even see him when he was in that condition. It pains me greatly." He turned and asked seriously, "So in a time like this, why have you come to see me?" Ian remained silent. His gaze seemed to pierce through the false mask of the man before him. He took a deep breath, then spoke in a heavy voice, "Your Highness, what are you plotting?" Ragna frowned with surprise, asking, "What are you talking about, master of the ivory tower?" Ian stepped forward one step, giving him no chance to evade. Knight Paul Lentz was controlled by dark magic after meeting Knight Dempo Moritz, captain of the First Royal Knight Squad. "Your Highness, I believe the Order of the Dragon is involved in this matter, as well as those who spread dark magic who have always remained beside the Crown Prince." Ragna continued listening in calm silence. Ian declared firmly, "Fifth Prince, all of this is your plan." Ragna laughed softly and shook his head. "What nonsense are you saying? That is merely slander." Continued analyzing that if Paul Lentz had been controlled by dark magic to assassinate the Emperor, then you who are responsible for investigating dark magic would also be held accountable. Ragna spread his hands, innocently saying, "I have never heard of something called the Order of the Dragon. How could I collude with an organization whose existence I do not even know? Moreover, I am confined within the palace and constantly monitored by the Ivory Tower. The Ivory Tower claims to be the watchdog of the palace. You should know that better than I." Ian warned coldly, "Your Highness, I can use a lie detection spell." He stepped closer, saying, "I know every word you speak is false. You are connected to the Order of the Dragon and have cooperated with one who uses dark magic." Ian stood before him, declaring that Ragna was the leader of that organization. Ragna calmly replied, "So that is your conclusion." Ian stared at him with eyes full of hatred. Ragna lowered his head not in sorrow, but because he was laughing. "You are even more naive than I thought." He leaned close to Ian, whispering in a venomous voice, "What do you intend to do? Do you think I will confess because I fear your accusations?" Ragna continued challenging him. "If what you say is true, then where is the evidence?" He reminded him that Paulin's, the one accused of poisoning the Emperor, was dead. Even the highest interrogation spell detected no lies in his confession. Ragna smiled coldly with sharp eyes. Paulin's bit his tongue and killed himself. Hearing this, Ian's hatred deepened further. Ragna continued speaking, "Even so, you still came here alone. Truly foolish." He spoke with confidence, "Ian Fa, you have already lost, and I am the chosen one." Ragna called out to Evantis. Immediately, Evantis appeared behind Ian. A surge of sinister black energy rose as he cast level 8 dark magic. Ian was startled and turned as the terrifying pressure weighed down on his body. He looked at Evantis and realized he was the one who appeared in Paul's memories. Evantis smiled maliciously, asking, "You are Ian Fa, are you not?" He said Ian had already deduced the entire truth after saying that he used dark magic to control Ian. Evantis looked at him and said, "That cloak looks very familiar." Stepped closer, grabbing Ian's robe, saying, "I remember it very clearly. I did not expect to see it here today." Ian tried to observe his opponent. A thought flashed through his mind. This appearance, he is a dragonkin. Evantis turned to Ragna, asking, "Prince, you want me to turn him into a puppet, do you not?" Rangna replied that is correct. I still need him. Vantis immediately cast level 8 dark magic, saying, then let us begin. Ian writhed and cried out. The eyes gradually turned a blazing red. Ian's hands dropped limp, as if he had lost all resistance. He stood with his head lowered, motionless. Rangna asked, is it finished? Evantis replied, it is finished. Rangna still doubtful, saying, but he looks no different. Evantis replied irritably, are you doubting me? Evantis commanded Ian, Fa, harm yourself. Rangna was startled, asking, what did you just say? Ian immediately obeyed. He created an ice dagger, preparing to stab himself, causing Rangna to shout in panic, wait. Ian tightened his grip on the dagger. Rangna shouted, stop, immediately. Ian immediately stopped, causing the entire room to fall silent. He still stood motionless. The sharp dagger had cut his hand, and blood flowed down. Rangna, still shaken, said, that is enough. Vantis said, from now on, simply carry out your plan. He turned away, saying, I will go rest. Vantis vanished. In the room, only Rangna and Ian remained. He stared at his new puppet. Rangna was still tense and wanted to confirm one last time. He continued staring at Ian with increasingly suspicious eyes. Rangna called Ian Fa and asked seriously, whom do you truly serve? Ian did not hesitate and knelt on one knee, showing respect. He lowered his head, replying with absolute loyalty, the one who will stand at the summit of this empire. 5th Prince Rangna, Green River. Rangna smiled. The tension and suspicion gradually faded. There was a knock on Hayden's door. The butler entered and reported to Hayden. Crown Prince, please prepare for the conference this afternoon. Hayden calmly said, that is right, it is today. I heard this conference was convened by Ian under the title of Master of the Ivory Tower. Rangna covered his face, saying, it has been a long time since I last saw Ian, so I cannot meet him in this condition. He asked the butler to help arrange his appearance today. Everything depends on you. The butler bowed and replied, yes, your highness. The conference is about to officially begin. All the nobles and powerful figures of the empire are present here, waiting for an important decision. A curious young man asks if this is the first time the Master of the Ivory Tower has convened a conference. A girl replies that it is, and says both the Crown Prince and the 5th Prince will also attend. The man says that until now they have always remained silent, but he guesses that this time they will discuss that matter. Another person asks in surprise what matter. He explains what else could it be besides, which of the two will inherit the throne. The crowd begins whispering loudly, wondering if Lord Ian will no longer support the Crown Prince. Until now, he has always stood on the Crown Prince's side. The young man gently shakes his head. He says that recently there are rumors that Ian met the 5th Prince in the palace. Someone immediately asks in surprise, truly, Ian met the 5th Prince. The young man continues analyzing that recently too many unstable events have occurred. Since the Crown Prince made several disappointing decisions, perhaps Ian has changed his thoughts. Hayden enters the hall with a slightly surprised expression. As soon as he sees Ian, he happily calls out his name. Hayden quickly runs over, saying, it has been a long time, Ian. Have you been well lately? Hayden says, just seeing you already makes me feel better. I truly missed you. Ian remains silent. Hayden intends to place his hand on Ian's shoulder and says, if you are not busy, then, after the conference, we should meet privately for a while. Immediately, Ian coldly pushes Hayden's hand away, leaving him stunned. Hayden clearly shows confusion. He stares at Ian. Ian appears indifferent, like a stranger. Hayden chokes as he calls Ian's name. Ian lowers his head and says, forgive me, your highness. I still have many matters to handle. Hayden scratches his head and replies, is that so? All right. Hayden says, then we will meet after you finish your work. At that moment, a servant calls for the Master of the Ivory Tower. They announce that Ian must enter the conference hall. Ian silently leaves. Hayden watches with confusion. The conference begins. Ian stands before the council and the nobles and speaks, respected elders and noble lords, thank you for attending today's conference. He says our empire has just experienced a grave tragedy. Because of the assassination attempt by Paul Lentz, the emperor has been unconscious for 15 days without awakening. Hayden listens with a sorrowful expression. Ian continues, saying that even if the emperor awakens, he may not be able to shoulder his responsibilities as before. Therefore, the time has come for us to make a decision. All the nobles pay attention. Ian emphasizes that the pillar of the empire has collapsed. Present, the empire stands in a critical situation. Enemies at the borders despise us, and fear spreads across the nation. At a time when the future of the empire becomes uncertain, we must remain calm and face reality. Rangna sits listening with confidence. Ian mentions that the position of emperor must be decided to find the appropriate leader. He says that merely showing a good appearance cannot save the empire. What we need is a leader who can lead the nation out of crisis and stabilize relations among the three kingdoms. A person capable of turning the Green River Empire into the greatest power in history deserves to wear the crown. Ian says solemnly, that is the reason today. He places both hands on the table and declares at this conference, Ian Fa officially declares support for the bloodline of the great emperor. the fifth Prince Rangna Green River. The entire hall immediately falls into shock. Everyone looks at each other in confusion. Hayden stands frozen while Rangna smiles, as if he already expected it. Hayden steps forward shouting E. He reaches out his hand toward him. Hayden grabs Ian's robe in anger. The servants hurriedly intervene saying, "Your Imperial Highness." Hayden questions Ian, "Why did you do this?" Ian still remains calm. Hayden punches Ian directly in the face. The attendants hurry to restrain him saying, "Please stop, Your Highness." Hayden angrily shouts, "Let me go." Ian rubs his face, then orders the Crown Prince to be escorted out of the hall. Hayden is dragged away. He cries while walking and shouts Ian's name. The scene shifts tonight at Hayden's chamber window. Hayden lies restless, unable to sleep. Suddenly a figure appears by the window. It is Captain Oliver. A voice sounds, "Your Highness, I am Oliver." Hayden stammers in surprise, "Captain." Opening the door, Hayden sees it is truly Oliver and asks, "Why have you come so late?" Oliver says the situation is urgent and cannot be explained. "Please wear a cloak and leave immediately." Hayden asks suspiciously, "What is happening and where are we going?" Oliver opens the wardrobe selecting a cloak and says, "Behind the palace, there is a secret passage that will not be discovered." Holding the cloak, Oliver approaches Hayden explaining that it is a path used only in emergencies. Oliver adds that the entire second palace guard unit is standing watch outside. Hayden asks in surprise the entire guard. Oliver immediately kneels on one knee to steady Hayden, knowing he is extremely anxious. Oliver says, "Your Highness, we must leave immediately." Hayden is slightly stunned, but eventually decides to trust Oliver. He places his hand on the captain's hand. After a while, the two arrive at a forest. Suddenly, many people shout at once, "Your Highness." A young man holding a horse's reins smiles and says, "Your Highness, you finally arrived. We have waited since morning." Hayden hesitantly asks, "Who are you all?" Everyone is delighted to see Hayden and says they missed him greatly. Hayden is confused and does not understand. Hayden turns to Oliver demanding an explanation for why everyone gathered here. Oliver says that the royal palace and the imperial city are no longer safe. Oliver continues that from now on the second palace guard will protect Your Highness and escort you to the Pyrrhic estate. Hayden asks in surprise, "Is the Pyrrhic estate not within Ian's territory?" Oliver says he will explain more clearly on the road and asks permission to escort Your Highness. Hayden gradually understands the situation, but still warns that this may cause them to lose their titles or even face execution. Hayden anxiously adds that Oliver's title could also be stripped, or he might be accused of treason. Oliver calmly asks who has the authority to order that. Hayden asks in surprise what. Oliver says, "We are the sword and shield of Your Highness. The only one who can command us is you. We will never obey an order to stand by while our sovereign is in danger. Protecting Your Highness is our duty." All the soldiers kneel at once, saying, "We will continue to fight to protect Your Highness." Their eyes are filled with hope, asking Hayden to allow them to continue fulfilling their oath of loyalty. Hayden murmurs emotionally, "These people truly," covers his face and sighs, then says, "I understand." Hayden calls Oliver. "On the way, you must explain everything to me." The scene shifts to Rangna's mansion. Demphine hurriedly reports, "Your Highness, we have a problem." Rangna asks what happened. Demphine reports Hayden disappeared early this morning. In addition, the second palace guard left with their weapons. Rangna's expression changes as he asks, "Have you investigated where they went?" Demphine replies, "According to witnesses, they went east, and the army has been sent to pursue them." Rangna calmly says there is no need. They are certainly heading to the Pyrrhic estate. He knows the road there is winding and filled with monsters, but with Oliver and the cavalry they will pass through, so pursuing them would only cost us forces. Demphine still hesitates, asking, "Then what should we do?" Rangna orders, "Ignore them. What matters more is finding Vanessa Fa." Says Ian anticipated the use of dark magic to track his mother, so no one has revealed her location. Rangna thinks to himself, cannot be that Avantis failed to completely brainwash Ian. Moreover, it seems Ian has erased his own memories as well. Demphine wonders why they must still search for Ian's mother when she herself is very powerful. Rangna replies coldly, because Ian's weakness is his mother. A cunning man like him willingly becoming my puppet is far too suspicious, even with dark magic influencing him. He is certainly secretly calculating something. We must find Vanessa Fa as soon as possible in case of unexpected events. Demphine placed his hand on his chest and bowed, his voice serious. "Yes, I understand." When that man left the room, Rangna finally let out a quiet breath. Rangna thought to himself that everything had gone too smoothly, and it made him uneasy. He muttered, "What exactly are you plotting, Ian Fa?" That moment, inside a magnificent castle, filled with bright white sunlight, Hayden and Oliver were standing in the corridor discussing something. At that moment, a voice sounded from behind, making both of them turn around. The one who arrived was Pyrrhic. He approached and asked Hayden if he felt uncomfortable anyway. Hayden smiled and replied that he was fine, and thanked him for the thoughtful hospitality. Kalian looked pleased and said it was a great honor for their family. But then his expression dimmed as he said that in truth, he was quite surprised when he received Ian's letter. I feel very sorry and hope His Majesty will recover soon. Pyrrhic and Kalian placed their hands on their chests and bowed. The Pyrrhic family, according to Ian's request, will stand with the Crown Prince and protect your highness. After the two of them left, Ian gave a faint smile and said the Pyrrhic family head is truly a good and honorable man. Thinking again, Kalian and the commanders are also here. Oliver nodded in agreement. Oliver said Kalian is my cousin and taught me swordsmanship since childhood. Hayden spoke quietly, so Ian had already calculated everything. Hayden softly called Captain. Is Ian truly controlled by dark magic? Oliver paused for a moment. Hayden turned his face away and said perhaps Ian has chosen to stand with the fifth prince. Ragna has been better than me at everything since childhood. Hayden admitted, though it was unpleasant, that it was the truth. Oliver understood Hayden's feelings and tried to reassure him. Oliver firmly stated that could not happen. Oliver looked at Hayden and repeated what Ian once said long ago. Ian once said that he would never support the fifth prince. Oliver smiled confidently and said, please believe in Ian. He certainly already has a plan. The scene returned to a few days earlier, when heavy rain struck the window glass. Oliver could not believe what he heard and asked Ian, please say that again. Ian calmly replied, I will meet Ragna and allow him to use dark magic on me. If the Crown Prince knows, he will certainly stop me, so you must not tell him. Oliver understood the plan and immediately shouted that it was too dangerous. Ian remained calm and said Ragna will not kill me because I still have value to him. Ian placed his hand on his chest and said, I am a level 6 mage and the master of the Ivory Tower, so I have great political influence. Ragna will use that to seize the throne. Ian said he did not want to be used again. Ian explained that by doing this, he would learn Ragna's plan and those behind him. Oliver worriedly said, we need someone to remove the dark magic from you. Ian gave a faint smile and said there is still one person Ragna never expected. The scene shifted to a quiet chamber where Harry sat beside the bed. He looked at the unconscious emperor and softly called father. Harry said Ian had declared support for the fifth prince and her brother had also left. Ragna is preparing to seize the throne and Harry could no longer remain calm. She burst into tears because she did not know what to do. Harry choked and said, what should I do? Should I trust now? Beautiful memories from the past appeared, making her heart ache even more. Harry could not believe everything had turned out like this. She trembled and said, even so, my heart still wants to believe Ian. At that moment, a voice called from outside, Princess, it is Kelvin. Harry wiped her tears and said, Kelvin, come in. She stepped closer and asked, is something wrong? Kelvin said seriously, Princess, may we speak privately? Kelvin handed her a small box. He said, please accept this. Harry asked in surprise, what is it? Kelvin carefully held the box as if it were precious. He explained that a few days ago Ian asked him to protect it and deliver it to the princess. Kelvin gestured for Harry to keep it secret. Kelvin bowed and said, it is time for me to leave. Harry gripped the box tightly in her hand. Her eyes still followed Kelvin. Then she opened the box. Inside was a glowing necklace along with a vial of liquid and a letter. Harry picked up the letter and read. The letter said, when the princess reads this, I may already be under the control of dark magic. The fifth prince is colluding with someone who uses dark magic to poison the emperor. To uncover the true truth, I will pretend to become his puppet. The necklace inside the box is a relic of the queen. It contains a level 8 reversal spell that can destroy dark magic if the princess places it around my neck. The letter also says the vial is poison made from the lendier flower. Harry held the vial with trembling hands. Princess, please use it to kill me if necessary. Steps sounded near the door. Ragna entered with Ian. Harry calmly greeted Ragna. She asked if he had already visited the emperor. Ragna arrogantly said, he is also my father, so I must fulfill my duty. Harry replied, I understand. She turned to Ian and asked if he was well. Ian did not respond. That made Harry believe the contents of the letter were true. Harry asked Ragna to allow her to speak privately with Ian. Ragna indifferently agreed. He reminded Ian to come see him after finishing. After Ragna left, Harry asked Ian to follow her. She said, perhaps you are not happy to see me. You still remember what I once did. I came to return what you entrusted to me. Ian lowered his head. Harry placed the necklace around Ian's neck. After only a few seconds, the necklace began to work. Ian painfully spat blood, making Harry panic. She anxiously called Ian. Power of the level 8 reversal spell was extremely strong. The dark magic within Ian was rapidly destroyed. Ian opened his eyes and saw the princess. Harry joyfully embraced Ian. Ian said in surprise, Princess. Harry cried and said, how could you do such a thing? Ian remembered the vial and said, that thing. Ian calmly said, I had to gamble my life so the princess would believe my words. But fortunately, the dark magic has been completely destroyed. I was also quite worried that the spell within that necklace would not work. Hearing this, Harry immediately becomes angry because Ian dared to gamble with his life. You were not even certain that spell would work, yet you still recklessly did something so dangerous. Remembering the countless times he had faced danger himself, he only smiles faintly. Sometimes recklessness creates miracles. Because of that, I can stand here now. Seeing Harry still looking at him with concern, He softens his voice and says, "Thank you, princess, for trusting me." Harry smiles with relief after seeing him safe. "No, as long as you have returned, I am already very happy." She reaches out to support him as he stands and says, "I have many things I want to ask you. First of all, have you discovered anything yet?" He knows the time has come to tell the princess the important truth. "Princess, the power of the dragon cult is greater than I expected. The one leading dragon destiny is the former master of the Ivory Tower, Herbert Leon. High-ranking members are also nobles holding power within the empire. Even Delphine Morris, who has served the royal family for decades as the captain of the Royal Knights, is also an accomplice." Harry is stunned and cannot believe it. The man trusted by the royal family betrayed His Majesty, Lord Delphine. He continues speaking. "The leader of Dragon Destiny bears the title Dragonkin, a being believed to have vanished 300 years ago. That man can transform into a human and use level 8 magic as easily as an archmage." He says angrily, "The fifth prince has unsealed the final Dragonkin, the one once sealed by Mitchell Green River." Harry trembles in fear. Heavens, why would Ragna do something so foolish? He says in a low voice, "Perhaps this plan has been prepared for a long time. The dragon cult does not seek the throne, but war to seize territory. Royal Castle now lies in Ragna's hands. Therefore, the danger to the princess is not only poison. Princess, please trust no one. Always remain beside His Majesty." Harry asks anxiously, "What about you, Ian?" Reassures her, "I will pretend to remain controlled by dark magic and stay beside the fifth prince. I have no other choice. I must discover the method Mitchell Green River once used to destroy the Dragonkin. There are no records of that in the Ivory Tower library, but the royal palace might have them." Harry suddenly remembers the diary that the Emperor once gave Ian. "I want to show you something. Follow me." Curiously looks at the diary Harry hands him. Harry says, "This is a relic that father entrusted to you. It belonged to Mitchell Green River. Perhaps this is his diary passed down from the ancestors." Harry says sadly that no one has ever been able to break the seal on it. She asks him whether he can break this seal. He says he will try and channels mana into the diary. Before long, he understands the contents inside. This is dragon language. Harry says happily the seal has opened. He begins reading the ancient records within. The contents describe the time after the Dragonkin War and the rebuilding of the Ivory Tower. One word within it draws his attention. Fen, he wonders why that name appears. He continues reading. "That night Fen came to see me. A feeling told me that I would never see him again." He wrote down his final words in dragon language within this diary. Suddenly, the world around him becomes silent. Everything turns white, black, and gray. He anxiously calls Princess, realizes that time itself seems to have stopped. Before him appears a glowing door. He steps forward and opens it. Before him stretches a vast prairie, completely unfamiliar place. In the distance, a person sits upon a rock. He approaches curiously, calls out. The man wearing a black cloak turns to look. He asks where this place is and who that man is. The other replies this place is called the Time Archive. He repeats suspiciously the Time Archive. The other says it is difficult to explain through human concepts. This place preserves every timeline of your world. He opens his eyes in shock. The other says humans call me the first mage or the golden dragon. Freezes upon hearing that name. He suddenly remembers the legend. The golden dragon is the being that governs time, and the first mage is the founder of magic. He wonders whether those two titles belong to one being. The other says you finding this place means you have met Mitchell. I do not understand why he allowed the Dragonkin to survive. Perhaps it was mercy, or perhaps human vengeance. He asks in confusion what relationship you have with Mitchell. The other replies, I am the one who granted him the power to destroy the Dragonkin. He is briefly stunned but remains calm. He asks why you did not do it yourself. The other says long ago, humanity suffered under dark magic. Dark magic was born from the ambition for the power of dragons. It was created by the Dragonkin and carries their greed. It twists human souls and breaks the balance of the world. But I cannot directly intervene in the human world. Yet I cannot remain idle. Therefore I broke the rule and intervened in history. He understands. To oppose dark magic, you granted magic to humanity. The other nods, but that alone was not enough. When disaster comes, humanity requires a hero. Therefore I shared my power with a human. He asks, was that Mitchell Green River? He says Mitchell was a brilliant and compassionate child. His mistake rendered every effort meaningless. I also lost my memories after interfering with the human world. The other removes the hood of his cloak. He is shocked when he hears the name Vanessa. The man says Vanessa is the gentlest woman I have ever met, and I also received a precious gift. The other looks at him and says, my son. He trembles and says, do not speak nonsense. My father is dead. The other admits Fen Fa is dead. What remains is only a soul. He clenches his fists and says, you abandoned your family. He shouts, because of you my mother suffered. Fen says there are goals that must be pursued for an entire lifetime. I must destroy dark magic and protect the world where you and Vanessa live. Therefore leaving my family was unavoidable. At that time, Fan looks straight at Ian. and slowly said that it seemed in this life he had to pass through days that were far from easy. I only hope that one day he will find the life and happiness he truly longs for. A trace of hesitation appeared on Ian's face, but in the end, he still decided to clearly state the reason he had come here. I did not come to talk about that matter, Even before Ian could reveal his true purpose, the man already seemed to understand. You are searching for a kind of power strong enough to wipe out the dragonkin, correct? Fan continued speaking. The power you desire has actually existed within you for a long time, because when I left Vanessa, I left a portion of my power to you. Ian hesitated slightly before asking again. Power. Fan nodded in confirmation that is correct. With a face full of certainty, he continued. The dragon language you can use and understand. Do you truly think it is simply because you are a high-level mage? Ian fell silent in thought. Thinking about it carefully, that was true. When did I begin to use dragon language? Fan suddenly stepped closer to Ian. I will awaken the power sleeping within you. But first, he paused and then added, we should check something first. At this moment, Ian was still stunned by the overwhelming amount of information he had just heard. After speaking, Fan slowly drew both hands out from his robe sleeves, the distance between him and Ian growing closer and closer. I will awaken your hidden power. He paused slightly before continuing, but first look at this. Ian widened his eyes in surprise when he heard those words. His father continued speaking, as if trying to ease the tension. That is the life you have always desired. You simply have not realized it yet. Sudden event happened in the blink of an eye. Fan instantly pulled Ian's consciousness to a place that belonged to the future. Ian tried to open his eyes and felt a gentle, cool breeze brushing across his body. And in that very moment, Ian realized he was sitting under the shade of a gigantic tree. After a few seconds of reflexively regaining his composure, he blurted out, "Where is this place?" Ian staggered to his feet, his mind still thinking that just moments ago he had clearly been with Fan. Right then, a familiar blonde girl appeared. Ian looked more closely and saw that beside her stood a very adorable little girl. Before he could recognize who the person in front of him was, the girl had already turned to look at Ian with gentle eyes. It turned out to be Princess Harry. All of Ian's thoughts suddenly stopped when she spoke. "Have you woken up already?" Seeing Ian still standing motionless, Harry gently stroked his hair and complained affectionately. "Honestly, it is rare for the whole family to go out together like this, yet you fell asleep." Seeing Ian still confused, she continued, "You said work has been very busy lately. Could it be that you worked until you were exhausted? I will certainly scold my brother and tell him to reduce your workload." During that, Ian gradually regained his composure. Sweat rolled down his forehead as he softly called out, "Princess." Hearing that, Harry burst into laughter. "Why do you call me like that? Could it be that you still have not fully woken up?" She continued smiling and softly said, "Princess, it has been a very long time since I last heard that way of calling me." Ian became even more confused. A long time. He thought to himself, but still could not understand what was happening. Harry immediately turned toward the back and called out loudly, "Johanna, your father is awake." Her voice rang out with joy. "Come here and hug your father." Johanna seemed to have just received a signal from her mother. The little girl immediately turned around. A clear voice rang out with excitement, "Father." Johanna hurriedly ran toward them while calling out, "Dad." She rushed forward and tightly hugged Ian's leg, rubbing her head against him in a spoiled manner. Ian stared down slightly in a daze before asking gently, "What is the matter?" Harry looked at Ian with confusion and asked, "Why are you standing there like that?" As she spoke, she glanced at their daughter, her eyes reminding Ian to lift Johanna up. That moment, Ian gently placed his hand on Johanna's shoulder. The little girl slowly lifted her head to look at him. Immediately after that, Johanna buried her face in his chest, as if searching for the warmth of protection and love. The little girl tightened her arms around Ian and softly whispered the words, "Fa." The corner of Ian's eyes suddenly burned, tears quietly gathering along his lashes. Ian gently patted that small back to comfort Hannah. Beside them, Harry stood watching the father and daughter with a satisfied smile. A simple family yet filled with love and happiness. In the blink of an eye, that warm embrace vanished into an invisible emptiness. The sense of loss clearly appeared on Ian's face. Ian slowly lowered his gaze to look at his own hands. While he was still lost in thought, his father spoke to interrupt, asking what he had seen. Still confused, Ian stared at his hands and answered, "I saw a child, a little girl with eyes and hair exactly like mine." Ian hesitated before saying the name Johanna. He told that when he hugged the girl, the scent, the voice, and the warmth made him feel extremely comfortable. The embrace still lingered deeply in his mind, so he wondered what it truly was. Ian had not even had time to think before his father immediately answered, "That was love." He looked straight into his son's eyes and slowly explained. Love was a powerful miracle that helped people grow, even though it itself was something very ordinary. Ian felt an indescribable emotion rise in his heart as he listened to his father's words. For the one they loved, people could do anything and fight to protect them. What he desired was the greatest yet simplest thing in life. Ian was still confused. He asked again, an ordinary life, but dreamlike image appeared again in his mind. A warm embrace for a small girl, the gentle smile of a wife, a family of 3 gathered together in happiness. Ian softly murmured, so peaceful and beautiful, just like my own dream. Ian's hands clenched tightly. Half doubtful, he said to his father, did I just see my own future? His father quickly replied, maybe that is true or maybe not. Everything depends on your choices. He looked up at the vast sky and pondered for a few seconds before speaking. Perhaps it is time for you to leave. Stepping a few steps closer to Ian, he said firmly that he would awaken the dragon might sleeping inside him. After speaking, he gently placed a hand on Ian's head and said in a deep voice, with this last bit of power, I hope you will finish what I left unfinished. His hand touched Ian's head. A powerful current rushed into his body, making him widen his eyes. Ian suddenly realized Fanfa's memories were flowing into him. A magnificent scene appeared along with the shadow of an ancient divine beast. The figure of his father appeared, but this time it was no longer in the middle of the starry sky. Instead, it was within a blazing light, so dazzling that everything around seemed almost swallowed. He looked at Ian with gentle eyes and said he would always be beside him. Then he smiled as if releasing all his feelings and said he loved him. Ian was so moved he could not speak when he heard his father's voice echo the words forever. A flash of light blocked his sight. In that moment, he seemed to see his mother stroking his father's hair. Before he could see clearly, Ian was awakened by a loud call. Harry's familiar voice rang out, Lord Ian, are you all right? Ian wondered inside his heart what this feeling truly was. He quickly rubbed his eyes to be sure he was awake and replied, it is nothing. Something just flew into my eye. Suddenly, Ian's eyes widened completely. Panic appeared clearly when he saw the blank book on the table. Ian thought that the dragon origin had disappeared. Turned to Harry and asked with suspicion whether the princess remembered the content inside. Harry replied with surprise that she remembered nothing. At that moment, she also realized something strange, because the page had been blank from the beginning. After thinking for a moment, Ian seemed to understand everything and said that he understood now. Harry saw that he seemed different and asked whether he had found a way to defeat the dragonkin. Ian immediately replied that he thought he knew a method. Harry immediately grabbed his hand, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Ian and said joyfully that it was wonderful. Ian's face suddenly turned red, no longer pale as before, but flushed with the color of embarrassment. Trying to hide his awkwardness, Ian turned to the princess and said he needed to speak with Ragna, asking her to stay beside him. The princess's reluctant expression was clear. She softly asked whether she could help with anything. Ian smiled gently and said, please take care of your health. I will be fine. When everything ends, I will definitely return. Harry held his hand tightly, lowered her head and said that he must return. Ian gently answered with a warm voice, I promise. Scene shifted to the corridor where footsteps echoed. From behind came a hurried male voice, calling that Ian should reconsider. Voice grew closer. Ronan frowned and began persuading him. Even though the war had ended and the continent was unified, small conflicts still kept happening. The Empire needed an 8th circle mage like you. Ronan reached his hand toward Ian and continued, the ivory tower still has countless matters waiting for you to handle. Do you truly want to abandon everything? Half warning and half persuading, Ronan added that His Majesty would not allow him to leave. Ian clenched his fists. Ian turned back and replied firmly that whether that man allowed it or not, he would still leave the capital. He had also prepared all procedures for Ronan to inherit the position of Tower Master. Ronan showed helplessness on his face and shouted Ian. Ian turned away coldly and said directly that the person standing before him was not the heroic 8th circle mage. He was only a monster, Ian firmly declared. After saying that, he turned his back and left. A while later, Ian arrived before a room and slowly opened the door to step inside. As soon as he saw him, Ragna called out, Ian, come in. Ian bowed with his hands clasped in respect. Ragna sighed and said he had read the letter Ian sent. Ragna looked at Ian with suspicion and asked why he wanted to leave so suddenly. Ian lowered his head, silently listening, as Ragna said that if he needed rest, he could rest for months or even years. Ragna sighed and said he clearly understood the hardships Ian had gone through to unify the Empire. He was willing to grant Ian every privilege and even temporarily give the Tower Master position to someone else. If you recommended Ronan, then I will let him act as temporary Tower Master. Ian softly thanked His Majesty. Ragna then tore the letter in half in front of him. I will also recruit more people and adjust policies so that when you return, everything will remain stable. Therefore, after resting, you must return to this empire. Ian suddenly called out loudly, Your Majesty, knelt on the ground, trying to suppress his emotions, and said that he would not return. He was no longer useful to the future of the continent. His existence would only cause division and conflict. Therefore, he asked to abandon all positions and return to his homeland. From now on, he would not use magic again, but devote his life to atonement. Ragna immediately shouted that he would not permit it. He stood up with an angry face, speaking about mistakes. He would not allow Ian to belittle himself like that. Ragnar frowned and said loudly that in the entire empire Ian's contributions were the greatest. He should be proud. As he spoke, he stepped before Ian, saying that no one in the empire dared to doubt his contributions. His voice gradually slowed. The initial anger turned into confusion. He told Ian to forget those meaningless thoughts. Ian still knelt on the ground and replied that even if His Majesty told him to forget, his hands were stained with blood. There was no way he could forget. Seeing Ian's helplessness, Ragnar softened his voice and said those were only unavoidable sacrifices. Ian lowered his head and admitted that was true, but those sacrifices all died by his hands. Ian clenched his hands on his thighs and said painfully that these very hands had killed them. He truly could not endure it anymore. Ragnar fell silent after hearing that. Ian continued speaking as a friend, asking him to give him a chance to atone. Ragnar asked whether because of that he wanted to abandon him after helping him ascend the throne. He stepped behind Ian and said that they had been together for so long, and yet Ian asked this of him. Ragnar continued speaking. He had never thought they would part in this way. As he spoke, he walked farther away. Ian still bowed his head in the magnificent hall and said loudly that he was sorry. He sincerely apologized. His voice still echoed. Noisy sounds appeared from the other side. A fierce-looking man asked whether His Majesty truly let Ian leave. That man continued that the enemy remnants and rebels were still at the borders. If the news of Ian leaving spread now, the situation would become extremely dangerous. Another man added that they also had to consider the possibility of him joining the rebels. If he wanted to seize the throne, it would only be a matter of time. Several others echoed that the people still revered him as a war hero. His mere existence was already a threat. The scene shifted to late night. Ragnar was sleeping when he suddenly woke up, clutched his chest and breathed rapidly, then raised his hand to rub his head because of the intense pain. Ragnar called loudly, asking if anyone was outside. A servant opened the door and answered that someone was there. Your Majesty. Ragnar ordered the royal alchemist Douglas Hammond to be summoned immediately. Not long after, Douglas arrived beside the bed and asked whether the medicine this time had any effect. He continued asking whether His Majesty still could not sleep. Ragnar held the bowl of medicine in his hand. Ragnar replied that the situation was still the same, even worse. He hoped Douglas could provide a stronger medicine. Douglas looked at him with dissatisfaction. He said the medicine already contained addictive herbs. If the dosage increased further, His Majesty's health would be in danger. The medicine only treated symptoms. The root of the problem had to be resolved. Ragnar repeated the words root cause. Douglas said the reason he could not sleep was the worry in his heart. Ragnar held the bowl of medicine and sighed. He feared that his longtime friend had left. He feared that man would betray him and seize the empire. It turned out Ragnar's greatest fear was Ian. When Ian was beside him, he still trusted him. But once that man left, he realized how terrifying he truly was. Douglas said coldly that if that was the case, there was only one way left: to kill that monster. Ragnar looked at the alchemist with a sharp gaze, asking whether he was telling him to kill his own friend. Douglas spoke with clear doubt. He truly found it hard to believe that man was still your friend if his existence made you so uneasy. Ragnar replied irritably, he is an 8th Circle mage. There is no way to kill him. Even if every mage of the Ivory Tower joined forces, they still could not bring him down. After a moment of silence, Ragnar turned and asked what he should do. Douglas immediately answered as if he had been waiting. There was still a way to kill him. Hearing that, Ragnar showed a brief look of surprise, while Douglas maintained his confident expression as he continued. I can create a poison strong enough to take his life. The scene shifted to a rustic wooden house, standing in the middle of a land covered in white snow. Outside it was cold and desolate, yet the air inside the house was warm and comfortable. Ian leaned back in a chair, holding a book in his hand and reading attentively. Suddenly a knock sounded from the door outside. Ian was slightly startled and muttered, "Who would come at this hour?" He stood up and walked to open the door, asking as he went, "May I ask who it is?" Ian's eyes suddenly widened. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek as he stammered in shock. The person standing before him was Ragnar. That man spoke first. "It has been a long time, Ian. May I come in?" Ian looked at him with concern and asked why he had come here. Ragnar laughed comfortably. "Even though you left your position and lived in seclusion, it is still fine for us to meet like this sometimes." In his hand, he held a bottle of wine and added that today he came as a friend, not as king and subject. Ian gradually relaxed his guard and extended his hand to invite him in. "You are always welcome. Please come in." The two slowly walked inside the house. Ian held 2 cups and approached Ragnar, asking half joking and half serious why he brought wine when he did not even like drinking. Ragnar calmly replied that drinking a little once in a while was not bad. He was simply curious to see how his friend had been living lately. After speaking, he poured the wine and handed a cup to Ian. He said, "Take it." Ian hesitated slightly before accepting the cup and thanking him. Ragnar also raised his cup and asked how Ian had been lately, saying he looked much more relaxed than when he was still in the capital. Ian looked down at the floor and slowly replied that he had traveled across many lands of the Empire. Ragnar lifted the cup to his lips while listening as Ian continued. He had met many people and witnessed their lives. That time had been very meaningful. Ragnar remained silent listening. Ian added that after returning to his homeland, he had learned many things. In the past, he only knew magic, but when winter passed, he began thinking about planting a small garden. Ian's face was filled with joy as he took a sip of wine. Ragnar said his life now must be much simpler than when he was a war hero. A trace of sadness passed over his face, yet he still said he was glad Ian was satisfied with his current life. Ragnar placed his hand on his thigh and continued that after Ian left, many things had happened. After defeating the northern forces, the Empire had finally become stable. Ian suddenly clutched his chest as he felt something strange in his body. He wondered what was happening. Ragnar seemed not to care at all. His expression remained calm as if he had expected Ian's reaction. Closing his eyes, he said the daughter of Duke Ron would soon marry the crown prince, and through that marriage both sides would establish peace. A mysterious smile appeared on Ragnar's lips, saying it was interesting to see the crown prince grow so quickly. He sighed with emotion, saying now he finally understood how his father once felt. Ian lowered his head, his hands trembling as he gripped the chair to keep his balance. Ragnar continued speaking about how the Empire was stabilizing and power was balanced. Before long, Ian collapsed to the ground in pain. Ragnar remained seated because this was exactly his plan. He quickly said the Empire was entering its most glorious era. He slammed the wine cup onto the table and shouted loudly that if Ian disappeared, blood kept pouring from Ian's mouth. He covered his mouth but could not stop it. Ragnar coldly said this poison would destroy the mana flow inside Ian's body. His face remained completely cold. He said its effect would not last long for Ian. He stood up and declared loudly that he had mixed another poison as well. Ian weakly asked the words why. Ragnar looked down at Ian and calmly asked whether he truly did not understand. Wine from the cup in his hand spilled onto the floor. He slowly explained that Ian's power was a threat to the Empire. Ian looked at the familiar face before him, yet it felt strangely distant. Ragnar spoke each word clearly, saying that power had been useful in war, but now it was no longer needed. That was why Ian returned to his homeland to atone for the rest of his life. Ian was stunned when Ragnar repeated those exact words he once said. Ragnar looked at Ian and confessed that Ian should know something. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He slowly said he was afraid of Ian. He turned his back and spoke louder, saying the fear of this old friend was driving him mad. An 8th Circle Mage could easily seize the Empire from him if he wished. Ian still listened with a faint hope for another explanation, but Ragnar crushed it completely. A surge of energy erupted from Ian's heart. Harsh reality shattered his final hope when Ragnar called him a monster. Tears streamed down Ian's face. He did not cry from pain, but from shattered faith. Betrayal from the one he trusted most left Ian speechless. Ragnar looked at him and said, "Please do not forgive me." He turned and left the house, abandoning Ian with despair. As soon as he stepped outside, Ragnar said to Duncan, who was waiting, "Burn everything." Immediately flames burst fiercely, engulfing the house in the snowy night. Ragnar walked away coldly, ignoring Ian's house sinking into a sea of fire. He gradually moved farther from the flames, then suddenly turned his head back to look. His eyes briefly held sadness, as if he had just lost something precious. Duncan spoke, saying, "My lord, we will handle the rest. Please return to the carriage." Duncan suddenly froze when he saw what was before him, because a tear was slowly rolling down Ragnar's face. He thought to himself that this meant they had truly parted. He tried to comfort himself that he hated this ending as well. Returning to the present on a peaceful morning in the royal palace, Ian was walking towards somewhere. Turned out he was heading toward Ragnar's desk. Ragnar greeted him, saying he had arrived. Ragnar then asked what the princess had said to him. Ian replied that the princess asked why he betrayed him. Ragnar laughed smugly and asked how he answered. Ian calmly said he told her he had no obligation to answer the princess. Ragnar laughed and said it was pitiful because she seemed to like him very much. He crossed his arms with a smug expression. He said every marriage proposal for her had been rejected by the king. Ragnar appeared confused because he did not understand why his father disliked such matters. To him, marriage was only a tool for exchanging power between noble families. He sneered and said his father hid the princess simply to avoid political marriages. He stood up from the chair and said when the time was right, he would help Ian marry the daughter of a great noble family. He stepped closer to Ian and said that moment would come soon. Ragnar spread his arms as if savoring his ambition. He said he would soon inherit the throne and become a king stronger than his father. He would be the first to unify 3 nations and lead the Green River Empire to its peak. Ambition was clear on his face as he stood close to Ian. He patted Ian's shoulder and said to stay beside him during this important moment. His confident voice echoed through the room, saying Ian belonged to him and would never regret swearing loyalty. Ian then replied, addressing him as the fifth prince, placed his hand on Ragna's arm, and said he had already seen it. In Ian's mind appeared the scene of him standing beside Ragna amid cheers. Ian spoke of the moment when the Green River Empire unified, and shouted that he would stand beside the great king. Ragna frowned in confusion, and asked what he meant. Ian slowly said he had given up everything for the king, and for this empire. Ian looked at him with hopeful eyes, and said this time he had found the life he truly desired. Ragna froze, and asked whether Ian had dispelled the dark magic, asking how he managed to do it. Ian calmly replied that he was sorry to tell him this. Ian added that only one person knew that in the past, present, and future. Ian knelt on one knee to show his final respect to his friend and master. The image of Ragna, who once trusted him, completely appeared in Ian's mind. Ian called out loudly, telling Ragna to come find him. He placed his hand before his chest in salute, and said he would wait at the tomb tower. Immediately after that, Ian vanished before Ragna, leaving him with endless questions. Ragna angrily clenched his fists. It seemed that man could no longer keep his composure, as rage erupted violently within him. Moments later, Ragna hurriedly pushed the door open and strode quickly into another room. The man inside the room turned in surprise and asked what had happened. Fifth prince. Ragna roared almost madly, "Summon the commander of the first royal knights immediately. Gather the knights and prepare the fastest horse. Also find Evan Thirsty at once." At the same time, at the ivory tower, the snowstorm raged fiercely, while Ian sat silently on the steps. In his heart, he thought that his arrival here in his previous life could not have been by chance. He murmured, as if speaking to himself, "You have been watching over me, always observing a wanderer like me for such a long time. My life is filled with far too many regrets and hatred." In Ian's mind appeared the image of someone identical to him holding a staff and traveling everywhere before stopping at the ivory tower. "It was you who brought me here to grant me another chance." Ian suddenly awakened and understood what his father once said. The final relic his father left behind was the dragon origin reversion. "I finally understand why I could comprehend dragon speech." A trace of deep sorrow appeared in Ian's eyes, and also how to wield the power you passed on to me. Suddenly a sound drew Ian's attention. It turned out the fifth prince's group had arrived. Ragna stared at Ian with eyes sharp as blades. But Ian simply stood up, bowed politely, and said, "Welcome, Ragna." Ragna turned and called Avantis in a cold voice, "Lord Avantis, this time kill him for me. Can you do it?" Avantis frowned in annoyance and closed his eyes, saying he should have been killed from the beginning. "He is only a sixth circle mage. I can deal with him instantly." Avantis's eyes sharpened as he looked forward, and added that something else seemed wrong. Hearing that, Ragna asked irritably what problem. Avantis spoke cautiously, "I can sense the dragon might of the Imperial Dragon. That being is nearby." When Avantis and Ragna appeared, Ian calmly stepped down the stairs and said, "It is good to see you again, Ragna." Ragna replied angrily, "Are we close enough that you call my name directly?" Jealousy and fury had made that man lose his reason, as he said, "Ian Fa, you are mistaken. Do you think the crown prince deserves to rule this empire? The empire needs a strong and rational emperor, not that fool." Ragna's eyes burned with fierce envy. If that man knew his place, he should have given up long ago. He only relies on the emperor's favor to act arrogantly. Watching his old friend descend into madness, Ian could only remain calm and listen to the bitter words that followed. Ragna's reason had been devoured by dark magic. He shouted wildly that he was the one who deserved to become emperor. Ian calmly said, "Dark magic always waits to seize human souls, and you are no exception. You have lost your clarity." Ian understood that his old friend could no longer be saved, so he said, "Ragna, you cannot return to what you once were." Ragna laughed mockingly at Ian's words and said, "Go on then. This is your final chance." After that, he signaled Avantis to act and shouted, "Avantis." Receiving the command, Avantis immediately unleashed attacks intended to end Ian's life. Ian clearly felt the violent surge of power striking from Avantis. Knowing it could not be avoided, Ian had no choice but to counterattack. Avantis remained extremely confident, striking while laughing with contempt. "I heard he was quite intelligent, but it seems the rumors are not so accurate. Are you rushing here to die?" Suddenly, Avantis's pupils widened in shock. How is this possible? He realized Ian's power had grown far stronger than before, and had even nullified his attack. Avantis thought silently, "Ian Fa, how could his level possibly compare to mine? No matter how special he is still human. How could he surpass a dragonkin who has lived more than 5 centuries? Avantis's thoughts became chaotic as every attack was neutralized. Not only that, he recalled the energy he sensed the moment he entered the ivory tower. That was the pressure of the Imperial Dragon. Avantis was horrified as Ian struck lightly yet with terrifying power. He sensed dragon power within Ian. Alarmed by his own realization, Avantis asked who you truly are. Ian looked at him coldly and said, "Despicable dragonkin, you betrayed even your ancestors for the craving of dragon power, and now you are the last dragonkin left alive." Ian mentioned the judgment of Michelle Green River upon him, that it was meaningless. Hatred, pain, and humiliation had left Avantis living in despair for many years. Those words drove Avantis mad, as he shouted, "Shut up!" Bared his claws and roared, "I will kill you." Ian remained calm and spoke his final words to Avantis. "I will send you back to your kin with the very power you desire." Avantis felt a terrifying power exceeding his limits. Ian used dragon power to command Avantis. Last descendant of the dragonkin died. Avantis glared in horror. "What did you just say?" He could not control his body before Ian's power. His own hand betrayed its master. The sword pierced through his chest. Before dying, he asked why you possess that power. Ian's memories unfolded like pages of a novel about his previous life. He remembered the first time he met Rangna and realized it might have been a planned arrangement. That encounter changed his life. The memory turned back to the very beginning. That moment began all the tragedies that followed. Ian remembered Herbert saying, "Feel honored, because His Highness has never approached anyone like this before." Ian quietly followed Herbert and was reminded to be cautious, because the one he was about to meet was the heir to the throne. Soon Herbert led him before the prince's chamber. A servant announced that Tower Master Herbert requested an audience. Rangna ordered them to enter. The door slowly opened. Herbert and Ian stepped inside to face Rangna. Rangna politely welcomed the master of the ivory tower and the mage Ian Fa. At that time, Ian was too nervous to respond. Rangna said he had heard much about Ian's rare talent that astonished the academy. Ian humbly replied that he was not worthy of such praise, hearing that Rangna only sighed softly. Then he mentioned the matter that had hurt Ian deeply, that his mother had just passed away from illness. Seeing Ian still sorrowful, that man said he had also lost his mother and understood part of that pain. Rangna softened his voice, saying no words could erase the grief, but he still wished to share his condolences. After speaking, that man slowly walked toward Ian, then stopped before him and said, "Raise your head, Ian." Ian obeyed. Rangna continued that at this moment he was not a prince. He only wished to meet Ian as an ordinary person and spoke with sincerity. Rangna hesitated briefly before saying he wanted to become Ian's friend. His hopeful gaze rested on Ian, returning to the present within the snowstorm at the ivory tower. Ian walked step by step through the heavy snow. He stopped when he stood before Rangna. Rangna's eyes briefly showed surprise, or perhaps fear. That man closed his eyes, as if preparing to face the end. Rangna took a deep breath and said he would not beg. If he must die, then kill him here. Ian only lowered his head silently without answering. Rangna laughed arrogantly and said, "What is wrong? Do you not hate me?" That man continued questioning why Ian looked at him like that, asking if he pitied him. Finally, that man lost control and roared he should have killed Ian from the beginning. That man stared directly at Ian and cursed monster. Ian remained calm and asked if Rangna feared him that much. The once proud prince now knelt before Ian. Ian said in these final moments he wanted Rangna to see something. He gently placed his hand on Rangna's forehead. A surge of magical light instantly flooded that man's mind, so that Rangna would understand who Ian truly was. As he finished speaking, the light grew increasingly brilliant. From that moment, the entire truth gradually surfaced in his mind. The chain of Ian's memories unfolded one after another like a sorrowful film, beginning with their first meeting in the previous life. Then the time when Ian devoted himself completely to assisting him, along with the words that he himself had spoken back then. Even the moments when they accidentally encountered the shadow of dark magic. Rangna's cold, hateful gaze also appeared clearly. Even so, Ian remained absolutely loyal and always followed him. Everything began to change from a certain day. Ian blindly followed him and did everything, even the wrong things. He devoted all his strength to helping Rangna, and in the end, he was the one who helped him ascend the throne as emperor. After that came more and more arguments and disagreements. Perhaps he had forgotten the promise long ago that he wanted to become Ian's friend. His eyes now held only coldness and bitterness. He coldly stepped past Ian, who was kneeling on the ground, and denied all his contributions. Every indifferent step he took felt like crushing Ian's heart. Yet Rangna's sins did not stop there. The peak came when Ian cast aside his pride and knelt down to beg him. But Rangna only looked at him with disgust and pushed him into a dead end. At that time, it was he who said the words, "Please do not forgive me." Only after seeing the entire truth did Rangna awaken. He stood frozen for a moment, as if unable to accept those memories. Rangna's lips trembled, as if he wanted to say something. In the end, he could only softly call the name Ian Fa. "You are," Rangna's hesitant voice echoed. At the same moment, Ian formed an ice spear in his hand. The blink of an eye, Rangna collapsed to the ground. The 2 sinful lifetimes of that man ended in silence. Ian stood still for a moment with an expressionless face. He turned away decisively, leaving all the painful past behind. After the deaths of the Dragonkin and the 5th Prince, a large-scale purge was carried out against the Dragon cult and those involved. The order began with the royal knight Captain Demphy and spread to the nobles who had supported the rebellion. Thanks to the princess's care, Emperor Terry Green River gradually recovered and regained consciousness. Terry sat weakly on the sickbed speaking with Princess Harry. When he learned the entire truth, tears quietly fell from his eyes. He also heard the news of the 5th Prince's death and felt deep sorrow. Count Lance, who once attempted to assassinate the Emperor under the control of dark magic, was confirmed innocent and buried alongside the royal knights. The rebellion of the fifth prince involving forbidden dark magic was recorded as a rare crime in history. All documents related to the Dragonkin of Antis were sealed by the royal family, and his existence forever became a secret. Time past the death of the fifth Prince Rangna gradually faded into oblivion. Ian's revenge and his seemingly endless uprising journey finally came to an end. One morning at the Ivory Tower, where the trial of the princess for illegal magic use was held, Harry sat alone on a chair filled with worry. Suddenly Ian spoke, asking whether Her Highness was worried. Harry called Lord Ian when she saw him approach in judge's attire. She confessed that she truly felt very anxious. Ian seriously asked whether she regretted her decision. Harry clenched her hands with determination and replied that she did not regret it. Her resolute gaze showed she wished to use her power to help people. Hearing that, Ian smiled faintly. He slightly bowed and said, "Do not worry, Your Highness. Everything will be fine." That moment the courtroom door opened. A low-ranking mage announced that the Tower Master and Your Highness were invited to it. Soon after the trial officially began, Harry stepped forward as the accused. As she stood before the court, the announcement sounded that the trial of Princess Harry Green River for illegal magic use had begun. Ian sat at the highest seat, silently observing her. He spoke sternly, saying, "Before we begin, I have something to say." Then Ian stood up and walked to Harry's side. Ian declared that he was involved in the matter and therefore could not preside over the trial. He would hand the authority to Ronan and Decker. Those words caused a stir throughout the courtroom. Decker asked in surprise what he meant. Ian placed his hand on his chest and said clearly that he was the one who taught magic to Her Highness. Ronan calmly asked him to explain in detail. Ian slowly recounted that he had known Harry was a mage 6 years earlier. He recalled witnessing her using magic and hearing Kelvin explain that she had just begun learning. At that time, Ian overlooked it because he believed she had her reasons. Ian added that years later, while investigating the dragon cult, he discovered that the dark magic organization had infiltrated the royal family through many nobles. The existence of the Dragonkin became a terrifying threat. Ian said that man was a high-level spellcaster capable of turning the Empire into a sea of blood, so every action had to be extremely cautious. Needed someone within the palace who could be trusted and possessed political authority to help. Ian looked at Harry and said that was the proposal he made to Her Highness. In exchange for teaching her magic, she would assist him whenever necessary. Harry showed brief surprise. Ian said that thanks to that help, he escaped dark magic and found a way to defeat the Dragonkin. Finally, Ian said all details had been recorded in the report about the fifth prince's uprising. After hearing that, Ronan asked the princess whether those statements were true. Harry softly answered that it was the truth. Ronan said the princess could say anything she wished. Harry anxiously turned her head to look behind. The people who once helped her stood with fear. Then she looked toward Ian. Ian responded with a reassuring smile. Harry's cheeks reddened as she gathered her courage to speak. "I am the one who violated the laws of the Empire, and I am willing to accept any punishment." She affirmed that she did not expect any privilege for being royalty. Kelvin and the maids were completely innocent, even though they knew she was a maid. They only followed her orders because she was a member of the royal family. Harry pleaded that all blame be placed upon her. Suddenly, a deep, authoritative voice echoed, saying, "No, princess, you are not wrong." Ronan and Decker turned in shock. The entire hall erupted in murmurs, because the one who appeared was the Emperor himself. Ian asked whether he was all right. Terry replied that he was fine. Terry stepped forward and told the judges that the princess had only followed his orders. He explained that when Kelvin reported the princess was a mage, he ordered the matter to remain secret so she could live as royalty. Terry admitted that decision came from his love for his daughter, earnestly pleaded that all responsibility be placed upon him, and that the princess be given a chance to become a mage. Decker looked at Ronan, and the two exchanged glances. Ronan nodded in understanding. Then Ronan said normally the decision would be announced by the Tower Master, but because he was involved, I will declare it instead. Ian and Harry listened attentively, as Ronan said this was a special case. According to the investigation, Herbert Leon, the former Tower Master, was Rangna's subordinate, so the princess's caution was justified. In addition, the princess had never gained benefit from using magic, so it could not be concluded she concealed it out of ambition. Ronan concluded that reaching the fourth circle under such limitations proved the princess possessed extremely rare magical talent. Ronan lowered his voice and spoke slowly. Instead of immediate punishment, the Ivory Tower has decided to grant Harry Green River one final chance. We will suspend the sentence for 5 years. During that time, you must serve as a mage of the Ivory Tower and carry out missions across the Empire. while also receiving private training in magical knowledge you have never studied before. Harry was stunned when she heard the verdict for herself. The crucial point of the suspension was what would happen over the next 5 years, because the outcome of that period would determine the final punishment. At last, Ronan declared in a firm voice that, in this moment, Harry Green River is no longer a princess of the Empire, but a mage of the Ivory Tower. The verdict filled her with overwhelming joy. One early morning at the Ivory Tower, the dawn sunlight shimmered through the window. Ian stood beside the window, lost in thought. Suddenly, he heard someone call Lord Ian. Ian turned his head and saw that the one calling him was Harry. Hearing that form of address, Harry quickly said in embarrassment that she was no longer a princess, and he could simply call her by name. Ian smiled and asked Harry how she found life at the Ivory Tower. She replied shyly that she liked it very much. At first, everyone had been distant, but now they had gradually accepted her. Knowing everything was possible because of Ian, Harry sincerely thanked him. Without you, I could never have become part of the Ivory Tower. Ian gently replied that as long as she was well, he felt reassured. There was no need for courtesy. Harry hesitated again for a moment. Ian noticed and asked if there was something else she wanted to say. Gathering her courage, she asked if it was true that he intended to leave the position of Tower Master. Is it because of me? Because I asked you to teach me magic so? Ian immediately denied it and said no, that had nothing to do with her. Ian explained that he had something he needed to do, but as long as he still held the identity of the Ivory Tower, he could not carry it out. Therefore, I wanted to meet you to give you this. After speaking, Ian opened the chest beside him. Inside was the cloak the Emperor had once lent him. Harry looked at it with slight surprise. Ian said this was the cloak of Mitchell Green River which the king once lent me. According to Ian, the cloak originally belonged to the royal family's mage. I only used it temporarily. Now it must be returned to the one worthy of it. Then he took out another item, and this is the magic staff I once used. It was the divine staff Great Origin, crafted from rare materials that enhanced mana power. Ian said the staff was very light, so even women could use it easily. Harry tried holding it and immediately felt its excellent quality. Delight appeared clearly in her eyes. Seeing that Ian asked if she liked it, Harry quickly replied that she liked it very much. Seeing her happiness, Ian also felt a sense of relief. After hesitating for a moment, Ian said there was one more thing he wished to ask of her. Harry asked what it was. Ian said, I will soon leave the capital, and this journey may last several years. During that time, I hope you can take care of my family so they remain safe. Hearing that, the joy on Harry's face vanished at once and was replaced by shock. He hesitantly asked if he was truly leaving and where he planned to go. Ian shook his head slightly and said that even he did not yet know his destination. He only said that many dangers still existed in the world, and he would seek the threats that only he could resolve. Harry could not hide her sadness upon hearing that. She gripped the staff tightly and said, Lord Ian, I have already lived the life I wished for. Harry tried to persuade Ian that with the authority she had, she would help the poor and establish charitable foundations. My father is very pleased to hear that plan and is always ready to support it. At that point, her voice faltered. After regaining composure, Harry spoke honestly and said she wanted Ian to remain by her side. Please do not leave. Her voice was filled with desperation. Ian understood clearly and closed his eyes in thought. But in the end, he only said a single sentence that disappointed her. Sorry. The next day at the royal palace, Hayden shouted in shock that Ian intended to leave the capital. Ian calmly replied that it was true, Your Highness. Hayden said in confusion that when he heard Ian resigned as Tower Master, he was already surprised. Now Ian wished to leave again while everything was not yet completely stable. Harry had even been crying constantly. Hayden frowned and asked if Ian had made the girl sad. Ian hurriedly stammered that it was not like that. Hayden said seriously that although it was awkward to say, Harry truly was a very special girl. He listed that she was kind like the Empress and also a rare talented maid. Ian misunderstood and replied that she truly was a wonderful girl. Therefore, I hope she will meet someone better and live happily. The answer annoyed Hayden. Why are you so foolish whenever it comes to feelings? After that, he gave up and changed the subject. Very well then, what did you want to say to me? Ian said seriously that before Paul Lance died, he asked him to pass along a message. He wished to send his words to the Crown Prince and Captain Oliver, that he was sorry and grateful to everyone. Hayden was stunned after hearing this. Ian bowed his head and said that was all he could do and asked the Crown Prince for forgiveness. Hayden looked at him and said, Ian, you have helped me greatly. Without you, I would still be the useless Crown Prince, filled with insecurity. Hayden said that from now on he would strive to become a worthy successor. Hayden's trusting gaze rested on Ian. Therefore, after you finish what you must do, come back here and help me, Ian. Ian smiled and replied, of course, Your Highness. At that moment, Hayden continued, now back to the main matter. Ian asked what the main matter was. Hayden called Oliver and the captain to bring something. It was a sword. Hayden drew it from the scabbard. He laughed and asked Ian if he looked impressive holding the sword like this. I practiced a long time to do this. Ian still did not understand and asked what the Crown Prince intended. Hayden said, I give you this eternal covenant as a gift for a friend and benefactor. Sword tip touched the floor, symbolizing the oath of the royal family, that the royal family will always open its doors to welcome the great mage Ian Fa and will help whenever he needs it. Hayden declared that this covenant would remain valid across generations. Hayden and Oliver placed their hands on their chests and swore before the sacred Green River that they would keep their promise. Afterward, Hayden said shyly that actually when he was young, he saw the lords do this and wanted to try it. "Do what you must do. We will wait for your return." Those words moved Ian deeply. Ian leaned his head on the crown prince's shoulder and said, "Thank you, your highness." One afternoon at Ian's residence, he was arranging documents in his study when he heard a knock on the door. Vanessa stood outside calling Ian. "Mother is coming." Ian recognized his mother's voice and replied, "Mother, please come in." He asked why she had come and whether she was still tired from the journey and should rest more. But when he touched her hand, Ian immediately sensed something was wrong. He asked anxiously if she was all right. Her hand was so cold, but Vanessa only trembled slightly and said she was fine before collapsing into his arms. Ian panicked and said, "Mother, wait, I will call a doctor immediately." But she trembled and stopped him, saying, "Do not." Vanessa said she only wanted to see him and know that he had returned safely. Seeing his mother like that, Ian called out "Mother" in pain. Vanessa asked Ian if he truly had to leave. She said that after returning to the capital, she had heard everything that happened to him. She heard that news, she could barely breathe and burst into tears. Vanessa blamed herself and asked why he had to endure those things alone. Her heart ached deeply. Ian quickly comforted her and said that, when he was in Morgan territory, he once feared he would never see her again. Vanessa said she did not want to lose her family again, because aside from Ian, she had no one left. Ian fell silent for a moment. Then he gently held his mother's hand and said it might be hard to believe, but he had met his father. Vanessa was shocked, while Ian explained that his father said he had always lived within Ian's heart. Even if he could not be seen, he still existed within Ian's heart. Ian said that before he once hated him, but now he understood everything he left behind was love. Ian sincerely told his mother that he wanted to walk the path his father once walked. He wanted to understand that heart and how to protect the ones he loved. At last, Ian said, "Please allow me to fulfill the only request father left behind." At that moment, Vanessa suddenly sensed a faint image of the husband from years ago in the young man before her. She held her son for a long time, tears quietly falling as she could no longer hold them back. Tears from her gentle eyes slowly rolled down her cheeks, yet she calmly said that he had grown up so much. Until now, she had always thought he was only her little boy. Ian gently reassured his mother that she should not worry too much and should not think she had to endure everything alone, because now there were many people around her who cared for and loved her. Even Ian could clearly see that. He mentioned Ridio. That man truly was a kind person. His care felt like the love of a father that he had never had. Then Ian spoke about Douglas. As long as that boy was nearby, the atmosphere immediately became cheerful. He was both intelligent and kind, and very considerate of everyone's feelings. Ian looked straight at Vanessa and said he only hoped that his mother could live truly happily. After saying that, he hugged her tightly and firmly said he would definitely return. The mother and son talked without realizing the door of the room was still slightly open. It was unclear how long Ridio and Douglas had been standing there. They only knew Douglas had already burst into tears. Time quietly passed until the morning of the next day. Ian was tying his luggage onto the horse's back, preparing for the journey. At that moment, Ridio spoke, asking if he was leaving right now. Ian nodded in reply. Yes, it was probably time for him to depart. The scene made Ridio suddenly recall the past. He said, "You are only bringing one horse. That reminds me of the day we left Loy village and first met you." Smiling, he reminded him that at that time he rode very clumsily. Ian also smiled and replied that now he rode well. Back then it was only because he was still too short. After a few light jokes, Ian seriously said, "Sir Ridio, please take care of my mother in my place." Ridio immediately replied that he should rest assured he would use his life to protect Madam. At that moment, Douglas's clear voice sounded from behind. "Brother Ian." Ian was still not used to that form of address, so he softly said, "Douglas, if you call me like that then." Douglas took out a small bag and handed it to Ian. Innocently said this was a laser mana and healing medicine he personally prepared. The quality was certainly better than what was sold on the market. Although he knew Ian would not be easily injured, if something happened he should use it. Whenever he needed, he could send a letter to the estate, and he would make more kinds of better medicine. At the same time, Vanessa was hurrying toward them. Ian had not seen her yet, so he continued speaking. "Douglas, thank you very much." As soon as she arrived, she called out loudly, "Ian." Seeing his mother arrive, Ian replied, "Mother." Vanessa, as usual, carefully handed him a bag of pastries and told him to eat while traveling. She had prepared many. She also reminded him little by little that he must not skip meals, must take care of his health, and remember to write letters to her often. Ian obediently replied, "Yes, mother. You must also take good care of yourself." After saying goodbye, he walked toward the horse and said to everyone, "Then I will go now." The horse began to move slowly under Ian's guidance. One man and one horse steadily headed toward the road ahead. But after only a few steps, Ian suddenly stopped. He turned his head to look back at everything he had during the past time. Looking at the estate where he had lived for so long, Ian thought to himself that this would always be the home he could return to any time. A smile filled with deep happiness appeared on Ian's lips, because he knew that in this place, his family would always wait for the day he returned. After looking at them one last time, Ian gently turned back, then continued to look toward the road ahead. Time passed. Douglas sent a letter to Ian beginning with the words, "Leader, are you still well?" In the letter, he said that 8 years had passed since the day Ian left. Many things had happened, and he had graduated with excellence from the Imperial Alchemy Academy. Douglas's desk was filled with many trophies, and he also wrote about that in the letter. He successfully researched a cure for the incurable disease, his dream since childhood, and now he had been recognized as a royal alchemist. Douglas also wrote that his father, who researched together with him, had also been invited to become a royal alchemist, but he refused. He said it was because of pressure, but Douglas thought he simply did not want to leave Mother. At first, the two were still shy, but now they were very happy. He also wrote about the situation in the palace, saying that His Majesty had still not fully recovered after the poisoning 8 years ago, so now the Crown Prince was governing in his place. Douglas said in surprise that the Crown Prince now was so capable, it was hard to recognize compared to before. Recently, he had also signed a peace treaty with the Duchy of Ut and Prince Ron. Thanks to that, trade had become convenient, and the Empire's economy and technology had also developed strongly. Douglas continued mentioning the princess. After finishing the 5-year punishment, Harry had been recognized as a senior mage of the Ha Tower. She founded an organization to help the poor and became very famous. Now she was also a promising candidate for the position of the next Tower Master. Sitting by the window of his study, Douglas emotionally wrote that all of them were trying their best and missed him very much. "Please return soon. Everyone is waiting. Postscript, when we meet next time, can I call you brother?" After finishing the letter, Douglas stretched his back and muttered that he missed him so much, wondering where he was now. At that moment, Ridio's voice sounded from outside the room. "Douglas, are you done yet? Come down quickly." He immediately replied, "Yes, father." After that, he quickly ran downstairs. Douglas suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. He saw Vanessa standing in the hall and exclaimed that today Mother looked truly beautiful. He smiled and replied, "Thank you, my son Douglas." But Vanessa still looked a little worried and said that it was really fine for her to go with the two of them. Ridio immediately answered, "Of course it was. The new king personally sent an invitation letter and carriage for us." Douglas added that was right. He even prepared VIP seats, so we must go. After the persuasion of the father and son, Vanessa finally nodded and said all right. Ridio then asked, "Then shall we depart?" At the same time, at the Royal Palace Cemetery, Oliver was sitting in front of Bong's grave and placed a bouquet of flowers there. After a while, a knight came to remind him that it was time. Oliver replied, "All right." Oliver stood up and turned to leave, but then he could not help turning his head to look back. Oliver's gaze stopped at Bong's grave. He thought to himself that it would be wonderful if he were still here. "I will return soon. Rest well, Bong." That same morning at the Ha Tower, Maurice opened Harry's room door and asked Harry if she was ready. Harry stepped out in ceremonial attire and said she would come right away. She turned to look at the staff that Ian once gave her, walked closer and gently touched it. After that, Harry decided to bring the staff and said, "Let us go." After finishing preparations, she said today was her brother's coronation ceremony. At the same time, at the royal palace, magnificently decorated, everything was ready for the great day. Everyone was dressed neatly and beautifully to attend the ceremony. The surrounding atmosphere was extremely lively and full of joy. Finally, the important moment arrived. Current Emperor Terry Green River slowly stepped forward. He raised his voice to speak to his beloved subjects. Vanessa, Willow, and Douglas were also present and listened attentively. As he said today, he wished to take this opportunity to pass on the noble throne to my son, Crown Prince Hayden Green River. Harry stood beside Ronan with the mages of the Ha Tower and welcomed it with joy. Harry continued that normally this position would only be passed on after his death, but after careful thought, he realized this was the best choice for the Empire. His serious voice echoed that for the Empire to continue developing and the people to become more prosperous under the leadership of the new king. Terry firmly declared as the great doors slowly opened, "Subjects of Green River, welcome your new king." Hayden stepped out from behind the doors. No longer the carefree person from before, Hayden had now matured and carried the bearing of a true king. He slowly stepped forward, each step radiating powerful presence. Hayden stopped in front of his father and gently knelt and bowed his head respectfully. Terry said with satisfaction that he was proud of his son. Hayden solemnly replied that he would do his best not to disappoint him. Hearing that, Terry nodded with satisfaction. Continue the ceremony. A servant brought the imperial crown forward. Terry gently placed the crown upon Hayden's. The next moment, he solemnly declared, "From this moment, Crown Prince Hayden Green River officially becomes the King of Green River." The people immediately cheered loudly, "Long live the king." In another corner, everyone kept applauding, and among the crowd there seemed to be a familiar figure, also enthusiastically celebrating. Amid the resounding cheers of "Long live the king," congratulations to his majesty, praise and prayers for divine blessing, flower petals suddenly fell like a miracle. At that moment, Hayden seemed to recognize that person. Even hidden among the crowded sea of people, he immediately recognized that familiar figure. Crowd began murmuring in confusion, wondering what was happening and why flowers were falling. Only Harry clearly sensed that those petals carried magic. A thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Could it be? At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. "Congratulations on your coronation, your majesty." Ian looked straight toward Hayden and offered sincere congratulations. From the beginning of the ceremony until now, Hayden's serious face finally broke into a radiant smile. He immediately spoke in reply, "Welcome back, Ian." After the coronation ceremony ended, Hayden was so moved that he nearly burst into tears when he saw Ian appear unexpectedly. "You finally came." He shook Ian while speaking non-stop, completely forgetting the dignity of a king. "I missed you, Ian, truly missed you." Ian looked at the man before him and said, "You have not changed at all." Then he slightly bowed his head. "Congratulations on your coronation." At that moment, Vanessa saw Ian and cried out in shock, "Ian." Vanessa, together with Ridio and Douglas, immediately rushed over and embraced Ian. She emotionally asked repeatedly, "Oh my, why did you not contact us? Are you well? Have you been eating properly? Do you know how much we missed you?" Douglas cried while saying he missed him so much. Ian gently replied, "I missed everyone very much too. Mother, Douglas, father as well." He called each of them in turn. Vanessa immediately asked her son, "Have you finished what you needed to do?" Ian smiled and answered, "Yes, this time everything has truly ended." At that moment, Hayden lightly coughed, as if reminding Ian not to forget someone. Ian still did not understand, so Hayden frankly pointed to the side. Ian looked in that direction and saw Harry standing quietly waiting for him. Only then did he suddenly remember that girl. Harry smiled at him. Ian softly called her name, "Harry." He quickly walked closer. "It has been a long time. Are you still well?" Harry's cheeks turned slightly red. She awkwardly replied, "I am well. How about you?" Ian smiled and said, "I only live a wandering life. Everywhere people mention your name, from the capital to distant lands and even the borders. Everyone speaks of the upright mage who always helps commoners and orphans at the ivory tower. You have done very well." Hearing that, Harry shyly replied that she was not that remarkable. The atmosphere between them suddenly became awkward. Realizing she was about to lose composure, Harry hurriedly said she would take her leave first and hoped he would enjoy the banquet, Sir Ian. She turned and walked away. Ian still stood frozen in place. He seemed to want to say something, but in the end remained silent. Hayden stepped forward and said with suspicion that Ian looked regretful. Ian awkwardly replied that it was nothing. Hayden then said directly, "Ian, Harry is still not married. Although she has received countless proposals, she rejected them all because she said she was waiting for someone. I wonder who she has been waiting for these 8 years." Hearing that, Ian looked embarrassed. Hayden continued before Ian could respond, "And she is not the only one waiting for you. From now on, you will be very busy." He added that Ian would help him complete everything. Ian replied that he would obey his command, "Your Majesty." Another peaceful day began at the ivory tower. Harry was sitting in the garden, quietly watching the flowers. He recalled that day and thought she should have talked with Ian longer. Remembering what Ian once said, she thought he had surely forgotten that day. At that time, Ian only said an apology before leaving for 8 years. That made Harry unable to hide her disappointment, but she comforted herself that she should not expect anything. He had just returned and must be very busy. How could he still have time for her? At some point, Ian had already stood behind her and spoke, "Harry, you are here." Hearing Ian's voice, Harry was startled and exclaimed, "Sir Ian." Seeing her startled, Ian quickly said he did not mean to frighten her and apologized. Harry stood up and asked what brought him there. Ian replied that he had just greeted the mages in the tower, and they said she was usually here at this hour. Harry thought in surprise, everyone. Ian looked around and said the garden was much more beautiful than before. When he was here, it had been full of weeds. Harry shyly explained that after becoming an official mage, she began planting here. She thought it would be good if the place became a quiet resting spot for the mages. Ian smiled and said it was a wonderful idea. He asked if she could show him around the garden. Harry immediately happily agreed. The two walked through the garden together and talked without stopping. Ian said that lendier flowers were rarely seen in Green River, but in the Duchy of Ut they were treated like weeds. Some people even suffered because they could not obtain them. He continued speaking about his journey. He once heard of a lake west of Zonin that shone like gold. When he arrived, it looked ordinary, but at sunset the surface reflected brilliant golden light. Ian remembered that scene and said that moment was truly beautiful, and he would never forget it. Hearing that, Harry said he had experienced a wonderful journey. He smiled and said the golden lake sounded magical and hoped she could see it someday. Ian looked at her and fell into thought. Suddenly, he said he could take her there, or to anywhere she wished. Those words surprised Harry. Ian extended his hand and said she only needed to take his hand. He continued speaking, from that golden lake, the shimmering forest, or the blazing desert and the vast ocean. Ian sincerely said he had traveled across the world, yet every place made him think of her. Harry. Ian slowly confessed he always wondered what expression she would have if she stood beside him at those moments. Gradually, thinking about her became an unending longing, and he realized what those feelings were. When everything was finished, the first person he thought of was still her. Harry was stunned and could hardly believe her feelings were returned so romantically by Ian. Immediately afterward, Ian knelt on one knee. He sincerely said, "Harry, please, become my companion for the rest of my life." Ian continued expressing that she should allow him to remain by her side for the rest of their lives. Seeing the man she had long secretly loved confess before her, Harry did not know how to react. Her face gradually turned red, though her eyes still held a trace of hesitation. Harry softly asked if he would not leave again. Ian immediately replied that he would always stay beside her. Hearing that, Harry burst into tears. Seeing her trembling from crying, Ian awkwardly called her name, Harry. Her words moved Ian deeply. She said she missed him very much and had waited for a long time. Finally, Harry smiled and said she agreed. She placed her hand in Ian's and said she was willing to walk with him. All the hardships Ian endured across 2 lifetimes finally ended with a happy conclusion.